Chapter 1. Let's continue to explain the main points of transformation technique in this class. Please listen carefully. Transformation technique, E-level ninjutsu, changes body shape and appearance, performs ninjutsu in disguise and lurking. The knot printing is very simple, there is only one yin-yin, and the flow of chakra is. In a classroom of the ninja school, listening to Amino Irika's explanation of ninjutsu, Ryuya recovered after a long while, and he did travel through the world of Naruto. Become a 12-year-old civilian child named Takagi Ryuya who is about to graduate from ninja school. For most people, crossing is not a blessing. But that's the end of the matter, Ryuya can only accept it. Waste wood. After sorting out his memory, Ryuya couldn't help but stunned. He has very poor academic performance, often tied with Uzumaki Naruto for the bottom of the class. He is a famous crane tail. Now that Ryuya is here, he is a graduate of a prestigious university, and cultural courses shouldn't be a problem. But in terms of ninjutsu, I'm afraid it still won't work. In addition to theory, the cultivation and application of chakra is more important than physical talent. Ryuya belongs to the soul where, the body is still the original body, and the natural talent of the body has not improved. Crap. Thinking of this, Ryuya had a headache. You know, as the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's physical talent is not bad. Ninjutsu is not good because of the influence of Nine Tails chakra in his body. In the future, if this problem is solved, not only will it not reduce points, but it will become a big help. Also as a lowest ranking, what about Ryuya? System binding is successful. Just as Ryuya frowned, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. System. System. Ryuya was startled at first, then couldn't help laughing. Yes, as a traverser, how can there be no cheat? The system has been bound, and his counter-attack life is about to begin. Ryuya classmate. Ryuya is happy now, and Irika on the stage speaks. Laughing so happily, do you have any insights into transformation technique? I remember that you still can't fully master transformation technique. Haha. Upon hearing this, the classmates looked at Ryuya and burst into laughter. Ryuya smiled wryly and sat down in his seat. I was so excited just now that I forgot that I was still in class. Students concentrate, let's continue the lecture. Irika has a gentle personality, and no longer blames Ryuya, and continues to explain the transformation technique. Ryuya sat steadily, seemingly listening carefully, but was actually checking the system. Unlimited enhancement system. Every 60 days, you can get an unlimited enhancement opportunity. Every 6 times of strengthening, including 1 golden strengthening, can directly strengthen the body organs. The remaining 5 enhancements are normal enhancements and can only enhance the skills that have been learned. The system is very simple and the explanation is very clear. Ryuya nodded slightly, then opened his personal panel. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Ninja Student. Organs, unenhanced, read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Skills, Clone Technique, E-level Ninjutsu, Body Replacement Technique, E-level Ninjutsu, 1000 Years of Death, E-level Physique. The panel is simple and shabby. As a student of ninja school, the only ninjutsu I learn is 3-body technique. As for the tail of the crane, as Irika said, Ryuya hasn't even learned the 3-body technique completely, and is still short of transformation technique. As for the basic fighting skills and other ninja knowledge, they are not skills, so they are not listed. 1000 Years of Death. At the same time, seeing one of the skills, Ryuya was taken aback again. Isn't this Kakashi's skill, known as the Konoha Shinobi secret body art profound meaning? With the seal of both hands, he penetrated the weak part of the enemy chakra, the anus in a thunderous manner. Sorting out the memory, it turned out to be accidental when I saw Kakashi perform this technique. Ryuya couldn't help sweating, and didn't learn it seriously, this kind of dirty tricks would be easy to see. Unlimited enhancement. Regardless of this for now, Ryuya took a deep breath and returned his attention to the system again. There is a strengthening opportunity every 60 days. As a starting point, Ryuya can now perform a strengthening. Every 6 boosts, including a golden boost, can directly boost an organ, and Ryuya has not used it yet. Being not, Ryuya thought for a while, and didn't need precious gold fortification for now. After all, he has just bound the system, and he dare not say that he has fully understood the rules of the system. He was not sure whether there were any hidden dangers. Which one? Normal enhancement can only enhance skills. Ryuya puts his eyes on the skill bar. 1,000 Years of Death. After a little thought, a decision is made to strengthen this 1,000 Years of Death. For the system, Ryuya still has a certain degree of alert. This is the first time to strengthen, right as a test. Since it is a temptation, it is natural not to use good materials. What if a skill enhancement is abolished? The predecessor was bored and learned a trick 1,000 Years of Death, which was just used for experimentation. This kind of rubbish skill, if you use it, it will be useless, and it doesn't hurt. This unlimited enhancement, goal, skill 1,000 Years of Death. Host is sure. After Ryuya made a decision, the system prompt also sounded. Determine. There is nothing to hesitate about this, Ryuya gave the order directly. Unlimited enhancement begins, goal, skill 1,000 Years of Death. 1,000 Years of Death enhancement plus 1. 1,000 Years of Death enhancement plus 2. 1,000 Years of Death strengthen plus 10, get the raid effect. 1,000 Years of Death enhancement plus 1 1. 1,000 Years of Death enhancement plus 20, the raid effect is improved. 1,000 Years of Death enhancement plus 2 1. 1,000 Years of Death strengthen plus 100, get hit effect. 1,000 Years of Death strengthen plus 101. 1,000 Years of Death strengthen plus 1,000, the hit promotion is a must. 1,000 Years of Death strengthen plus 1001. 1,000 Years of Death strengthen plus 2,000, obtain the burning effect. 1,000 Years of Death enhancement plus 2001. Once unlimited enhancement is turned on, it will last for 1 day. Throughout the whole day, system prompts kept ringing in his mind, causing Ryuya to have a headache, and simply turned on the shielding mode. The system is automatically strengthened, and Ryuya doesn't need to bother about it. Then, as usual, he will be like this for a whole day. This enhancement is over. Until the next morning, a reminder sounded in my mind again. It's over. Ryuya was startled, then opened the personal panel easily. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Ninja Student. Organs, unenhanced. Skills, Clone Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu, Body Replacement Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu. 1,000 Years of Death strengthen plus 86,400. Unlimited enhancement, 1 enhancement per second, 86,400 seconds a whole day, that is, 86,400 enhancements. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 2. This is. Click on the specific skill, there will be a detailed remark introduction. Lu Ming was dumbfounded when he saw the enhanced 1,000 Years of Death. Assault a distance of 100 meters, it will arrive in no time. Must hit if you don't make a move, you must hit the red heart. In addition to these two powerful special effects, there are more than a dozen negative effects such as burning, paralysis, weakness, and bleeding. Too abnormal. In other words, when Ryuya activates his skills, he immediately raises and hits the heart with one move. The enemy that is hit will have various negative effects such as burning, paralysis, and weakness. Even Tainan could only lie on the ground with his under his buttocks. This is simply a magical skill to control the enemy. Of course, this skill also has limitations. First, the enemy has to face Ryuya, after all, the target is that position. Second, the distance of the raid is up to 100 meters. But even so, it's very abnormal. Unlimited enhancement. After a long while, Ryuya couldn't help but feel excited. It's the system. At the same time, I regretted it. I knew that the system was so powerful. I still tried a little bit. I wasted an opportunity to strengthen. However, it is strengthened once every 60 days, and it is only after 2 months. Moreover, with the abnormal effect of 1000 years of death enhancement plus 86400, this enhancement is not a waste. Great. Thinking of this, Ryuya was excited again. He has no physical talent and poor learning ability, so what can he do? With the system in hand, no matter how weak or simple the skill is, he can be strengthened into a magical skill. After fully trusting the system, Ryuya couldn't help thinking about it. After 60 days, the next strengthening, what will he strengthen? Is it normal strengthening or golden strengthening? I was thinking about it all morning, and I didn't want to listen to the class at all. It wasn't until the afternoon that the teacher took the whole class to the playground for a practical exercise, and Ryuya took back his mind. I declare the rules first. After everyone stood up, the teacher Irika explained. Each person holds 1 point and defeats others to get the points of the other party. The time is 1 hour, and the person with the highest points wins. Everyone has a good performance. For the winner, the teacher will have a surprise reward. Ms. Irika, what's the reward? Yes, just let us know in advance so that we can have motivation. That's it, okay. Facing the questions from the students, especially the girls in the class, Irika nodded and said with a look of helplessness. The students who won this time can learn an extra C-level ninjutsu from the teacher. C-rank ninjutsu. Class C. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Great. It must be me who wins. Upon hearing this, the students fry the pot instantly, all with excitement. Especially Uzumaki Naruto, has begun to declare loudly to others. The 3 body techniques taught by the ninja school are all E levels. And C-level ninjutsu, that is a skill that Chunin can learn. I have to say that this reward is really tempting. A battle for points. In contrast, several students in the class, such as Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru, and Ryuya, are thinking about the rules of the game. The rules seem simple. To put it bluntly, within 1 hour, try to beat others to win points while protecting yourself. But you know, this is the whole class, with nearly 40 people fighting. In this empty playground, it is not easy to win in the end. The most correct way is to win over some classmates and establish an offensive and defensive alliance. In this way, it will test the students' intersecting ability. A strong alliance has the ability to cooperate in addition to the number of people. Moreover, only one person wins in the end. Allies are also enemies. How to deal with this relationship is also a great test. It really is the world of ninjas. Thinking of this, Ryuya's head hurts. It is a cruel ninja world, even the children in school have to face such a complicated situation. It's too much trouble. With Nara Shikamaru's IQ, I can see through the rules at a glance. But he was afraid of trouble by nature, so he simply gave up and didn't bother to establish any alliance. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke, who also wants to understand, and Abarame Shino and others have begun to wander among their classmates and establish alliances. Not bad. Irika, who was standing outside, was actually observing the reactions of the students, and when he saw Sasuke and them, he nodded. Ryuya, who had also analyzed the same, also wanted to draw the alliance quickly, but no one paid him any attention. Just imagine, who would join hands with the tail of the crane and add a burden for no reason. F***ck. Looking at Sasuke's side, the alliance has been established and almost all the girls in the class have been assembled. Ryuya turned Byakugan straight to him. He was also pretty handsome. Why the gap was so big? It was really harder than anyone else. Okay. The drill has officially started. More than 10 minutes later, Irika yelled and started counting down at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. With an order, the students who were still loose just now became nervous in an instant. According to the alliance established before, immediately gather together and occupy various advantageous positions in the playground. This. Ryuya glanced around, all in groups, but he stood alone in the middle of the playground. It is to take the initiative to attack, quickly grab points, and establish early advantages. Still play steadily, stick to the main, waiting for other teams to consume each other. Different teams have different strategies. Grab this point first. At this time, a certain attacking team caught Ryuya at a glance. With the command of the captain, the four men swiftly outflanked Ryuya from four directions. There is only one person, and there is no threat to the tail of the crane. This is simply a point for the door. Looking at the four menacingly, Ryuya blinked his glasses, who was offended by him. With Ryuya's previous strength, one-on-one is not an opponent, let alone one-on-four. As for the enhanced version of 1000 Years of Death, all four of them rushed up front, not their backs, and they did not meet the requirements for activation. Starting conditions. Thinking of this, Ryuya's mind suddenly flashed. These four faced him, but there were others on the court, and there was no shortage of people who turned their backs to him. These four are not capable of the enemy. Why not take the initiative to attack others and use the surprise effect of 1000 Years of Death to keep a distance from the four who rushed up? Just do it. The four were already rushing up. Ryuya didn't even think about it. He caught a target at random and made a surprise attack. Whoosh. The next moment, Ryuya disappeared instantly from the place. This is. The four people who were about to rush up looked at the empty place, instantly dumbfounded. People. Puff. Ah. At this moment, there was a strange muffled noise, followed by a scream. In addition to extreme pain, the cry also contains endless shame. Everyone was startled, subconsciously following the prestige. I saw Ryuya staying in a squat position, tying yin-yin with both hands. In front of him, Hinata was already lying on the ground. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 3. 1000 Years of Death has side effects such as burning, tingling, soreness, weakness, and bleeding. The unbearable pain, and most importantly, the humiliation under the public. Hinata's face flushed instantly, unable to bear it anymore, and simply fainted. What happened just now? Ryuya, he said to Hinata. For a time, no matter the four people who raided just now, or the others, they were all dumbfounded. After all, only Ryuya is alone. As a potential target, everyone is staring at him. Although Ryuya was fast just now, many people still saw the whole process. Unacceptable. To Hina, did that kind of thing. In the next moment, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and stared at Ryuya angrily. As a girl, Hinata is a cute girl, usually soft and weak, and her popularity in the class is still very high. Ryuya still kept his previous actions. expressionless, but in fact forced to be calm. At this time, he wished he could find a place to sew in. The situation was urgent just now, so he couldn't even think about it. He locked on a target and rushed forward. He never expected that he would poke his goddess Hinata. What Ryuya did just now, compared to the anger of most people, a few people, as well as Irika on the sidelines, couldn't help but look at Ryuya cautiously. The distance of more than 70 meters is almost instant, and the speed is far faster than many instant body masters. How can a student who has not graduated, especially the existence of the 10,000 years crane tail, possess such a powerful instantaneous ability? Of course, Ryuya's last trick, especially for a girl, was to. Irika shook his head repeatedly, and he didn't know what to say. What's more terrible is that this kind of thing happened to the eldest lady of Hyoga family. As a teacher, how could he explain to the head of Hyoga family? Kill Ryuya. Vengeance for Hinata. At this time, the angry classmates let out a roar. Whether it was Ryuya's behavior just now, or the threat of Ryuya's demonstrated strength, he instantly became a target of public criticism. Raid. Facing the outraged classmates, Ryuya did not react at all. The next moment, 1,000 Years of Death was launched again. It was the same strategy as before. Instead of being killed by other classmates, he would take the initiative to attack others. Puff. Ah. The next moment, as Ryuya disappeared and reappeared, after a muffled sound, a sound of ecstasy resounded through the playground. Everyone turned their heads to see that Inyazuki was already lying on the ground. This is, read. More at hotantillnovel.xyz. Another person suffered a murderous hand, and the students couldn't help feeling a little flustered after the accident. Whoosh. At this time, Ryuya's figure disappeared again, and he officially extended a finger of sin to all the students in the class. Since it is already a public enemy, then everyone can only be defeated. The most important thing is that Ryuya even poked his goddess Hinata. How can he let others go? Only by poking everyone, and only poking other girls in the same way, would Hinata not feel so ashamed. Although the enhanced version of 1,000 Years of Death is powerful, it has two limitations. Once it is seen through, it is easy to be targeted. Therefore, Ryuya uses skills one after another to knock down the most people in the shortest time, without giving them time to think. Whoosh. 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 Next, I saw Ryuya disappearing and appearing one after another, like a swift ghost, leaving only after images on the playground. And every time he appeared, one person screamed and fell to the ground. In order to avoid being seen through, Ryuya hides his trajectory and prioritizes solving some tricky characters, such as Uchiha Sasuke. As a high-cold male god, he was even poked into a chrysanthemum, and he broke the ground. Sasuke lay on the ground, shy and angrily, and then fainted. Takagi classmate. That's a girl. The subordinates stay. Gosh. Irika outside the field, as a teacher, not only needs to observe the performance of the students, but also to prevent accidents. Seeing Ryuya's successive shots, 1,000 Years of Death, brought down a classmate, Irika felt a little at a loss for a while. The students who were attacked were not life-threatening, and the injuries were not too serious, probably not too serious. According to common sense, he should not stop. But Ryuya's methods, and he didn't even care about the female classmates, even a bystander, he couldn't help but blush. Puff. Ah. It doesn't matter if Irika hesitates so much, Ryuya is very fast, and in a blink of an eye the last classmate, Uzumaki Naruto, was finally hit by him. Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally highly motivated, turned around and fled after seeing the last of his classmates fall. But he didn't know that, facing Ryuya with his back, he gave Ryuya a chance instead. After knocking Naruto down, Ryuya glanced across the audience. Suzuki, Shino, Shikamaru, these geniuses and famous people lay silently on the ground one by one. Little Sakura, Ino, these haughty beauties held their butts in pain, passed out, or cried silently. Ryuya was expressionless, like a killer with no emotions. He wiped his already smelly index finger, and then stepped towards Irika outside the court. Takagi, classmate. Please calm down, what do you want to do? Seeing Ryuya walking by, Irika's chrysanthemum tightened instantly and his face was full of tension. Ms. Irika. Ryuya stopped and asked. Am I winning? It turned out to be this. Irika breathed a sigh of relief for an instant, took a look at the tragic playground, closed his eyes angrily, and said heavily. You win. That's good. Ryuya nodded, and then left straight away. Classmates. I'm sorry, the teacher. After Ryuya left, Irika blamed himself, he should have stopped it. He bowed deeply to more than 30 classmates lying on the playground. F***ck. What did I do? Leaving the playground, and then directly out of school, Ryuya was stretched no longer, so crazy that he wanted to find a piece of tofu and hit him to death. He even used 1,000 years of death to bring down all his classmates, and also wrapped up girls like Hinata, little Sakura, and Ino. Running all the way home, hiding in the room, and covering his head with a pillow, Ryuya was still frantic. For the next 2 days, Ryuya didn't go to school. Thinking about what he did, it was really hard to shake his face. At this time, Ryuya's evil deeds also spread throughout Konohagakure from the ninja school. Because of its horror, it is called the Big Devil. And because of its shameless methods, it was prefixed with indecent. From today onwards, Takagi Ryuya's title of Indecent Demon King began to spread to the world. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 4. The teacher needs to test your chakra attributes first. Behind the ninja school, on the empty river beach, Irika smiled and said something, and took out a chakra paper. In the previous drill, Ryuya did win the game despite his despicable methods. According to the agreement, Irika will teach him a C-level ninjutsu as a reward. But chakras with different attributes can perform different ninjutsu. So before that, we must first test Ryuya's chakra attributes. It is good. Ryuya nodded. What kind of chakra attribute he was also very curious, and then took the chakra paper. The so-called chakra paper is a prop for testing the properties of chakra. In addition to the special yin and yang, the 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth will all have an impact on chakra paper. Then, under Irika's guidance, Ryuya gathered chakra on the paper. Call. The next moment, with only a soft sound, the chakra paper instantly burned. It's a fire attribute, it's really helpful. Seeing this scene, Irika smiled, feeling relieved. Fire attributes. Ryuya groaned slightly, one of the 2 attack attributes juxtaposed with the wind. Compared with sharp wind style, fire style ninjutsu has burns, explosions, and other damage. Overall, it's pretty good. Fire attributes, then I will teach you fire style great fireball technique. At this time, Irika spoke again. Great fireball technique, C-level, a ninjutsu that concentrates chakra on the throat, ejects a giant great fireball from the mouth, and blows the enemy into the air. It was originally the family ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and it was also the basic ninjutsu for their good use of fire style. But because of its power and practicality, it spread quickly. As a Chunin, Irika has the 3 attributes chakra, water, fire, and yin, and is also good at great fireball technique. Because Ryuya has the same attributes as him, he can directly teach ninjutsu without asking others, so he will feel relieved. Great fireball technique. As a veteran Naruto fan, Ryuya is certainly familiar with this ninjutsu, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. In the original work, Great Fireball Technique's appearance rate can definitely be ranked in the top 3, and it is estimated that it is a bit less than Shadow Clone Technique. But looking at the entire original work, Great Fireball Technique has a record of 0, and it has never hit anyone. Such an embarrassing record is almost like a curse of mystery surrounding this ninjutsu. Why, is there any problem? Seeing Ryuya's expression, Irika was a little confused and couldn't help asking. Oh, nothing. Ryuya recovered and waved his hand quickly. Although the record of Great Fireball Technique is embarrassing, its power and practicality are indeed outstanding among many sea-level ninjutsu. It is precisely because of this that so many people learn and use it and have such a high attendance rate. All in all, this is a good ninjutsu. Next, I will ask Mr. Irika. Thinking of this, Ryuya looked serious and bowed deeply to Irika. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Hee, you are my student, you don't have to be so polite. Irika was rather embarrassed, scratching the back of his head, then coughed slightly, and put on a serious expression. Then let's start now. Next, Irika officially taught Ryuya Great Fireball Technique. From Ji-Yin, to the flow of chakra, to the specific details, and the control of difficult points, Irika first explains it in detail. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. After the narration, Irika gave a demonstration. With a loud shout, he saw flames spurting out of his mouth, forming a giant great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, flying straight for several tens of meters. Seeing this scene, Ryuya couldn't help but widen his eyes, which is different from watching anime. Only by witnessing it with his own eyes at this time can he feel the horror of ninjutsu more deeply. At the same time, there was another burst of excitement. Great Fireball Technique is not weak. Takagi, you can try it? After the demonstration, Irika said, then smiled and looked at Ryuya. Yes. Ryuya nodded, recalled Irika's explanation first, and then began to try. Ji-Yin, Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin. There are only 6 mudra, which is not very complicated. However, due to Ryuya's limited talent and beginners, the speed of Ji-Yin is really slow. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. Fortunately, the mudra was successfully completed. Ryuya also shouted, pinching the right hand to her lips, and then there was no more. Ryuya yelled loudly, but nothing came out. Ryuya was silent for an instant, and didn't expect to burst out flames once, even if there was a small smoke ring. I remember Uchiha Itachi in the original book, just read it once, and immediately learned this ninjutsu, and its power is not inferior to others. Sure enough, you have to shop around, and people have to die. Hee, it's okay. When the teacher learned this ninjutsu, he also failed for the first time. Ryuya's performance seemed to be completely unexpected. Irika smiled and calmed down. Okay. Ryuya nodded, then continued to practice. Irika was watching by the side, and if there was something wrong or inappropriate, he would correct and answer in time. Time flies quickly, and it's an afternoon in a flash. After an afternoon of hard work, Ryuya's Great Fireball Technique still hasn't made any progress. This is C-rank ninjutsu after all. Takagi-san don't need to be too discouraged. Irika comforted, but seemed so unassuming. This is a C-level ninjutsu, but after a full afternoon of practicing, not even a smoke ring came out, which is a bit too much. Regarding Ryuya's learning ability, Irika, as a teacher, knows well. I am afraid it is better than Xiaoli, who can't learn ninjutsu at all in the last year. But even if he was mentally prepared, Ryuya's performance at this time still caused him a headache. Hee, it's too early, Takagi, let's get here first today. It is good. Ryuya nodded, his expression unresponsive. But in fact, my heart is already crazy at this time. According to memory, I know that I have a poor talent, but until today, the first time I learned ninjutsu by myself, I knew that I was so bad. The more advanced ninjutsu, the harder it is to practice. This C-level Great Fireball technique is far from comparable to the E-level 3 body technique. Of course, power can't be the same. Keep it up. Believe that God rewards hard work. If you can't practice in one day, it's only 2 days. If 1 month doesn't work, it's 2 months. If 1 year doesn't work, it's several years. With a firm heart, Ryuya relaxed. After that, Irika coached Ryuya for 2 more days, but Ryuya still made no progress. The theory has been explained thoroughly, and then I will rely on Ryuya to practice it by himself. In addition to class, Ryuya spends all his time practicing Great Fireball. After a flash of 2 months, he could finally spit out a fist-sized, slightly warm smoke ring. Great. There was finally progress, and despite the difficult process, Ryuya couldn't help but get excited. At the same time, 60 days have passed, and Ryuya has another opportunity to unlimited enhancement. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 5. Unlimited enhancement is once every 60 days, and every 6 enhancements includes 1 golden enhancement. So this time, Ryuya can either choose normal reinforcement and continue to strengthen a certain skill, or choose gold reinforcement to directly strengthen an organ. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Ninja Student. Organs, Unenhanced. Skills, Clone Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu, Body Replacement Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu. 1000 Years of Death Strengthened plus 86,400. Skills can now be strengthened, only Clone Technique and Body Replacement Technique are left. Through 86,400 times of strengthening, even E-level garbage ninjutsu can become a magical skill. But understand that the same 86,400 times of strengthening, the higher the skill level, the greater the initial power, and the stronger the power after the strengthening is naturally more terrifying. For example, it's like 2 to the 86,400 power and 3 to the 86,400 power. The final result is very different. Strengthening E-level ninjutsu is a bit of a loss. In contrast, gold strengthening, directly strengthening organs, is different. Ironing also needs to be hard and strong, which is helpful to all skills. For example, the same trick Leaf Hurricane, used by Guy and used by Xiaoli, is not the same level at all. Obviously, the value of strengthening organs is higher, as can be seen from the term golden strengthening and only 1 chance after 6 times. Golden fortification. Since there is no suitable skill enhancement right now, it is better to directly perform golden enhancement. Although according to the original plot, Konoha is extremely calm at this time, but this is after all a ninja world, full of unknown dangers, and it is always right to increase his strength as soon as possible. What to strengthen? After confirming, Ryuya frowned slightly. There are so many organs in the body, which part of the body is to be strengthened? Throughout the original work, a major feature of Naruto World is the pupil technique. Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, Tensegan, clean eyes. With a pair of different eyes, not only the strength is greatly increased, but even the temperament of the whole person is really strong. No. Thinking of this, Ryuya couldn't help shaking his head. In this world, all kinds of eyes have flooded, and he has strengthened a sky's eye. Is it interesting? The rebellion in my heart that hasn't completely disappeared makes Ryuya not want to follow the crowd. Ear. Since it does not enhance vision, then hearing. Immediately afterwards, Ryuya made a formal decision. Strengthen the ears. The goal of this gold enhancement, ears. Host is sure. Determine. The system prompt sounded, Ryuya did not hesitate and gave the instructions directly. Golden strengthening begins, target, ears. Ears enhancement +1, read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Ears enhancement +2. Ears enhancement +10, hearing improvement. Ears enhancement +11. Ears strengthen +100, hearing improves again. Ears enhancement +101. Next, as before, the system prompts began to ring continuously. The enhancement will continue for a full day, and Ryuya will block the news again to save noise. Fire style. Great fireball technique. After class, Ryuya came to the river beach as usual and continued to practice ninjutsu. Puff. Like farting, a ring of smoke comes out of his mouth. But compared to before, it seems a bit bigger. Not bad. As long as there is progress, Ryuya is excited and continues to practice. At the same time, I can't help but look forward to the day when I can spit out flames. I can't help but wonder, when the great fireball technique is practiced and unlimited enhancement, as a sea-level ninjutsu, what earth-shattering power will it achieve? Meditation. Thinking about it, Ryuya was distracted, and Ryuya quickly forcibly gathered his mind and concentrated on practicing. This enhancement is over. Unconsciously, one day later, the system prompt sounded again. Is it just a hearing improvement? Different from skill enhancement, you can only know the specific effect after checking and using it. In the process of organ strengthening, as the organs continue to strengthen, Ryuya already feels something. This time strengthening the ears, his most direct feeling is that his hearing has become abnormally developed. However, he didn't know the specific extent of the release, and he still had to check the system in detail. 10 Li. 1000 Li. When I opened the personal panel, Ryuya couldn't help but change his face when I first started to view it. The first is the range. In normal conditions, within a radius of 10 miles, any wind and grass can't hide from Ryuya's ears. If you concentrate and screen qualitatively, Ryuya's hearing can extend as far as 1,000 miles. This range is a bit horrible, it's simply a windy ear. In addition to the range, hearing acuity is also greatly improved. Ryuya can hear not only the wind and the grass, but also the ultrasonic and infrasound waves that are beyond the scope of human hearing. Sound. The next moment, Ryuya closed her eyes and listened to her surroundings. And through various voice feedback, the scene within a radius of 10 miles, as small as a particle of dust, appeared clearly in his mind in an instant. Strong. Ryuya opened his eyes again, his face full of excitement. This is still an ear, it's a radar. For ninjas who are often on the battlefield, reconnaissance is extremely important. This is why the Konoha Hyuga family, as the insightful Byakugan, is jealous of other countries. In terms of detection ability alone, Ryuya's radar ears have surpassed Hyuga Byakugan. Why? The increase in hearing to such a terrifying level has greatly exceeded Ryuya's expectations. In addition, the ears have a special ability that surprised Ryuya again. With a high concentration of energy and not being disturbed, Ryuya can even hear the voices of others. This is simply mind reading. Although listening to your heart requires a high degree of concentration, and it is extremely easy to be disturbed. But even so, it is very heaven-defying. As expected of unlimited enhancement. As expected of golden enhancement. After a while, after checking, Ryuya was still excited. It seems that this ear enhancement is an extremely correct choice. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Ninja Student. Organs, ears. Skills, Clone Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu, Body Replacement Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu. 1000 Years of Death Strengthen plus 86,400. Look at the personal panel again, which has strengthened organs, and ears have appeared. Just in time. Calculating the time, the graduation date is approaching. Once you graduate from the ninja school, you will become a real ninja. As a ninja, you will face various dangers. This time strengthening the ears, with radar ears that can see everything, Ryuya's chances of life-saving in future missions are greatly increased. I have to say that it was really timely. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 6. Time is fast, and it's more than a month in a flash, the graduation season. Like the original plot, the graduation exam is clone technique. Ryuya transformed into 2 complete clones and passed the exam smoothly. On the other hand, as in the original plot, Naruto failed to do so and was judged unqualified. It has started. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto walking out of the classroom dejectedly, Ryuya's heart was agitated, and the official plot finally began. Coming. Although sitting in the classroom, with the radar ears, Naruto's every move is under Ryuya's control. At this time, someone came to Naruto's side. It was Mizuki. Mizuki, like Irika, is also a teacher at the Konoha Shinobi School, but this person has a wrong mind and hides great ambitions. He has long been eyeing Naruto, who is not recognized by others. By failing this Naruto exam, he bewitched Naruto to steal the sealed book that records various forbidden techniques. Naruto has a simple mind. In order to be able to learn great ninjutsu and graduate smoothly, he went to steal that night. It's time to act. When Naruto went to steal the book, Ryuya also left home and went straight to the place where Mizuki and Naruto had agreed to meet. The Book of Seal records various forbidden techniques. The so-called forbidden technique is powerful ninjutsu. It was originally kept in Third Hokage's residence, so even Jonin is hard to get in touch with. The reappearance of the sealed book is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could Ryuya miss it? In fact, in order to seize this opportunity, Ryuya has planned well and has been preparing for a few months. And the first part of the plan is to become friends with Naruto. Because of his identity as a demon fox, Naruto is rejected by the villagers, and he has no friends at all. Facing Ryuya, who approached actively, at first because Chrysanthemum was still in pain, he was a little wary. But with Naruto's character, Ryuya is slightly friendly, and he forgot everything. After several months of getting along, Naruto now regards Ryuya as a brother of life and death. In the words of this world, a deep bond has been planted between them. That being the case, it should be okay to share the Book of Seals. Got it? When Ryuya has reached the place, Naruto has also brought down Third Hokage with the lure technique, successfully obtained the Book of Seal, and rushed to this side. A mere seduction technique brought down the top combat power of the ninja world. Ryuya strongly suspected that this place was deliberately released by Third Hokage in order to help Naruto and at the same time grab Mizuki. I have to say that as a power holder, Third Hokage is really an old fox. Fire style. Great fireball technique. While thinking, Ryuya faked decoration. After all, he ran here in the middle of the night, there must be a reason, right? In addition, after months of hard work, Ryuya can finally spit out flames, although only the size of a lollipop. Coming. While practicing, the radar ear monitors Naruto, and constantly adjusts his position so that he can be encountered by Naruto. Ryuya. Read more at hotantlenovel.xyz. The next moment, with a shout, as Ryuya calculated, Naruto ran from a distance. Seeing Ryuya here, my face was puzzled. Why are you here? Naruto. Ryuya saw Naruto, pretending to be surprised, and then reacted. Oh, I'm practicing ninjutsu taught by Mr. Irika. I'm too stupid. I can't do it by daytime. I can only work harder at night. Huh. Mr. Irika is partial. Obviously, Naruto was still angry because Irika didn't let him pass the exam. It's so late, why are you here? Ryuya spoke again, and then seemed to have just seen it, and pointed to the sealed book behind Naruto. What are you carrying? Hee. Mentioning the book of sealing, Naruto instantly forgot to be angry, smiled mysteriously, and beckoned to Ryuya. This is a good thing, just so, let's practice together. Good stuff. Ryuya looked blank, but he was ecstatic, everything went well. At the same time, the Hokage office. Coincidence. Having already performed the operation on Naruto, watching through the crystal ball to watch Ryuya reading the Book of Seals with Naruto, Third Hokage couldn't help but frown. His original intention was to show Naruto the sealed book, but he didn't expect an extra Ryuya halfway through. It's a coincidence to be here at this time. But Ryuya is obviously here a long time ago. As a teenager who has just graduated from a ninja school, it is possible to know that Mizuki confuses Naruto to steal the Book of Seal, and will Naruto hide here? Takagi Ryuya. Even with Third Hokage, it's not accurate for a while. That being the case, I am not ready to take action for the time being. But he remembered the name Takagi Ryuya. It's too late, I have to go home. After a while, Ryuya stood up in the woods. See you tomorrow. Naruto nodded, then announced confidently. I will be able to learn this powerful ninjutsu right away, and waiting until tomorrow will definitely shock you. I believe. Ryuya smiled, then turned, and left. Estimated time, Mizuki and Irika will soon arrive, his goal has been achieved, but he doesn't want to get involved in the battle. The Book of Seal records a large number of advanced ninjutsu. With Ryuya's qualifications, learning an E-level ninjutsu is exhausted, not to mention these forbidden techniques. He is self-aware, he didn't expect to be able to practice ninjutsu tonight, his real purpose is to remember. Just now, he chose 2 forbidden techniques from a large number of books, and he has completely memorized the Jiyin and cultivation methods. With Ryuya's qualifications, the C-level Great Fireball technique, there was no progress after several months of practice, not to mention these 2 advanced forbidden techniques. But Ryuya is not in a hurry, there is time, just practice slowly. He believes that one day, he can practice these 2 forbidden techniques. Just imagine how the originally powerful forbidden technique will reach after it has been strengthened 86,400 times. I was excited just thinking about it, but on the surface, Ryuya didn't show anything. After all, he can't be sure whether Third Hokage is monitoring him now. He has to continue acting, even if he can't dispel Third Hokage's suspicion, at least let him do nothing to him. Gone. At this time, the Hokage office, watching Ryuya leaving, and Third Hokage could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Book of Seal was leaked to the second person, beyond his expectation. But fortunately, Ryuya doesn't seem to practice the above ninjutsu. Next, there was nothing to say. Early in the morning of the next day, Ryuya learned that Ms. Mizuki betrayed the village and was imprisoned, and Uzumaki Naruto successfully graduated from the ninja school. Everything is like the original. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 7. Why him? That dirty big devil, chrysanthemum seems to hurt again. Mom, what should I do? In the classroom, besides Ryuya, there are Miyamoto Tomohisa and Ishihara Coriander. After graduating from the ninja school, the three were assigned to the 9th class. Teacher Jonin in charge of class 9 has not arrived yet, and the two of them are sitting far away, peeking at Ryuya from the corner of their eyes from time to time, their eyes full of fear and worry. Ryuya is idle and bored, listening to their voices and playing. In fact, even if you don't listen, you can guess the same. Although there are two background board roles, as a classmate, Ryuya still has some understanding of them. Both were born civilians, and their graduation grades ranked in the middle. Among them, Miyamoto Tomohisa, with ordinary looks, ordinary abilities, and ordinary personality, and the whole is ordinary, no more ordinary, it is simply the average value of human beings. In contrast, Ishihara Coriander has mediocre academic performance, but she looks very cute and feels like a sister next door. It's just that the character is too timid, easy to be shy, and lacks self-confidence. These two teammates are a bit untouchable. Next, I can only pin my hopes on the teacher Jonin who is in charge of them. Hello, hee, sorry, I am late. I am, hee. At this moment, a man walked into the classroom and officially became the leader teacher of class 9. The self-introduction hadn't started yet, it was just a cough. I am your leader teacher, and my name is Yue Guang Jiafeng. Starting today, I will be in charge of the 9th class. You can call me teacher Jiafeng. Looking at the Jonin in front of him, Ryuya couldn't help turning over Byakugan, and his last hope was gone. Severe dark circles, pale face, and a sick look. In fact, Ryuya recognized him as soon as the moonlight blast entered the door. Moonlight gusts, Konoha is special Jonin. The so-called special Jonin refers to a ninja who is superior to ordinary Chunin by virtue of a certain special talent, but has not yet reached the level of Jonin in comprehensive abilities. It is not the real Jonin, but the special Jonin, who is already weaker than other classes. The most important thing is the short-lived ghost Moonlight Hate. In the original plot, during the exam stage of Chunin, the detective heard Fengren and Otenin attacking Project Konoha, but Moonlight Hate was killed by Baki because of the exposure. In other words, if you follow the original plot, it won't take long for Ryuya and the others to have no teachers. Plot. But think again, since Ryuya is familiar with the plot, it is not difficult to save Moonlight Wind. Moreover, as a very small number, Moonlight Storm, who is good at Konoha Ryua's swordsmanship, coupled with its through-escape blood succession boundary, is actually not weak. In this way, Moonlight Hate may not be a bad thing as the leader teacher. Follow me. As Ryuya was thinking about it, Moonlight Hate said something, and then walked out of the classroom. Miyamoto Tomohisa and Ishihara Kana hurriedly got up to follow. Ryuya also got up from their seats. After leaving the classroom, the three of them came to the woods near the school under the leadership of Moonlight Hate. Doraemon. At this moment, Moonlight Hate took out a bell from his pocket, showed it to the three of them, and said, "To tell you the news, you have not really graduated. Today, only the person who snatches the bell from my hand can truly become a ninja." What? Why is it like this? Hearing this, Miyamoto Tomohisa and Ishihara Coriander were shocked, their faces were either surprised or worried. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Grab the bell. Ryuya couldn't help but blinked. Isn't this the tradition of Class 7? Then he looked at the moonlight blast, frowned, and asked if this guy didn't want to bring newcomers, and deliberately made things difficult. Start now. At this time, Moonlight Gale spoke again, and then hung the bell around his waist. Although it was hanging there, neither Miyamoto Tomohisa nor Ishihara Coriander dared to act. After all, that is Jonin. You two come here. At this moment, Ryuya spoke, and waved at the two people who were pestering. Ryuya called them suddenly, and the two of them were awed, but looked at the moonlight and wind, and did not respond. There is no other way but to bite the bullet and walk over. Listen to me. He stopped the shoulders of the two of them and put their heads together, regardless of the trembling Ishihara Coriander. Ryuya whispered. This test is actually a test of teamwork. As long as we cooperate properly, even if we don't get the bell, we can all pass the test. Really? If so, it would be great. Hearing this, the two couldn't help being happy, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course. Ryuya smiled, then continued. What's more, we may not be able to grab the bell. Can you grab it? How can that be? As long as you cooperate with me. Immediately afterwards, Ryuya shared his battle plan with the two of them. It looks good. The seemingly inadvertent moonlight blast, in fact, has been observing Ryuya and the others, and seeing that the three of them did not act hastily, they began to discuss instead, and nodded. This time the test is teamwork, so it seems that 3 people may be able to pass the test. Ta. Just as Moonlight Storm was thinking about it, the 3 of them had already discussed it, and then began to act. The 3 of them quickly dispersed, running around the moonlight and gust of wind, forming a pinching force. Is it just that? The movements of the 3 of them had been completely seen through, and Moonlight Hate couldn't help but chuckle at the corners of his mouth. On this level alone, it is impossible to pass his exam. Tread. At this moment, Ryuya and the others stopped suddenly, forming a triangle, enclosing the moonlight blast in the middle. At this time, Moonlight Hate was ready to deal with the impact of the 3 together. Whoosh! But what Moonlight Hate didn't expect was that Chiku and Coriander didn't move, but Ryuya disappeared from the spot instantly. So fast. Moonlight Hate was taken aback, and he couldn't capture Ryuya's figure at all. Surprised, he was about to defend, but then he realized that Ryuya was not coming at him. Puff! Ah! The next moment, after a muffled noise, a scream sounded. I saw Ryuya hit 1,000 Years of Death, and directly knocked Chihisa down. To deal with companions. Moonlight Hate turned his head and caught a glimpse of his eyes, couldn't help being stupid. Isn't it teamwork? Whoosh! And at this moment, Ryuya disappeared from the place again, this time, straight to the moonlight blast. Puff! Ah! The next moment, after another muffled sound, the screams of the moonlight and gusts resounded throughout the forest. Got it? Ryuya took off the bell from the moonlight hurricane lying on the ground, and Ryuya chuckled at the corner of his mouth. His battle plan is very simple. First, Seiju turned his back to trigger the 1,000 Years of Death, and then reached behind the moonlight wind, and then launched the 1,000 Years of Death against the moonlight wind. Doraemon. The bell rang, Ryuya and the others won. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 8. Starting today, the 9th class is officially established, Sci. In the clearing, the Moonlight Blast, who just wanted to sit down, stood up instantly, hurting. He held a big tree and barely stopped, and then said with a sigh of relief. From today, I will be your instructor and the captain of Class 9. As an instructor, I will teach you ninjutsu, and as a captain, I will lead you to perform tasks. Ninjutsu? That's great. When I heard that I could teach them ninjutsu, Shiju, who was lying on the ground, danced with excitement, and then asked quickly. Ms. Shippo, you want to teach us what ninjutsu? Well. Moonlight Hayate thought for a while, and then said. Now that you are genin, you can learn D-level ninjutsu. First is the Advanced 3-Body Technique. Advanced 3-Body Technique. Yes, compared to the Transformation Technique, Clone Technique, and Body Replacement Technique taught by the Ninja School, it is more difficult, and the same stronger Body Flicker Technique, Root Technique, and Invisibility Technique. Sounds great. If you use it well, it's really powerful. Moonlight Hayate smiled and added. In addition, I am good at Kanoharawa swordsmanship. If you are interested, you can also teach you. Kanoha swordsmanship, thank you teacher. Hearing this, if it wasn't for Chrysanthemum's severe pain, Shiju would have jumped up a long time ago. In contrast, Coriander is much quieter, head down slightly. But from the corners of her lips, she is also very happy. Great. Ryuya has always been expressionless, but in fact, she was already excited. He has the unlimited enhancement system, but as a civilian, he has no family history, and what he lacks most right now is his skills. Moonlight Storm was really helpful this time. In this way, the 9th class was formally established, and in the following days, under the leadership of Moonlight Gale, the 9th class began activities. The so-called ninja is a profession that completes various tasks and gets paid. Ninja missions are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. As genin, due to his weak strength, he can only perform the simplest C and D missions. Since I just graduated from the ninja school, for safety reasons, under the advice of Moonlight Hayate, the 9th class only accepts D-level tasks temporarily. They all help people find pets, pick up trash, all kinds of extremely trivial tasks, just like a babysitter. Ryuya has no objection to this. Even if Moonlight Hayate doesn't do this, he will take the initiative to ask for it. After all, before the development is good, of course, it is to get up first. Since Ryuya has no objection, Chihisa and Coriander have nothing to say. In between tasks, as the instructor, Moonlight Hayate began to teach them ninjutsu and various techniques used by chakra, such as climbing trees and walking on the water. At this time, Ryuya's exceptional talent was once again revealed. Had it not been for his 1,000 years of death, he would have been laughed at by Chihisa long ago. Although Tenten is busy, it is also very fulfilling. Time flies quickly. It has been 60 days since the last unlimited enhancement, and Ryuya has once again gained an opportunity to strengthen. Takagi Ryuya. Level, genin. Organs, ears, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Skills, Clone Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu, Body Replacement Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu. 1,000 Years of Death Strengthen plus 86,400. Although Hayate has taught a lot, due to the short time and limited talent of Ryuya, he hasn't mastered other skills yet. Strengthen Body Replacement Technique. Ryuya has already thought about the target of this enhancement. This time unlimited enhancement, the goal, Skill Body Replacement Technique. Host is sure. Determine. Ryuya didn't hesitate and clicked directly. Although it was only genin, he was a ninja after all, and the danger was approaching. So the most important thing for Ryuya right now is to improve his life-saving ability. The reconnaissance capabilities of radar ears alone are far from enough. Body Replacement Technique instantly swaps animals and plants with one's own position to avoid attacks. This is currently Ryuya's only life-saving skill, and he has no other choice. Start of unlimited enhancement, goal, Skill Body Replacement Technique. Body Replacement Technique Strengthen +1. Body Replacement Technique Strengthening +2. Body Replacement Technique Strengthen +10, Speed Up. Body replacement technique strengthening +1 Body replacement technique strengthen +100, the speed is increased to teleport. Body replacement technique strengthening +101. Body replacement technique strengthen +1000, increase the range. Body replacement technique strengthen +1001. The system prompt began to sound, and Ryuya blocked again. There is no task today, just to concentrate on cultivation. Climbing trees, standing on the water, these basic chakra skills, through hard training day and night, Ryuya has finally mastered. But because it's just a basic skill, not ninjutsu, it didn't enter the skill list. Next, Ryuya can continue to practice the Great Fireball technique, or practice the ninjutsu taught by Hayate. Great Fireball technique, as a C-level ninjutsu, cannot be practiced in 1 or 2 days. Ryuya considered that with his aptitude, it would be better to start with the simple ones first. In addition to the advanced 3-body technique of the D-level, Hayate also taught Kanoharayu swordsmanship. One of the tricks is called drawing the sword and slashing, which is an E-level physical skill. The current Ryuya just lacks the means of attack. After all, on the battlefield, he can't always poke other people's chrysanthemums. Although Zhan is only E-level, he has the unlimited enhancement system. As long as he is trained, he has a lot to do. After confirming, Ryuya began to concentrate on practicing drawing and cutting. The so-called slashing with the sword refers to the swordsmanship of slashing the enemy at once. Tirelessly, repeatedly drawing swords and slashing, unknowingly, is 1 day. This enhancement is over. As the system prompt sounds, the body replacement technique has been strengthened. Ryuya stopped practicing and opened the personal panel to view the information directly. This is. After seeing the skill introduction, Ryuya was still surprised even though he was mentally prepared. Within 1 mile, an independent, non-intelligent object with a mass of 100 kg can be changed to its position at any time, unlimited times, and instantaneously. Fundamentally speaking, it is the way of body replacement technique. But as an E-level ninjutsu, the body replacement technique is based solely on the speed of the body technique and exchanges with items. After strengthening, it becomes an instant replacement, a real teleport. Moreover, since the items are manually replaced, the reach is extremely limited, at most 10 meters in radius. After strengthening, it is a radius of 1 mile, which is 500 meters. This is still the E-level body replacement technique. It is simply an enhanced version of the Flying Thunder God Inter-Instant Whirlpool technique. In other words, it is a pirated version of Heaven's Hand power. Flying Thunder God's mutual whirling technique, A-level space-time ninjutsu, requires a combination of 2 Flying Thunder God casters. Heavenly Hand Strength, Uchiha Sasuke 6 Gyurinagan's unique ninjutsu. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 9. Within 1 mile, as long as there are 1 to 100 kilograms items, they can be replaced and teleported continuously. Just like the official evaluation of Heaven Hand Strength, Setsuna jumps to the distance, the most extreme Shudi technique. Of course, there is no unsolvable ninjutsu. If it is a large-scale coverage ninjutsu, as long as the range is more than 1 mile, Ryuya has nowhere to avoid it. But having said that, there are not many ninjutsu with such a large scope, and there are very few people who can use it. In short, body replacement technique strengthen plus 86,400, Ryuya's life-saving ability is greatly improved. And for this ninjutsu, you can also make more and more variable combat plans. In the following days, as usual, while doing all kinds of boring D-level tasks, He practiced hard at the same time. As an E-level ninjutsu, the difficulty coefficient of drawing a sword is very low. And as a physical technique, there is no need for not printing, it is actually just a move, and it is much easier. After hard training day and night, it is not far from completely mastering this ninjutsu. Time is fast, and it's more than a month. A lot of money. Since the establishment of the 9th class, they finally completed their first C-level mission. Compared with trivial, nanny-style D-level missions, C-level missions have a certain degree of risk, but do not include battles between ninjas. Ryuya's mission this time is to send a confidential business document to the neighboring river country. Compared with the 7th class, the 9th class's first C-level task did not have any twists and turns, and after the task was completed, he was successfully paid 80,000 taels. You know, usually only 5 or 6,000 taels are paid for a D-level task. I want to eat barbecue. It was the first time I got so much paid, everyone decided to celebrate. Can't wait to return to Konoha, and directly find a store in Kawa no Kuni. I want 8 roasts. Why? Isn't that enough? That's 80 copies. Idiot, I mean it's too much. People are girls. 1 serving is enough. Youth is barbecue. Teacher. I'm burning. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a loud noise. I followed the reputation and saw 3 men and a woman sitting at a table inside, also wearing Konoha forehead protector. It's such a coincidence. Moonlight Hayate smiled and led everyone straight along. It's them. Ryuya was also an accident. He didn't expect to encounter the 3rd shift here. The 3rd class is led by Konoha Jonin, Guy, known as the Blue Beast. The players are Hyaganiji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Xiaoli and the others are now genin, but they graduated a year earlier than Ryuya and they are considered seniors. Everyone is Konoha shinobi, and Moonlight Hayate and Guy are still in the same class, and the relationship is usually very good. At this time, I met in the country of the river, of course, it was a fight. 10 more roasts. Add 20 copies here. 200 copies. Read. More at hotentalnovel.xyz. But I don't know why, the original good barbecue meal turned into a big appetizer competition. Mr. Hayate, who had a calm personality, was just like a kid, and he was on the same level with Guy, and kept calling the waiter to add more barbecues. It seems that in addition to Kakashi, even those who are calm, as long as Guy is around, will be infected by his enthusiasm. It's so uncomfortable. It feels like my belly is about to break. Finally, as the store and other diners were dumbfounded, the group of people walked slowly out of the store with their big bellies, and there was too much to eat. I have not tasted the deliciousness of the barbecue at all, and I am still uncomfortable. The most important thing is that the barbecue is expensive, and this meal directly consumed all the rewards for this mission. Humph. Humph. Obviously, the opponent was not much better. After going out, the players on both sides faced each other coldly, as if they had deep hatred one by one. Want to compare? Since it's a ninja. Let's fight a ninja. Shiju took the initiative to challenge, and Xiaoli did not hesitate to challenge. Just now it was considered regardless of victory or defeat, in the case of both losers, all suffocated to overwhelm the opponent. Class 9 is willing to accompany you. Shiju is worthy of being a wise general, knowing that he can't do it alone, so he moved out of the entire 9th class and leaned into Ryuya's ear. Boss, the chrysanthemum of these bastards. For the honor of Class 9, I am willing to sacrifice my personal chrysanthemum and cooperate with you to use the 2nd stage raid tactics. Okay. Ryuya's expression is deep, as if thinking about it, but in fact he cursed MMP in his heart. He is not a chrysanthemum madman. These kids. This is youth. Haifeng and Guy, who were walking in the front, just smiled at the tension behind. After all, as a ninja, the competition is very common, and it is also a good way to improve strength and increase experience. And with them, nothing can go wrong. That one, well, a decisive battle in 2 hours. Youth should be immediately, well. The stomach is too supportive, it is difficult to move, let alone the competition. So everyone had to decide to postpone the duel time. We will definitely win. Wait, let you taste my leaf hurricane. Of course, although you can't do it now, you can do it? Zhiju and Xiaoli looked at each other, and they talked while rushing. It was so noisy all the way, although it was noisy, it was not lonely. After walking for 2 hours, the barbecue in the stomach has not been completely digested, so everyone had to postpone the test time for another 2 hours. This mission is on the edge of the country of the river, not far from the country of fire. At this time, everyone has returned to the territory of the land of fire. Blast. Okay. Just entering the country of fire, I suddenly saw a figure flashing across the border. Although I didn't see it clearly, it is certain that it is not a Konoha shinobi. As Jonin, Guy, and Haifeng keenly felt that the other party might have a hostile purpose. The two exchanged glances and chased them directly. We must win. We can't lose. Stop fighting. Shut up. Zhiju and Xiaoli were still arguing. Niji and Ryuya, who had been silent, suddenly spoke at the same time and yelled at both of them. Everyone was startled and couldn't help looking at the two of them, only to see their brows furrowed and their expressions extremely serious. Fight. The next moment, the two of them changed their faces at the same time, and then they ran in one direction. Only then did the others discover that Guy and Haifeng had long since disappeared and guessed what happened. Did not dare to delay, but also hurried to keep up with Ryuya and Niji. After a while, the group came to a wilderness and saw Guy and Hade fighting against a woman. As Jonin's two people joined forces, they fell into a hard fight. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 10. How is she? Ryuya frowned instantly when he saw the other person's appearance clearly. Beautiful face, light blue-purple hair, lavender paper flowers on the head, lip nails, and other signs, especially the signature ninjutsu where the body is constantly turning into pieces. Even if he didn't wear the red cloud and black windbreaker, Ryuya recognized at a glance that the other party was Konan. Konan, one of the founders of the Xiao organization, is also the only woman among them. Although she is a woman, but under the tutelage of Jiraiya, Konan's strength should not be underestimated. Since she alone suppressed Guy and Hate, it was enough to explain this point. The dance of style paper. Of course, King Guy, who was close to the finale, had an overall strength above Konan. Being suppressed at this time was entirely because of being restrained by Konan's ninjutsu. The paper dance, Konan's signature ninjutsu, injects chakra into paper, so that the body can be converted into paper at any time, thereby completely immune to physical attacks. Guy is indeed strong, but precisely, all he relies on is physical skill. Without knowing the secret of Konan's abilities and opening the 8th gate, it would be strange that he could not be suppressed by Konan only by ordinary physical skills. What bad luck is this? Look at Moonlight Storm. Konoha's swordsmanship is a master, but the so-called swordsmanship, in the final analysis, is still the physical attack of the 3 skills of body, forbearance, and phantom. As for the others, Chihisa and Coriander can be ignored. Xiaoli, Niji, and Tenten are also physical attacks on physical skills and weaponry. No wonder Ryuya secretly sighed bad luck, the two teams were completely restrained by Konan alone. This also has to be said that the overall strength of Class 9 is too weak, and the ability of Class 3 is too single. Restrain. If you think about it carefully, the paper dance is not without its shortcomings. In fact, the shortcomings are still obvious. The first is oil. As long as the oil is splashed on Konan, it can prevent her from becoming paper. Another is ninjutsu, all kinds of escape ninjutsu. As long as it is an elemental attack, it can also cause damage to Konan. Ryuya looked around. Where is the oil above the wilderness? As for the others, they carried a torture with them, but they did not say that they brought a barrel of oil. In this way, only ninjutsu is left. No way. Ryuya and the others don't know how to do ninjutsu with elemental damage, but Guy and Hate, as Jonin, even physique masters, how can they spray a fireball or something? However, if Ryuya directly reminded him, how would he explain it? After all, when we first met, how did Ryuya see through the opponent's abilities when we first met, and how did he explain to Guy and the others afterwards? Did he admit that he was a traverser? Just as Ryuya was thinking about it, Konan already appeared behind Konan with huge wings made of pieces of paper, flying into the air and entering the so-called angel form. Paper rain. The next moment, with a soft drink, countless pieces of paper on the wings shot out towards everyone below. Obviously, the arrival of Ryuya and the others aroused Konan's vigilance, and directly used group attack ninjutsu, trying to reduce the number of opponents first. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Leaf hurricane. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Shuangshenglong. In the third squad, even though they are all genin, their strength is no longer inferior to genin. Faced with indiscriminate paper attacks, each has its own countermeasures. The 9th class is miserable here. Ryuya can use the enhanced body replacement technique to dodge, but Chihisa and Coriander have no self-protection ability at all. Jingle bells. Fortunately, Haifeng responded in a timely manner, and first released 2 shadow clones, using swordsmanship to block all the pieces of paper on the heads of the 3. After a wave, Konan was suspended in the air, looking down with a cold face. And Guy and Hate also didn't move for the time being. The battle is temporarily deadlocked, and both sides are thinking about strategies. In fact, if Guy opens the 8 inner gates, he doesn't have to open the dead door. Estimate the level of 5th gate and 6th gate, and he can blow Konan. Although Shizhizu is immune to physical attacks, it must have its endurance limit. But the ninja's battle is a matter of life and death with a slight negligence. Without finding out the details of the other party, Guy can't use his assassin right now. Ryuya is the same. He doesn't want to expose too much when there is no life-threatening situation, and it is impossible to directly tell Konan's details. Class 9. Out. But just being beaten passively is not a solution. Ryuya thought a little, followed by a soft drink, then swish and shot 2 kunao at Konan in mid-air. This kind of attack is of course impossible to hit. Konan easily dodges sideways. Ta 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 ta. At this time, under Ryuya's call, the 9th class had already begun to take action. Ryuya, Chihisa, and Coriander, the 3 of them ran around Konan quickly, and then shot a few kunao from time to time. I have to say that under the lust of Ryuya 1,000 years of death, in the 9th class, his orders are sometimes better than those of Haifeng. Little tricks. Konan didn't pay attention to an attack of this level, and he didn't even bother to dodge it for a while. With the dance of paper, ordinary Kiwa couldn't hurt her at all. It seems that I can only open the door. Seeing Ryuya's tickling attacks, Guy frowned, preparing to use 8 inner gates. In short, take down this suspicious ninja first. Not in a hurry. At this moment, Haifeng suddenly stopped him, with a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. Okay. Guy couldn't help but startled. Could it be that there was something profound in it? Tread. 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 At this moment, the three of Ryuya stood still. At the next moment, Ryuya disappeared from the spot in an instant. This is... Konan's face changed in an instant, and she moved so fast that she could barely see clearly. Puff. Ah! The next moment, there was a muffled noise, followed by a scream that resounded across the sky. Looking at it now, Shiju was already lying on the ground. And Ryuya, who disappeared suddenly, was beside Chihisa. Bad. Ryuya looked serious and frowned at Konan. He just wanted to deal with Konan the same way he used to deal with the wind while grabbing the bell, but unfortunately, Konan was far from comparable to the wind. She moved faster and turned around in time. As a result, without the conditions for launching his back, Ryuya would not be able to complete the second stage attack, unable to 1,000 years of death Konan. Fast speed. In fact, Hade had already guessed Ryuya's strategy, which is why he prevented Guy from taking action. But he didn't expect that Konan's reaction speed should be so fast. What happened? He actually treats his companion, so disgusting. And everyone in the third class was at a loss. Looking at Shiju lying on the ground again, his face was full of disgust. Are you facing the conditions for ninjutsu just now? At this moment, Konan looked at Ryuya and suddenly spoke. Bad. Hearing this, Ryuya and others' complexions changed suddenly, and 1,000 years of death was seen through. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 11. Sacrifice teammates and launch ninjutsu, so as to get around behind me and meet the conditions for launching ninjutsu against me. Konan kept his eyes on Ryuya, but his expression did not change. Very strange ninjutsu. Amazing. Ryuya also looked at Konan, frowning secretly. He only used 1,000 years of death once, and through his behavior and standing, Konan analyzed the key to 1,000 years of death. I have to say that Konan is really good. And to be able to do this, in addition to powerful reasoning and analysis capabilities, it also requires a lot of practical experience. Is that right? There is such a ninjutsu. It's still disgusting. Hearing Konan's explanation, the third class members also suddenly realized. But looking at Tomohisa, who was still lying on the ground, Tenten still felt a bitter cold when he recalled where Ryuya prodded. The abilities of the ninja are diverse, and there are various restraint relationships. Therefore, the battle between ninjas is not just a simple confrontation of moves, but an analysis of the opponent's abilities, and then the corresponding combat is specified. Once the ability is seen, you have already lost half. Especially when compared to Konan, Ryuya has a huge disparity in strength. Now that 1,000 years of death has been seen through, it is basically impossible for it to work again. Can I only use body replacement technique? Ryuya thought in his heart, but when he looked at Xiaoli and the others who couldn't be far away, he immediately denied the idea. Coming into this world, Ryuya has undergone a total of 3 enhancements, and there are also 3 reliances. Radar ears are good at reconnaissance and are not useful for frontal combat. The enhanced version of 1,000 years of death has been seen, so only the enhanced version of body replacement technique remains. However, based on time calculations, the Chunin exam is not far away, and the 3 of the third class may become Ryuya's opponents. If at this time, he reveals his last hole card, once he meets the third class member in the Chunin exam, he will be at a huge disadvantage. Therefore, no matter what, the enhanced body replacement technique cannot be used at this time. What can I do if I see through it? After thinking about it a little, Ryuya suddenly yelled, as if unconvinced. Immediately afterwards, alone, he continued to run around Konan, trying to get around behind her. Your ninjutsu is no longer useful to me. Konan looked cold and turned slightly in mid-air, keeping his face facing Ryuya all the time. Seeing this scene, Haifeng and Guy couldn't help frowning. Although Ryuya's ninjutsu is peculiar, it has been seen through, as Konan said, it is no longer useful to her. But even so, Ryuya's stubborn behavior can't help but make them feel distressed. Why bother? Even Tenten and the three of them, looking at such a persistent Ryuya, sighed and shook their heads. It is indeed sad to insist on doing it knowing it is useless. 8 Inner gates Shenmen open. Can't watch the younger generation in his village being so bullied. Guy is full of anger, and immediately opens the first door. Whoosh, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After opening the door, Guy was about to rush towards Konan. At this moment, Ryuya's figure suddenly disappeared again as he was one step ahead of him. Puff. Ah! Immediately after a muffled noise, there was another scream. Following the reputation, Zhiju, who had not yet risen up, was jabbed once again. The expression on his face is both painful and mixed with so little unspeakable. I said. Still the old trick, Konan hummed softly, and immediately turned to Ryuya. Your ninjutsu hasn't done to me. Whoosh. But before she finished speaking, Ryuya's figure suddenly disappeared from where she was again. How can that be? Seeing this scene, Konan opened his eyes instantly, his face full of surprise. She is obviously facing Ryuya, and Ryuya can't use ninjutsu on her. Puff. Ah. At this moment, the voice just sounded again, but this time it was not Chihisa, but Coriander. Not good. He caught a glimpse of the Coriander just behind her, and Konan's face changed suddenly. Ryuya moved again, and she was already facing Ryuya at this time. It's not good to know, but unfortunately, it's too late. Whoosh. Before Konan could turn around again, Ryuya's figure had disappeared again. 1000 years of death strengthened plus 86400. With a loud roar, Ryuya appeared behind Konan, tying his hands and poking at the red mark at the center of the circle with all his strength. This is. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. This is not the second stage, but the third stage 1000 years of death. Puff. The next moment, a familiar muffled sound rang. Konan, who had already been recruited, was full of resentment and shame in his chest. She never expected that Ryuya not only sacrificed her teammates one after another, but also even her female teammates. Moreover, he did not hesitate to deal with female teammates with such a nasty and inferior move. If it weren't for underestimating Ryuya's lower limit, she would never have been hit. I am going to kill you. At the same time, Konan, who was poked in the center, turned his resentment and shame into endless anger, and had to kill Ryuya directly. What about being poked? Although ashamed, it is just ashamed. With Shizi dance, she can be completely immune to physical attacks. How could she be hurt by just 2 fingers? Ah! But the next moment, Konan, who was just about to shoot, suddenly let out a whisper of ecstasy. Then his body suddenly softened and fell directly from the air. 1000 years of death strengthened plus 86,400, with more than a dozen negative effects such as burning, paralysis, weakness, and bleeding. It is no longer a simple physical attack. Success. Seeing Konan being shot down, everyone recovered, their faces full of excitement and joy. Especially for Chihisa, who was lying on the ground, sacrificed chrysanthemum one after another. It was too difficult for him. Wow! But at this moment, before everyone cheered, Konan's body suddenly turned into pieces of paper. Chi! In the middle of the flying paper, I saw a detonating talisman, which had been ignited and was about to explode. Not good. This sudden accident caught everyone off guard. Even Guy, who opened his life, has no time to rescue Ryuya. Ryuya is next to Conan. With his genin strength, he will definitely die. Boom. Before everyone could think about it, with a loud noise, the detonating talisman had exploded. The huge fire smoke swallowed Ryuya instantly. At the same time, somewhere in Rain Shinobi village, the clone is, Sensing that the clone was destroyed, Conan had not had time to react, and a burning, tingling came from below, causing her to hum. Damn it! Damn it's Konoha! I must kill you! After the clone is destroyed, all influences are returned to the body. Knowing what happened, Conan, who had always been cold-hearted, was also instantly hysterical. In her life, Konoha has brought her 2 scars that cannot be erased. Once in her childhood, Konoha destroyed her home in the Third Ninja War. And this time, a Konoha kid exploded her chrysanthemum. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 12. I hope it hasn't been seen through. A few days later, having returned to Konoha smoothly, Ryuya remembered fighting Conan again. Unexpectedly, it was not Conan's body, but a paper clone. But it was right to think about it afterwards. With Conan's cautious character, it was impossible to sneak into Konoha so hastily. But what was even more unexpected was that the detonation talisman was hidden in the paper clone. The situation was too critical at the time and Ryuya could only use body replacement technique. In order to hide his strength and deal with the upcoming Chunin exam, Ryuya originally wanted to keep this whole card. It's a pity that people are not as good as the sky, and finally they are used in front of the 3rd class. However, the incident happened suddenly and the flames of the detonating talisman were concealed. Even if the people in the 3rd group were aware of it, they might not be able to see the clues. Forget it. It has happened, and no matter what the result is, it is irreversible. Ryuya sighed secretly. Instead of thinking about it, he should practice hard and learn more new skills. The focus of the current practice is still the E-level physical skill drawing swords and slashing. Day after day, another few days in a flash. Finally practiced. That morning, after several months and nearly 1,000,000 times with repeated draws, Ryuya finally practiced drawing swords. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Genin. Organs, ears. Skills, clone technique, E-level ninjutsu, draw sword and cut, E-level physical skill. 1,000 years of death strengthen plus 86,400. Body replacement technique strengthen plus 86,400. Looking at the personal panel again at this time, the item of drawing a knife and cutting has already appeared. There is still half a month before the next unlimited enhancement. Ryuya has already decided at this time. If there is no other better option, strengthen the sword cut. After all, this skill is currently Ryuya's only serious attack skill. What do you cultivate next? Ryuya can finally breathe a sigh of relief for a while, sit down and rest, while thinking about the next training plan. The ninjutsu he can currently practice includes the E-level transformation technique taught by the ninja school, the D-level body flicker technique, the hold technique, and the invisibility technique taught by Hate, and the C-level great fireball technique taught by Irika. Among them, transformation technique is the easiest, but it belongs to ninjutsu for investigation and latent use, and it seems to be of little use in actual combat. Moreover, it is difficult for Ryuya to imagine. Even if you strengthen 86,400 times, what tricks can transformation technique play? Can you gain the power to transform into a target? It seems unlikely. Great fireball technique. After some thinking, Ryuya decided to continue practicing the great fireball technique. After all, this is the most powerful ninjutsu that Ryuya can learn so far. Although he knew that with his aptitude, it would take a long time to become successful. It is precisely because of this that the time has to be divided into zeros, and all kinds of free time are used to practice this technique. After confirming, Ryuya got up immediately and continued to practice. The practice of this ninjutsu was put on hold for a while, but unexpectedly, picking it up again gave me a little more insight. Compared to the size of a lollipop before, he can now spit out a fist-sized flame, which is a huge improvement. Ryuya was overjoyed and practiced harder and harder. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Time flew fast, and another few days in a flash. After completing a D-level mission that day, Hayate announced a news that the Chunin exam will be held in Konoha. The danger in it, I have already explained. It is up to you to decide whether or not to participate. After an unreserved detailed introduction, Haifeng looked at the three of them. For the Chunin exam, the two hidden villages of Konoha and Sant Shinobi, as well as many small ninja villages and many ninjas in the surrounding area, were gathered. It is not only the assessment of promotion to Chunin, but also the stage of deterring other countries by demonstrating their own forces. It is precisely because of this that Chunin's exam is extremely harsh, and it is likely to die in it. According to Hayate, Ryuya has reached the qualifications for taking the exam among the three in Class 9, but Chihisa and Coriander are clearly far behind. If you sign up individually, it will be easier to handle, whoever does it. But the problem is that for this exam, you need to register as a team. Therefore, even Haifeng was entangled, and simply handed over the decision directly to themselves. I definitely can't. Cilantro lacks self-confidence. After listening to the wind, he lowered his head, already giving up completely in his heart. She even thought, Chunin's exam is so dangerous, she might be a genin for the rest of her life. It will die. Although Shiju is not so cowardly, as an average human being, he can't help but retreat when he hears that his life is in danger. We participate. Just as the two of them were muttering, Ryuya spoke and stated directly. What? Shiju and Cilantro were startled, and instantly dumbfounded. Are you sure? Hayate looked serious and asked again. Of course. How can this kind of thing be joking? Ryuya nodded, then stopped Chihisa and Coriander's shoulders, smiling. What do you say? Huh? Oh, yes. Right. We will participate. We are sure to participate. This, okay. Obviously, Chihisa and Coriander had already completely succumbed to Ryuya's lust. But in that case, Haifeng is not good to say more. In fact, he also has a little hope in his heart that Ryuya can take these two people. Even if you fail to pass this exam in the end, at least experience it and accumulate experience so as to prepare for next year. Chunin takes an exam, huh? Ryuya has a smile on his face and a relaxed expression, but he is already confident. Which exam is the easiest in the world? Of course it is an exam that knows the answer in advance. As a traverser, Ryuya knew the content of the Chunin exam this time. As early as a few months ago, Ryuya had formulated a detailed plan for the Chunin exam. Although Chihisa and Cilantro are two bronzes, they are carried by the king, Ryuya, which is stable. Then next. Be enlightened. Now that it has been decided to sign up, Haifeng decided immediately. In the following days, he will stop the mission and practice with all his strength to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam. At this time, Haifeng is already thinking about the special training for Shiju and Coriander, and strives to raise their strength to a higher level during the exam. As for Ryuya, Hayate told him instinctively that it seemed that he didn't need his help for the time being. Next, the special training begins. Fire style. Great fireball technique. As the exam date approached, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Only Ryuya continued to practice step by step as usual. A few days later, a large number of outer village ninjas appeared in Konoha. All of them came to take the Chunin exam. Among these people, Ryuya saw several familiar figures: Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro from Sand Shinobi, and Tos, Sak, and Jin from Otanin village. She is here too. In addition, there is a girl with red hair wearing glasses that aroused Ryuya's interest. Carefully recall the plot. Yes, she did take the Chunin exam. Interesting. Thinking of the relevant plot, Ryuya couldn't help but chuckle at the corner of his mouth. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 13. The girl Ryuya rescued was the red-haired girl with glasses he had seen from the village before, named Vortex Incense. In the original book, Xianglin is a member of the Suzuki Eagle team. Compared with the powerful combat powers of the Ghost Lamp Shuiyu and Libra Shikigo, the reason why he is favored by Suzuki is precisely because of its powerful chakra perception, detection ability, and recovered the peculiar physique of the injured by biting her. As the so-called one hero and three gangs, if you want to gain a foothold in this dangerous ninja world, in addition to your strong own strength, you also need helpers. And this time, I saved the fragrant phosphorus in order to subdue her. It now appears that Ryuya has successfully planted the seeds of love in the heart of Xianglin, and his goal has been achieved. In fact, the reason why Xianglin admired Suzuki in the original book, and even did not regret it, was precisely because Suzuki saved her life in the Chunin exam that year. It has to be said that Aroma Phosphorus is not only an idiot, but also dedicated. Ryuya, you are finally back. When the matter is over, Ryuya returns. When seeing Ryuya coming back, Tomohisa and Coriander burst into tears with excitement, and they were even closer than seeing their mother. Taking a look at the positions of the two, Ryuya was speechless for a moment. During the time he was away, the two did not even dare to move for half a step. As a trump card, although the potential is almost the same, it has to be said that being obedient is also an advantage. Ryuya couldn't help thinking that maybe he could train the two of them well, and then they would be recruited as subordinates in the future. Let's go. These are all things to say. Don't think about it for the time being. The radar ears once again cover the entire forest. After redetermining the location and movement of everyone, Ryuya greeted him and led Chihisa and Coriander to the central tower. The rest of the journey, under the detection of radar ears, all went well. Reach the tower, submit the sky and earth coiling axis. Ryuya and the others become the first team to pass the second round of assessment. Then next, be enlightened. According to the schedule, the time for the second round of exams is 5 days. Ryuya and the others only took less than 1 day, which means that they still have 4 days of buffer time before the third round of exams. Knowing that the three of them had successfully passed the second round of exams, Moonlight Hate was happy, and took away Chihisa and Cilantro directly, and continued to give them special devil training to deal with the next exams. Although there are only 4 days, it is always a matter of grind. Fire style. Great fireball technique. On Ryuya's side, he still arranged by himself and continued to practice Great Fireball. 4 days passed in a flash. Great Fireball technique made no progress. At the same time, as the time expires, the second round of exams is over. Of the 27 teams before the exam, only 8 are left. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Now there is a provisional qualifier. There are only 24 people left, but in the examiner's opinion, there are still too many. Therefore, before the official third round of exams, a one-on-one qualifier must be held, and half of the people will be eliminated directly. As in the original work, Yakushi Kabuto, as a spy, voluntarily gave up the exam because of the fear of revealing his true strength during the test. But even so, his abnormal performance attracted the attention of Kakashi and other Konoha Jonin. In this way, there are only 23 people left, one-to-one comparisons, and one more person will be promoted directly by a bye. Ryuya was stupid when he saw the bye draw, he was so lucky. But looking at the eyes of the people around him, he was envious and jealous, as if he was about to swallow Takagi, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. The test begins. Fortunately, at this time, the referee issued a password and the competition officially began. In the original book, this referee should have been Moonlight Storm. But now, because Moonlight Hate's team is taking the test, for the sake of fairness, the referee has been replaced in advance with Shiranui Genma, who is also a special Jonin. Next, the one-to-one competition begins, there are no rules, and one party falls down and loses combat effectiveness or concedes defeat. There is basically no change in the order and combination of battles. The addition of the 9th class only changed it slightly. Originally, Sakura and Ino played against each other, and both lost and eliminated. It became the little Sakura versus Tomohisa, and Ino versus Cilantro. As a result, the 9th class suffered a massive attrition, and the little Sakura and Ino advanced to the 3rd exam. Competition is over. Finally, with Toss defeating Akimichi Koji, the qualifiers officially ended. In the end, 12 people advanced to the next game. In addition to the 9 in the original book, there are Ryuya, Sakura, and Ino. According to 3rd Hokage, in order to inform the heads of the advanced countries of the results of the qualifiers, they are invited to watch the final exam. At the same time, it also gives candidates time to prepare. The real 3rd exam will be held 1 month later. Immediately afterwards, 12 people draw lots on the spot to directly decide the grouping of the 3rd exam. As a result, the order and combination of the match remain the same. There were only 3 more people, Sakura played against Ino, and Ryuya played against Toss. Seeing this result, Ryuya couldn't help being stunned. Did he have a bye again? If the plot does not change, Toss will challenge Gaara before the exam, and then be killed in seconds. The 3rd test takes the elimination promotion system until the final winner is decided. In this way, in the first round of the 3rd round of exams, Ryuya has no opponents and directly advances to the next round. Who knows? However, if the plot of the original book is really followed and the first round is not finished, great changes will occur. What will happen to that day contains too many uncertain factors that even Ryuya can't predict. That being the case, he was too lazy to think about it. In short, he has an extra month of buffer time right now. What are your plans for the next month? After the candidates were disbanded, the 9th class got together and Hayate asked Ryuya. Hiju and Coriander have been eliminated, so Hyphen will have time to help Ryuya cultivate. However, Ryuya, who shouldn't be very strong, always has unexpected behaviors, and there is a feeling that people can't see through. Regarding the guide Ryuya, Hayate, this special Jonin, I was a little bit unsure, so I asked this first. Thank you for the kindness of the teacher, I am going to practice on my own for the next month. Well, that's okay. Hayate nodded, not only was there no accident, but he felt relieved. In fact, as a special Jonin, Hayate still has a lot to learn from Ryuya. And Ryuya made this decision because of his own thoughts. 1 month. If all goes well, there should be gains in this month. Remember to save the unique domain name, enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 14. The girl Ryuya rescued was the red-haired girl with glasses he had seen from the village before, named Vortex Incense. In the original book, Xianglin is a member of the Suzuki Eagle team. Compared with the powerful combat powers of the Ghost Lamp Shuiyu and Libra Shigigo, the reason why he is favored by Suzuki is precisely because of its powerful chakra perception, detection ability, and recovered the peculiar physique of the injured by biting her. As the so-called one hero and three gangs, if you want to gain a foothold in this dangerous ninja world, in addition to your strong own strength, you also need helpers. And this time, I saved the fragrant phosphorus in order to subdue her. It now appears that Ryuya has successfully planted the seeds of love in the heart of Xianglin, and his goal has been achieved. In fact, the reason why Xianglin admired Suzuki in the original book, and even did not regret it, was precisely because Suzuki saved her life in the Chunin exam that year. It has to be said that Aroma Phosphorus is not only an idiot, but also dedicated. Ryuya, you are finally back. When the matter is over, Ryuya returns. When seeing Ryuya coming back, Tomohisa and Coriander burst into tears with excitement, and they were even closer than seeing their mother. Taking a look at the positions of the two, Ryuya was speechless for a moment. During the time he was away, the two did not even dare to move for half a step. As a trump card, although the potential is almost the same, it has to be said that being obedient is also an advantage. Ryuya couldn't help thinking that maybe he could train the two of them well, and then they would be recruited as subordinates in the future. Let's go. These are all things to say, don't think about it for the time being. The radar ears once again cover the entire forest. After redetermining the location and movement of everyone, Ryuya greeted him and led Chihisa and Coriander to the central tower. The rest of the journey, under the detection of radar ears, all went well. Reach the tower, submit the sky and earth coiling axis. Ryuya and the others become the first team to pass the second round of assessment. Then next. Be enlightened. According to the schedule, the time for the second round of exams is 5 days. Ryuya and the others only took less than 1 day, which means that they still have 4 days of buffer time before the third round of exams. Knowing that the three of them had successfully passed the second round of exams, Moonlight Hate was happy, and took away Chihisa and Cilantro directly, and continued to give them special devil training to deal with the next exams. Although there are only 4 days, it is always a matter of grind. Fire style. Great fireball technique. On Ryuya's side, he still arranged by himself and continued to practice Great Fireball. 4 days passed in a flash. Great Fireball technique made no progress. At the same time, as the time expires, the second round of exams is over. Of the 27 teams before the exam, only 8 are left. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Now there is a provisional qualifier. There are only 24 people left, but in the examiner's opinion, there are still too many. Therefore, before the official third round of exams, a one-on-one qualifier must be held, and half of the people will be eliminated directly. As in the original work, Yakushi Kabuto, as a spy, voluntarily gave up the exam because of the fear of revealing his true strength during the test. But even so, his abnormal performance attracted the attention of Kakashi and other Konoha Jonin. In this way, there are only 23 people left, one-to-one comparisons, and one more person will be promoted directly by a bye. Ryuya was stupid when he saw the bye draw. He was so lucky. But looking at the eyes of the people around him, he was envious and jealous, as if he was about to swallow Takagi, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. The test begins. Fortunately, at this time, the referee issued a password and the competition officially began. In the original book, this referee should have been Moonlight Storm. But now, because Moonlight Hate's team is taking the test, for the sake of fairness, the referee has been replaced in advance with Shiranui Genma, who is also a special jonin. Next, the one-to-one competition begins. There are no rules, and one party falls down and loses combat effectiveness or concedes defeat. There is basically no change in the order and combination of battles. The addition of the 9th class only changed it slightly. Originally, Sakura and Ino played against each other, and both lost and eliminated. It became the little Sakura versus Tomohisa, and Ino versus Cilantro. As a result, the 9th class suffered a massive attrition, and the little Sakura and Ino advanced to the 3rd exam. Competition is over. Finally, with Toss defeating Akimichi Koji, the qualifiers officially ended. In the end, 12 people advanced to the next game. In addition to the 9 in the original book, there are Ryuya, Sakura, and Ino. According to 3rd Hokage, in order to inform the heads of the advanced countries of the results of the qualifiers, they are invited to watch the final exam. At the same time, it also gives candidates time to prepare. The real 3rd exam will be held 1 month later. Immediately afterwards, 12 people draw lots on the spot to directly decide the grouping of the 3rd exam. As a result, the order and combination of the match remain the same. There were only 3 more people. Sakura played against Ino, and Ryuya played against Toss. Seeing this result, Ryuya couldn't help being stunned. Did he have a bye again? If the plot does not change, Toss will challenge Gaara before the exam, and then be killed in seconds. The 3rd test takes the elimination promotion system until the final winner is decided. In this way, in the first round of the 3rd round of exams, Ryuya has no opponents and directly advances to the next round. Who knows? However, if the plot of the original book is really followed and the first round is not finished, great changes will occur. What will happen to that day contains too many uncertain factors that even Ryuya can't predict. That being the case, he was too lazy to think about it. In short, he has an extra month of buffer time right now. What are your plans for the next month? After the candidates were disbanded, the 9th class got together and Hayate asked Ryuya. Shiju and Coriander have been eliminated, so Hyphen will have time to help Ryuya cultivate. However, Ryuya, who shouldn't be very strong, always has unexpected behaviors, and there is a feeling that people can't see through. Regarding the guide Ryuya, Hayate, this special jonin, I was a little bit unsure, so I asked this first. Thank you for the kindness of the teacher. I am going to practice on my own for the next month. Well, that's okay. Hayate nodded. Not only was there no accident, but he felt relieved. In fact, as a special jonin, Hayate still has a lot to learn from Ryuya. And Ryuya made this decision because of his own thoughts. 1 month. If all goes well, there should be gains in this month. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 15. The time has finally come. At the same time as the qualifiers ended, 60 days had passed and Ryuya had another opportunity for unlimited enhancement. Strengthen the sword cut. The decision was made long ago, and Ryuya gave the order directly. This time unlimited enhancement, the goal, skill / host is sure. Okay. Click one after another, and even feel a little impatient. Start of unlimited enhancement, goal, skill / drawing a sword and strengthening +1. Drawing a sword and strengthening +2. Drawing a sword and strengthening +10, power increase. Drawing a sword and strengthening +11. Draw a sword and strengthen +100, speed up. Drawing a sword and strengthening +101. Draw a sword and strengthen plus 1000, get the power up effect. Drawing a knife and strengthening plus 1001. The system enhancement begins, and it will last a whole day. Ryuya chooses to block again, and then starts his plan. Ah! It's burned to death. I went straight to the hot spring bath in the village, and just walked into the men's bath, I heard a scream. Ryuya couldn't help but smiled and found it. After going through the prestige, I saw Naruto falling into the hot spring water and screaming when he was scalded. On the shore, Ebisu wearing glasses was grinning smirkly. After the qualifiers, Naruto and Sasuke from Class 7 also advanced. Because Kakashi wanted to teach Sasuke Sharingan the usage and teach Chidori, he had no time to take care of Naruto, so he entrusted him to Ebisu. At this point, I have to say that Kakashi is a bit eccentric. Although the weakest thing about Naruto is the foundation, and Ebisu is also an expert in this area. Ryuya refused Heide's guidance. His so-called self-arrangement was actually a ride on Naruto again. Yeah. Naruto. You are here too. After finding the person, Ryuya pretended to meet by chance and greeted him. Ryuya. Climbing up from the water and seeing Ryuya suddenly appeared, Naruto couldn't help but wonder. How did you come? Of course I came here to soak in the hot springs, otherwise what else can I do? Ryuya smiled, then asked back. Aren't you? Haha. Of course I am not. Naruto said with a careless smile, Akimbo. I'm here to practice. Cultivation. Ryuya pretended to be puzzled and asked curiously. How to practice in hot springs. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Just walking on the water. Chakra. Naruto, who is a bit nervous, can't tell that Ryuya is actually guiding him intentionally. And as his first best friend, Naruto was not wary of Ryuya, so he said it in detail. So it is. After listening, Ryuya was full of excitement. Since Naruto works so hard, how can I slack off? Let's practice together. Okay. Naruto nodded his head heavily, his face full of joy. At the same time, he and Ryuya will be adversaries to qualify for the third test, but they are also friends. Friends compete with each other, work hard together and make progress together. Is there a more passionate story than this? It's done. Ryuya is also smiling, and he is happy that the ride has entered the station. As for Ryuya who suddenly appeared, Ebisu has no obligation to instruct. But since he is here, he won't be able to drive him away, anyway, let him go. Next, Naruto continued to practice standing on water, while Ryuya practiced Great Fireball. With the power of the Great Fireball technique, naturally it is not suitable for practicing in the hot spring bath, but with the power of Ryuya Great Fireball, it does not matter if you can practice in the bathroom. Next, the plot continues to advance. Ebisu finds the pervert who is peeping at the female bath next door and wants to uphold justice, but he is killed by the pervert instead. Because the pervert killed Ebisu, Naruto had no instructor, so he fell in love with the pervert. The pervert was originally too troublesome and didn't want to talk to Naruto, but Naruto used a lure trick to get the pervert in an instant. In the end, the pervert took over Ebisu and guided Naruto's next practice. And this satyr is famous in World War II, and his strength is still higher than Kakashi. He has taught one of the three ninjas of film-level powerhouses such as 4th Hokage, Nagato, and Konan, Jiraiya. And I. At this time, Ryuya leaned in. You stunned teacher Ebisu, so you came to guide me instead of him. Exactly. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded in agreement. In fact, Ebisu had no obligation to instruct Ryuya. Jiraiya stunned Ebisu, which has nothing to do with Ryuya. But Jiraiya doesn't know the relationship. Moreover, on the surface, Ryuya and Naruto practice together as if they were both receiving Ebisu's guidance. As for Naruto, he didn't distinguish the relationship and reason at all. Just thinking that Ryuya is his best friend, of course he wants to practice together. Okay. In fact, Jiraiya did not appear by accident, he had come to Naruto. Naruto is 4th Hokage's orphan, just like his grandson. But at this time, there was a Ryuya, which was unexpected by Jiraiya. But after all, one sheep is driven, and a group of sheep is also released. It doesn't matter if there is one more person. Besides, Ryuya is also Konoha's ninja. Jiraiya nodded and promised to teach Ryuya together. It's done. When he got the answer, Ryuya was overjoyed, he finally got on this ride. Next, Jiraiya officially began to coach the two. The first is Naruto, who practices water walking, but it is actually Chakra's control problem. Jiraiya can see at a glance that the reason why Naruto can't control Chakra is actually that the nine-tailed seal on his body has a problem, and Orochimaru has done the tricks. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya lifted the seal attached by Orochimaru. As a result, Naruto Chakra's control ability was greatly increased, and he soon learned to walk on water. Seeing the excited Naruto, Jiraiya couldn't help thinking. Next, I should teach Naruto how to use Nine-Tails Chakra. Ms. Jiraiya, please come and guide me too. At this time, Ryuya spoke. Oh, sorry, forgot you for a while. Jiraiya smiled embarrassedly, and walked over to guide Ryuya. Ryuya is practicing Great Fireball, and Jiraiya instructs him in this ninjutsu. At this time, I have to say that as one of the three ninjas, he is also a fire style expert, and the level of Jiraiya is far beyond the reach of Hai Feng. Under Jiraiya's targeted guidance, Ryuya suddenly started. Fire style. Great Fireball technique. After several trials, the original fist-sized fireball has become the size of a basketball. And Jiraiya, looking at this so-called Great Fireball, couldn't help being embarrassed. Haha. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya suddenly raised his head and laughed. This stupid talent is exactly the same as his childhood. For a while, he couldn't help but like this boy named Ryuya. Come back tomorrow, I will teach you some great things. It was getting late, Jiraiya said, carrying Ebisu who had fainted and left. Tomorrow. Ryuya smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, which was really expectant. Remember to save the unique domain name, enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Why not strengthen the brain? Who said that the brain represents talent? I don't seem to be able to respond to book reviews, maybe I have to recharge, so I'll explain here. The brain does not represent talent. As a traverser, the protagonist's IQ is not low. Cultivation talent is a comprehensive manifestation of the body, and it cannot be solved by strengthening any part. Moreover, unlimited enhancement is not targeted enhancement. Whether it is an organ or a skill, it will only be enhanced and expanded on the original basis. So to strengthen the brain, it is likely that the thinking ability becomes stronger, and it is not the direct talent that everyone imagines. To reiterate, strengthening non-directional is like a reader's book review, saying that strengthening the hands, in conjunction with 1,000 years of death, directly pierces the enemy chrysanthemum. Just imagine, if what is strengthened is not strength or strength, but flexibility. While 1,000 years of death explodes the chrysanthemum, the 5 fingers are flexibly stroking, tusk, it feels. Remember to save the unique domain name, enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 16. At night, Naruto, who was exhausted during the day, was already asleep. But Ryuya, who had practiced for the same day, quietly left the house. In a building in Konoha village, a lonely figure sits on the roof. It is Gaara of Sand Shinobi. After a while, another figure appeared on the roof, but it was TOS from Otanin village. Master Orochimaru, no, Orochimaru. I will prove to you that my instrument is not just a decoy. TOS clenched his fists, swears secretly in his heart, and then launched an attack on Gaara. As Orochimaru's subordinate, TOS took the Chunin exam this time, only as a bait to guide Sasuke. TOS, a proud character, is unwilling to bear this humiliation. So he asked Orochimaru to prove that he is more valuable than Sasuke, and the way to prove it is to defeat Sasuke in the third test. In order to be able to play against Sasuke directly, TOS' approach was simple, killing Sasuke's original opponent Gaara and his opponent Ryuya in the third test. In this way, the two of them who are free can become opponents naturally. As for whom to start with, TOS decided to give priority to Gaara, who seemed to be more threatening. TOS' ability is sonic, confident that his voice attack can be faster than Gaara's sand. But what he didn't know was that Gaara was far from that simple. This is. Under the moonlight, when Gaara turned into a huge monster, TOS was dumbfounded and his face was full of horror. Boom. In the next moment, poor Thoth was slapped to death by Gaara transformed into one tail. From the beginning to the end, Thoth's role is just like Orochimaru's arrangement, just a bait. It's amazing. I didn't expect him to be like this. At the same time, in a corner of the village, as Orochimaru's spy in Konoha, watching this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim. There is another person across from him, the leader of Tsunagaku, Baki. At this time, the two met in secret, and they were discussing the third exam when they jointly launched an attack on Konoha, called the Noha Destruction Project. Otanin village was founded by Orochimaru, he defected from Konoha, and he came back this time to destroy Konoha. After a series of plans by Orochimaru, he succeeded in uniting the allies on Konoha's surface, but Tsunagaku, who was in fact desperate for a war. There is such a thing. Must report to Master Naruto immediately. This side has been negotiated, and in the dark corner, a figure is lurking, it is the Moonlight Wind. Recently, the situation in the village continued. He was ordered to investigate. He didn't expect to learn such important news. When he was shocked, he would report to Third Hokage. Here is a mouse. But at this moment, Baki moved suddenly and went straight to the gust of wind that just wanted to leave. After being exposed, Haifeng's face was solemn, so he could only do it, and he did not hesitate to pull out the long knife behind him. Konoha's swordsmanship. Dance of the Three Suns and the Moon. With a loud shout, Haifeng transformed into three clones and launched a surprise attack on Baki at the same time. The main body of Hade hides and observes, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from Baki's blind spot. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Click. As Konoharyu's swordsmanship, even Baki can't escape the dance of the three suns and moons. The gust of wind cut directly into his shoulder. At such a young age, he can learn this profound meaning, even Baki can't help but praise Hade's talent. But the next moment, Hade found that the knife he had cut into Baki's shoulder was unable to pull it out. At this time, Baki gathered the wind blade at his fingertips and was about to slash towards the wind. Not good. Haifeng was shocked, but it was too late to dodge at this time. Clang. At the very moment, a figure suddenly flashed by Baki's side, and his backhand squeezed Kunao's eyes to Baki's eyes. As Jonin, Baki reacted quickly, and also blocked the sneak attack with Kunao. But also because of this, the release of wind blade was interrupted. Go. The assailant missed a hit, and did not entangle, but stopped the waste of the gale, turned and left. Can't run. Baki's face sank, and the wind blade condensed again, and he cut it directly. This is a powerful A-level ninjutsu, which aims to kill both hate and the sneak attacker. Boom. But the next moment, what Baki didn't expect was that what he cut turned out to be a stone. Body replacement technique. Baki was surprised. In this case, he could still perform the body replacement technique. Is this movement too fast? At this time, looking again, there is no other person. Baki frowned again, suddenly approached, and quickly disappeared. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Ryuya. After a while, somewhere in the village, the gust of wind was already safe, and when I saw the face of saving others, I couldn't help being shocked. This is not the time to talk about this. Ryuya was serious and interrupted what Heifeng hadn't said yet. You're right. Hate nodded, his expression particularly serious. Sand Shinobi and Otanin village have joined forces to attack Konoha. This matter must be notified to Lord Naruto immediately. After speaking, Hate jumped up and went straight to the third Hokage residence. Seeing Heifeng leave, Ryuya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The teacher's life and death were critical and finally passed. At the same time, Baki and Pocket here. It has been exposed. So what? Facing worried Baki, he smiled indifferently. Stripping off the conspiracy and tricks, the essence of war, and fighting for real strength. The kunao that has been shot out has no reason to take it back. Whether to continue this mission, I will ask Master Fenying. Baki's face was expressionless, without flickering, then turned and left. With a chuckle at the corner of his mouth, the general situation has been planned, and it is impossible to change. Baki is hesitating on this side, but Heifeng has reported the news to Hokage. It was a matter of great importance, and Third Hokage immediately summoned the village chief Jonin and other senior officials to discuss countermeasures. I'm back. Tonight, it is destined to be a restless night, but Ryuya's mission has been completed, go home to sleep. The next night was speechless. Early the next morning, Ryuya got up and went to the hot spring again. According to what was said yesterday, Jiraiya will teach them some great things today. Although Ryuya has already guessed what it is, he is still full of expectations. After all, what he lacks most now is all kinds of ninjutsu skills. This enhancement is over. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded, and the enhancement was completed. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 17. Great. Ryuya was overjoyed and immediately turned on the system to check the details of the enhancement. Draw a knife and cut, E-level physical surgery. Draw your sword quickly and slash the enemy's moves. This strengthening is mainly in two aspects. The first is speed. When you hold the handle of a knife, you can draw and slash instantly. In other words, when Ryuya's hand holds the handle, the blade has already been cut. In other words, if the enemy wants to dodge, they can only choose before Ryuya holds the knife. Once Ryuya holds the knife, everything stops. The second is power, which is mainly reflected in destructive power and attack distance. Under normal circumstances, the enhanced version of the drawing knife cut can cut out a giant gas blade with a crescent shape and a diameter of 3 meters from the blade. Its sharpness is enough to cut steel in an instant. And the farthest distance of Jianqi is up to 30 meters. So strong. Seeing this, Ryuya was already surprised. In this way, as long as you hold the handle of the knife and have a radius of 30 meters, you will be within Ryuya's attack range at any time. Charge. Strengthened to this level, drawing a knife is scary enough. In addition to this, it also strengthened a special ability called Charged. According to the introduction of the system, hold the handle of the knife in your hand and maintain the ready position for drawing and cutting, and you can accumulate energy. The longer the charge time, the greater the power of drawing a knife. There is no upper limit on how big the system is. According to the theory, Ryuya can split the world in two as long as it is stored long enough. F***ck. Thinking of this, Ryuya couldn't help but utter a foul language, which is too heaven-defying. Of course, if you want to divide the world in two, the time needed to accumulate energy may not be enough from the time Ryuya was born to the age of death. However, in some special circumstances, this ability is likely to exert an unimaginable powerful effect. Awesome! After reading the introduction of Draw Swordsman, Ryuya was very happy. Starting today, he finally has his own power attack skills. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Genin. Organs, ears. Skills, Clone Technique, E-level Ninjutsu. 1000 Years of Death Strengthen plus 86,400, E-level Physical Surgery. Body Replacement Technique Strengthen plus 86,400, E-level Ninjutsu. Draw a Sword and Strengthen plus 86,400, E-level Physical Surgery. At the same time, Ryuya's personal panel changed again. Looking at the list of skills, there is only one E-level clone technique that is not enhanced. Ryuya sighed secretly and strengthened every 60 days. It would be too embarrassing if he had no skills to strengthen until a certain time. Go. Thinking of this, Ryuya couldn't help speeding up his pace. Jiraiya promised to teach them some great things, not knowing what ninjutsu is. A few minutes later, Ryuya arrived at the hot spring bath. Neither Jiraiya nor Naruto arrived yet. Apparently he had arrived too early. Since it hasn't arrived yet, Ryuya simply settled down and continued to practice the Great Fireball technique. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. After half an hour, Naruto arrived. I didn't see Jiraiya, and muttered a few words unhappily. Seeing that Ryuya had already started to practice, he cheered up and continued to practice his walking on the water. Almost an hour later, the sun was already high, and amid Naruto's complaints, Jiraiya was finally late. Yo. Boys, yes. Seeing the two practicing on their own, Jiraiya nodded secretly. Knowing that the two were already waiting anxiously, they said with a smile. Then next, start a new practice. Pervy Sage. What kind of practice? Very powerful practice. Jiraiya pretended to be mysterious, and then solemnly said. Naruto. I will teach you summoning next. Summoning. Naruto was startled. What is summoning technique? Really? On the Ryuya side, there is a secret way, as expected in the original plot, it is still this technique. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya began to explain and demonstrate the summoning technique to Naruto, then took out the contract scroll and asked Naruto to sign the name on it with blood. In this way, if the contract is successfully signed, Naruto can use summoning to summon contracted creatures to fight. The characteristics of summoning: the greater the number of chakras, the stronger the creatures that will be summoned. I have to say that this is the fastest technique for Naruto, who owns 9 tails chakra, to improve his strength in a short period of time. While Jiraiya taught Naruto, Ryuya continued to practice Great Fireball. But in fact, his radar ear heard Jiraiya's explanation clearly. But unfortunately, ninjutsu doesn't know Jin, you can learn it by listening to a few explanations. Otherwise, Ryuya, who has radar ears, can steal all kinds of ninjutsu. What's more, the key to summoning is to sign a contract with creatures. Without this blood contract, no creature would be summoned. Summoning. At this time, Naruto had finished studying and began to practice on his own. But unfortunately, the big toad was not summoned, but a little tadpole that had just hatched. Even Jiraiya can't help but complain, Naruto really has no talent in this area. Ms. Jiraiya. At this time, Ryuya couldn't help but speak. You won't forget me again. Ah. Oh, how could it happen, ahaha. Jiraiya was startled, then looked up and laughed. Ryuya had a black line, and obviously, he had forgotten him again. Brother Ryuya. Jiraiya walked over and said solemnly. I also teach you a great ninjutsu. Is it summoning? Ryuya was full of excitement, and his grievances disappeared instantly. Not summoning. Unfortunately, Jiraiya shook his head. Summoning requires a contract. Mount Miyaboku, who signed a contract with me, rarely makes a contract with outsiders. Such. Ryuya's face was disappointed for an instant, and he understood in his heart. Mount Miyaboku, as a holy place for immortals, would not be accepted by ordinary people. Of course, the reason for signing a contract with Naruto is because of Naruto's identity. After all, he is the orphan of 4th Hokage. 4th Hokage, originally the senior contractor of Mount Miyaboku. Contract summoning beasts are about inheritance. As for Ryuya, ordinary civilian children, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to be accepted by Mount Miyaboku. Don't be disappointed, I want to teach you this ninjutsu, but it's also a sea level. Seeing that Ryuya was a little depressed, Jiraiya comforted him. Summoning is indeed a sea level ninjutsu, but its power is sometimes better than S level ninjutsu. How can other sea level ninjutsu be compared? But having said that, Naruto finally summoning out Toad Wenta, because of the huge 9 tails chakra in his body, it is really powerful for ordinary people to use. Then please ask Mr. Jiraiya. In any case, there is better than nothing. Moreover, with Ryuya's aptitude, it is estimated that he would not be able to learn 2 advanced ninjutsu. Another, he has unlimited enhancement system, even sea-level ninjutsu, can also be strengthened into a magical skill. Actually, the ninjutsu I will teach you next is also suitable for you. Seeing Ryuya cheer up, Jiraiya nodded, then said solemnly. This ninjutsu is called Toad Oil Bomb. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 18. Toad Oil Bomb, Sea Level, converts chakra inside into oil, spitting and attacking the enemy's ninjutsu. Due to the high viscosity of oil, the enemy will be covered with a layer of oil film when hit, thereby affecting the ability to move. Moreover, it can also be combined with fire-style ninjutsu to have a strong burning ability after ignition. Overall, this is a multifaceted ninjutsu that can both control and hurt through daily accumulation. Compared with ordinary ninjutsu, it is released immediately after the operation. Toad oil bombs convert chakra into oil, which can be stored in the body, and when needed, it can be spit out as long as it has a seal. In this way, even if Ryuya's talent is limited, he can only convert a little oil each time he performs the operation. It can also be accumulated over the years to reach a considerable amount, which can be released at one time when facing the enemy to exert its effect. As Jiraiya said, this is a ninjutsu that suits Ryuya. Great. Upon learning this, Ryuya couldn't help but get excited. This means that even with his qualifications, he can master the sea-level ninjutsu. You know, up to now, Ryuya has no sea-level skills. Moreover, this ninjutsu can be strengthened through the system, and 86,400 sea-level ninjutsu can be strengthened. It is exciting to think about it. Thank you, Mr. Jiraiya. Thinking of this, the excited Ryuya bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Compared with summoning, this ninjutsu is more suitable for him. Then let's start. Jiraiya smiled, and then began to instruct Ryuya to practice toad oil bombs. I have to say that even with such a simple ninjutsu, with Ryuya's aptitude, it takes some time to master. It was 10 days after such a flash. Toad oil bomb. After 10 days of hard work, Ryuya was finally able to convert chakra into oil, and couldn't wait to try it out of excitement. Puff. The next moment, a lollipop-sized oil bomb was spit out from Ryuya's mouth, falling on the ground, leaving a pretty round mark. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was a toad bomb or spitting. Summoning. Looking at Naruto again, summoning came out of the original tadpole, although it had 2 more hind legs. 10 days have passed and the tadpoles have long legs. Naruto still cannot master the summoning technique. It won't be a coincidence. The 2 stupidest Konoha students are with me. Looking at Ryuya and Naruto, they murmured when they came back. In contrast, Ryuya and Naruto are not depressed, but excited. After all, they have made great progress. After the excitement, the 2 became more emotional and continued to practice hard. Next, time past Tenten, read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Naruto still comes to Jiraiya every day to practice summoning. Ryuya is no longer here, but stays at home, using all the time to convert as much chakra into oil as possible. So fast, 2 days before the 3rd exam, the amount of oil stored in Ryuya's body finally reached the upper limit. Twice. Ryuya estimated that, based on his capacity, the amount of toad oil that can be stored can only use normal toad oil bombs twice. Great. But even so, Ryuya was still happy. After all, this is the first time he can really use sea-level ninjutsu. The amount of oil is full, and in the next 2 days, replenish your energy. In such a blink of an eye, Chunin's 3rd exam, start. Konohagakure's huge round martial arts arena, the surrounding stands can accommodate thousands of spectators, and there are no empty seats at this time. In addition, on the stage directly opposite the summit, Hokage, Fenying, as well as the names and leaders of various countries are already seated. What a big battle! Entering the arena with other players, standing in the middle of the competition arena, watching the surrounding scenes, Ryuya couldn't help being shocked. Although I have seen the scene in anime, it is another feeling to experience it firsthand as a player. Really? Settling down, Ryuya glanced at him. Except for the extra small Sakura and Ino, there are no Tas and Sasuke among the players. Tas has been killed by Gaara, and of course he will not reappear. As for Sasuke, who is still practicing with Kakashi, if he follows the plot of the original story, he will come with a handsome appearance at the last moment. The first competition. Let's start. Without delay, I did not know who Oshienji-un let out a soft drink, and the competition officially began. The first game, Uzumaki Naruto's Hyaganiji. Ryuya, who has returned to the audience, is not paying attention to the competition arena, but observing the surroundings of the venue. Looked around, then frowned. Everywhere in the venue, guards have been arranged, but as in the original book, there are only 8 umbu. Sharon and Otonin have joined forces to prepare to attack Konoha in the 3rd match. Moonlight Hade has reported to 3rd Hokage. That being the case, why didn't the guards be strengthened? It seems I was troubled. In retrospect, even in the original plot, before the 3rd match, the Konoha executives had already smelled the danger approaching, so they took measures. It now appears that although the exact news has been obtained, Konoha's measures have not changed much. I want to come to. In addition to the venue, there are also big names and leaders of various countries, as well as Konoha's children and civilians. They all need protection, and there are too many places that need combat power. I hope it will be better. Ryuya took a deep breath. The next thing is not something he can control, so he can watch the game with peace of mind. Everything is like the development of the original plot. In the first game, Uzumaki Naruto defeated Hyuga Neji with an upset. In the second game, Sasuke vs Gaara, because Sasuke hasn't arrived for the time being, so it was postponed. In the third game, Kankuro voluntarily abstained from a Barame Shino. Is it the same as the original? Seeing this scene, Ryuya frowned again. Kankuro abstained, indicating that he wanted to save his strength. Since he wants to save his strength, it means that Shinobu will still attack Konoha. In the fourth game, Temari vs Shikamaru, Shikamaru succeeded in controlling Temari, but at the last minute he voluntarily gave in. In the fifth game, Sakura Jr. vs Ino, Sakura Jr. won. Ryuya originally thought that the result of this game would be the same as the qualifiers in the original book. Unexpectedly, Sakura formulated a battle against the heart-turning technique and easily won Ino. It can be seen that in this month, Sakura also conducted special training. Compared to her at this time in the original work, she has become even stronger. Wrong. Thinking of this, Ryuya was suddenly startled again. Why Sasuke hasn't arrived yet? According to the original plot, after Temari and Shikamaru's test, Sasuke should have arrived. But now, the little Sakura and Ino are over, and Sasuke is still too late. What happened? Ryuya frowned and tightened. The butterfly effect has begun. Because of his existence, the development of things has begun to deviate from the original plot. In this way, everything will gradually be out of Ryuya's control and understanding, which is not a good thing for him. Next game. Takagi Ryuya vs Gaara. At this moment, the referee suddenly shouted. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 19. What? Hearing this, Ryuya in the stands was completely dumbfounded. The audience at the scene, as well as the heads of countries on the summit stage, most wanted to see Sasuke and Gaara. Naruto and Neji, Shikamaru and Temari, these two games were also exceptionally exciting. They were indeed unexpected, so I won't mention this for the time being. It is precisely because of this that Sasuke was late and did not disqualify, but postponed their game. But who knows, until now, Sasuke still hasn't arrived. The game can neither be interrupted nor proceed to the next round. At this time, there are no contestants, only Gaara and Ryuya. There is no way, only they can compete. Ryuya. Hayate said with a solemn expression. If it doesn't work, just abstain. After all, the opponent is that kind of monster. Ryuya will definitely do it. Coriander is right. Ryuya can definitely get rid of Sand Shinobi's dark circles. In contrast, Coriander and Chihisa are fascinated by Ryuya's confidence. At this time, Gaara has already gone. I will try my best. Recovered, Ryuya sighed with a wry smile, then climbed over the railings and jumped directly from the stand to the competition arena. Just now, Ryuya reasoned. As Sasuke is late, Gaara will not be injured in the match. Without the injured Gaara, there would be no loss of control. If Gaara does not lose control, he is likely to transform into one tail here. The tail beast that suddenly appeared inside the village was undoubtedly a huge disaster. In order to avoid this disaster, Ryuya has no choice but to play in place of Sasuke and wound Gaara to bring things back to the original plot. Let's not look at the tail of this crane. We want to watch Uchiha. Refund. With determination, Ryuya stepped forward to protect Konoha. But what I didn't expect was that he was immediately ridiculed by the surrounding audience. Someone even called for a refund. You came from Daeun Club. A boring contest. This kid will definitely be killed by Gaara. In addition to the unreasonable audience, the leaders of the countries on the summit stage are not optimistic about Ryuya at all. In fact, there are bets in every session of this exam. And this time, it is not who wins who loses, but how long Ryuya can hold on under Gaara's hands. Persist in 10 minutes, the odds have reached 1:178. Looking at Gaara on the opposite side, he doesn't have any nonsense with his withdrawn character. Ryuya concentrated and read Gaara's heartfelt words, only the word death. Obviously, Gaara did not put Ryuya in his eyes at all, but instead angered Ryuya because of Suzuki's lateness, and was already full of murderous intent on Ryuya. Okay. Ryuya sighed secretly. From top to bottom, he was completely looked down upon. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The test begins. The two sides are already in place, and I don't know the Huo Xianjian will not delay time, and then there is a soft drink, and the competition officially begins. Wow! Gaara's ability is to control the sand. When the competition starts, a puff of sand hits Ryuya. Puff! The speed of the sand is very fast, and the front part is as sharp as a thorn. With a muffled noise, blood splashes, and the collected sand runs directly through Ryuya's chest. How come? Ryuya. Seeing this scene, Haifeng, Zhiju, and Cilantro in the stands instantly changed their complexions, full of panic and sadness. At this time, they remembered that the reason why Ryuya was able to perform miracles one after another seemed to be because of that peculiar 1,000 years of death ninjutsu. But in a one-on-one situation, the enemy will never turn his back to you. And without the cooperation of Chihisa and Coriander, Ryuya could not perform the second and third moves. I should stop him. Hayate was full of self-blame. He had clearly seen the appearance of the Gaara monster, but he still let Ryuya off. This kid was defeated too quickly. It's normal. Without self-knowledge, it's a pity that I was so young and lost my life in vain. Other spectators in the stands were also talking about it. It's a pity for Ryuya's death, but it's not surprising about the result. Peng. Just when everyone thought Ryuya was dead. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and the body that Ryuya had fallen from mid-air suddenly turned into a piece of rubble. This is... Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened and they were shocked. Body replacement technique. Ninjas or civilians are no strangers to this low-level ninjutsu. But they never imagined that under that kind of surprise, Ryuya was able to launch the body replacement technique. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but wonder where Ryuya was at this time. Over there. Soon, Ryuya's figure appeared, exactly 10 meters behind Gaara. Whoosh! 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 The next moment, when Ryuya raised his hand, 3 kunai shot at Gaara from 3 directions. Why not 1,000 years of death? 1,000 years of death. Seeing this scene, the others didn't realize that there was something wrong, but the 9th class was full of doubts and anxiety. Obviously, he has been behind Gaara and has fulfilled the conditions for the activation of 1,000 years of death, so why didn't it use it? Boom. 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 Gaara stood on the spot and didn't move. The sand in the gourd behind him can automatically protect and directly block the 3 kunai. Ryuya used the body replacement technique to reach behind Gaara. Of course, he knew that the activation conditions for 1,000 years of death had been fulfilled. The reason why it was useless was not because I was worried that I would be ridiculed by the openly exploding chrysanthemum on this occasion, but because I couldn't start it. The speed of the 1,000 years of death's raid is indeed fast, but Ryuya is not sure whether it can exceed the speed of Gaara's sand. The most important thing is that Gaara has armor made of sand all over his body, and the chrysanthemum is no exception, so he may not be able to poke it in. Whoosh. Of course, Ryuya was not without a solution. Just when everyone thought his attack was invalid, his figure disappeared again, and then he appeared in the place where Kiwu was blocked. By this time, Ryuya had reached Gaara and kicked it up at the same time. This is. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. Especially those who have experienced the Third Ninja World War cannot help but think of a golden legend. Flying Thunder God technique. The same teleportation, the same passing through the Kunao mark, resembles 4th Hokage's famed stunt Flying Thunder God technique. A genin, a well-known crane tail, can actually perform such a difficult S-level space-time ninjutsu. How is this possible? Wrong. But some people, such as 3rd Hokage, see that this is not Flying Thunder God. First of all, the Kunao shot by Ryuya does not have a surgical marking. And most importantly, that Kunao just disappeared the moment Ryuya appeared. Could it be? The disappearing Kunao, 3rd Hokage suddenly saw that the disappearing Kunao appeared in the position where Ryuya was just now. Body replacement technique. After numerous winds and waves, 3rd Hokage couldn't help but change his face. Is this still body replacement technique? Boom. At this moment, with a muffled noise, Ryuya kicked Gaara heavily and kicked him out. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 20. Shit. The knocked Gaara, like a heavy rock, plowed more than 10 meters away with his feet on the ground. But looking at it now, Gaara was not injured. Sand armor. Everyone suddenly remembered, yes, Gaara was covered with armor made of sand. In the qualifiers, when Xiaoli did not open the 8 gate, there were so many stormy attacks that could not completely defeat the sand armor. Sure enough. Looking at Gaara unscathed, Ryuya couldn't help shaking his head. With his little power and pure fist and foot technique, Gaara really couldn't be hurt. In other words, even with the body replacement technique strengthening the super displacement of plus 86,400, it would be in vain to be unable to break the defense against Gaara. I am going to kill you. At this time, Gaara raised her head and looked at Ryuya with a touch of madness in her eyes. I didn't put Ryuya in his eyes, but apparently, Ryuya's performance just now aroused Gaara's interest. For those who are interested, of course it is killed. Wow! At the next moment, a large amount of sand flew up, forming a wave of attacks, shooting at Ryuya from multiple directions. Puff! Blood splattered, and sand penetrated Ryuya again. Peng! But then, there was another soft sound, and the corpse became a rock again, still the body replacement technique. It's body replacement technique again. Seeing this scene, the audience on the ring was completely dumbfounded. In this case, being able to perform body replacement technique is too abnormal. The body replacement technique was developed to such an extent. On the summit stage, 3rd Hokage's eyes were unblinking, and a chuckle appeared at the corner of his mouth. Konoha's future is really full of life. Another funny kid. Fen Ying next to him, with slightly squinted eyes, was obviously interested in Ryuya. Damn it! Gaara became more annoyed by being teased by such a low-level ninjutsu twice in a row. When Ryuya's figure appeared, there was a loud shout. Sand how? Whoosh! Whizzing! Whoosh! The next moment, I saw countless fist-sized sand bullets formed in the air, like fierce hail, with the sound of howling breaking through the air, densely hitting Ryuya. This is over. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help sighing secretly. Although Ryuya's body replacement technique is powerful, it is only the body replacement technique after all, and the distance is extremely limited. Facing this kind of range attack type ninjutsu, it is impossible to avoid it. But the audience did not realize that their initial mockery of Ryuya has become an identity. And this recognition is due to Ryuya's strength. Boom. 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 The next moment, the sand bomb hit the ground with a muffled noise. And in the place hit by the sand bomb, a deep pit of more than a dozen inside appeared instantly, showing its power. Under the cover of sand bullets, Ryuya's body instantly became a mass of blood and blood. Ugh. Thinking that Ryuya must die this time, there was another sigh in the audience. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Peng. But at this moment, what surprised everyone again was that with a muffled noise, Ryuya's body turned into rocks again. How can that be? Immediately afterwards, watching Ryuya who appeared again outside the range of sand hail, the audience exclaimed. I'm afraid this is more than 200 meters, is it still the body replacement technique for such a long distance? As the basic ninjutsu in the ninja school, basically all ninjas can use body replacement technique. But they think that no one can use body replacement technique to this extent. Ta-da-da. Before everyone recovered, Ryuya changed from passive evasion to active attack. In a straight line, go straight to Gaara. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time as he rushed, he kept shooting at Gaara one after another. I am going to kill you. Being fooled for the third time, Gaara, who was already irritable, was completely irritated, and screamed hysterically on her back. Although angry, Gaara did not lose his judgment. I just got Ryuya kicked, and at the same time I know that Ryuya can teleport to the position of Kunao. Clang clang clang. So this time, before Kobo approached, he took the initiative to block it with sand. All Kunao was blocked and fell to the ground, but in this way, Ryuya kept shooting Kunao. After approaching Gaara, he even ran around him, while constantly shooting Kunao. In a blink of an eye, the Kunao that was blocked by Gaara's sand almost fell everywhere. Tread. When the last Kunao shot, Ryuya stood still abruptly, reaching out and holding the long knife behind his back. Knife. At this time, everyone discovered that Ryuya was actually carrying a knife. Laugh. And when Ryuya held the hilt with his right hand, the sound of air tearing sounded, and a huge invisible sword aura suddenly cut out and went straight to Gaara. Draw a knife and strengthen plus 86,400. Shit. The next moment, a puff of sand flew up and blocked Gaara directly. The sand in Gaara's gourd, which was transformed after his mother died, will automatically protect Gaara. But it is a pity that such a solid sand, like a thin piece of paper, was split into two instantly. But the sword spirit remained inexhaustible, and it still slashed towards Gaara. Seeing the cut sand and perceiving the sword aura, Gaara's face changed suddenly, and she quickly turned to avoid it. Shit. The next moment, the lost sword energy plowed across the ground, leaving a long trace. Seeing this scene, all the audience on the scene, each with their mouths open, were stunned. They never expected that apart from the enchanting body replacement technique, Ryuya would have such a powerful slash. Draw a knife. Hate was also dumbfounded. Is this really the sword drawing he taught Ryuya, the basic E-level swordsmanship? Unfortunately. The enhanced version of draw knife and slash, you can draw and slash instantly, but unfortunately, the sword energy is not instantaneous, so Gaara avoids it. However, being able to easily cut away Gaara's sand, which is harder than steel, made Ryuya feel more comfortable. Whoosh. Ryuya didn't hesitate after one shot was lost, and his figure disappeared again. Seeing Ryuya who had disappeared suddenly, Gaara's eyes widened, and there was a hint of horror on his face. The power of the slash just now was enough to threaten him. Gaara looked around nervously, he must find Ryuya's position immediately. Whoosh. 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 Ryuya's figure appeared again, but disappeared shortly afterwards. The next moment, Gaara and the audience were all eye-catching. Ryuya began to flash frequently in the audience. Body replacement technique. At this time, only a few people were able to see through Ryuya's technique. One of them is the third Hokage on the summit stage. After all, this is the body replacement technique. It's just that the surrogate object was replaced by Kunao, that is, Kunao that is all over the ground. At the moment of the stand-in, Ryuya swaps positions with Kunao, and at the same time puts the picked-up Kunao to the replacement position. Because the speed is too fast, it is as if Kunao on the ground has not moved at all. That's why the illusion that Ryuya flashed directly on the court appeared. That's it? Third Hokage couldn't help laughing. It turned out that the Kunao shot just now was not intended to attack Gaara, but deliberately scattered on the ground to become Ryuya's coordinated points. Genius. Being able to use the body replacement technique to such a superb level, even the third Hokage, who is known as the Professor of Ninja, can't help but admire Ryuya as the genius of body replacement technique. It is not difficult to predict that from today, Konoha's name stand-in Ryuya will spread throughout the ninja world. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 21. Cut. 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 Frequent displacement, in order to create an attack gap. When Gaara's eyes could no longer capture Ryuya's movement, Ryuya made a decisive move. Withdraw the sword and strengthen the plus 86,400, crescent-shaped sword energy with a diameter of 3 meters, tearing the air from all directions, whizzing straight to Gaara. Gaara's eyes widened in horror as he sensed that several sword auras came almost indiscriminately. Boom! The next moment, the competition venue instantly collapsed and turned into a sea of sand. At the same time, countless sands flew up, forming a barrier to block the sword chi slash. Shit! Laugh! But unfortunately, under the sharp sword aura, these thick sand walls, like fragile thin paper, were cut to pieces in an instant. At the same time, the sword spirit remained inexhaustible, still slashing towards Gaara in the middle. Gaara! Seeing this scene, Temari and Kankuro in the stands couldn't help shouting worriedly. Gaara, who is regarded as a monster, is their own brother after all. When you see him in danger, as a sister or brother, how can you not worry about it? Boom! The next moment, the sword chi arrived almost at the same time, meeting and colliding in the center, making a loud roar, and at the same time aroused countless sand, gravel, and dust. For a while, everyone's expressions froze, and they stared at the court unblinkingly. Such a strong and fierce attack, surely it is not a battle between Jonin, but a Chunin exam? At the same time, everyone eagerly wanted to know whether the attack just now killed Gaara. This is. The heavy gravel fell quickly, and when the scene on the court was clearly seen, everyone exclaimed again. I saw a piece of sand floating in the air, like a cloud, and Gaara, half kneeling on the piece of sand. At the moment the slash arrived, Gaara, who was unable to resist, lifted herself into the air with sand, which could withstand this dangerous wave of attacks. As expected of Gaara. Looking at Gaara in midair, even Ryuya couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Gaara's evaluation of Ryuya was so simple. Rustle. Sand. The next moment, Gaara slowly fell back to the ground, and at the same time, countless sands gathered towards him, wrapping him layer by layer. This is. When Gaara fell to the ground again, he was completely wrapped in sand, forming a huge ball of sand. Everyone was stunned again. Gaara, known as the Sand Waterfall, actually hid. Unable to resist Gara, who lacks a sense of security, chose to protect herself in this way. Of course, he is not simply hiding in the sand ball, he can still manipulate the sand to attack. Under absolute defense, he thought he was invincible. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Cut. Regarding this, Ryuya didn't have any nonsense and slashed it over. Shit. Jianqi cut into the sand ball more than 10 centimeters, but eventually collapsed. These are not ordinary sands, but Gara uses chakra to soak them day and night, which is extremely hard. If you can't cut the sand ball, you can't hurt the Gara inside. This is how to do. Seeing this, everyone on the scene, whether they are ordinary civilian audiences or ninjas, couldn't help but frown. This made Ryuya how to fight. In fact, Ryuya didn't give up after making a futile move. He held the handle of the knife again with his right hand, maintaining the ready position of drawing the knife, but this time he did not cut it directly, but with a solemn expression and a series of loud shouts. This is. Everyone was dumbfounded for an instant, what Ryuya was going to do. If you can't cut Gara, you will use your aura to frighten you? Under everyone's gaze, Ryuya kept in this position, screaming constantly in his mouth. But other than that, no one did anything else. Now, not only other people, but also Third Hokage, who is known as Professor Ninja, are dumbfounded. Which one is the singing? He is familiar with all kinds of ninjutsu and there is no shortage of Sonic, but there is no such thing. It should be almost there. Until more than 10 minutes later, Ryuya thought. After accumulating power for so long, it should be possible to split the sand ball. Accumulation can increase the slashing power, but Ryuya has no idea how much to increase it and what proportion. Cut. All in all, cut his mother's knife first. The next moment, as Ryuya shouted, he cut out with a sword. Laugh. At the next moment, I saw a sword gas with a diameter of more than 10 meters, wrapped in a violent wind, plowing deeply across the ground, and swiping from Ryuya's blade in an instant. Boom. The next moment, a dozen meters of sword energy smashed the sand ball, and with a loud noise that pierced the ears, it split the sand ball directly into two. Seeing this scene, everyone on the scene, no matter civilians or ninjas, were all dumbfounded. Gara's absolute defense was cut off abruptly. But at this moment, before everyone recovered, a hysterical roar suddenly came from the sand ball that was divided into two, as if full of anger and panic. It's Gara. Gara wasn't dead, maybe he was not in the center just now. What is that? At the same time, a few sharp-eyed spectators seemed to see a terrifying monster from the gap where the sand ball was cut. Have you completely become possessed? In the audience, Kankuro, who knew what was going on, appeared in horror. I don't know, he seems to be injured. This has never happened before. No one knows what will happen to him. Tamari also has a dignified face, and has already prepared for the worst in his heart. Damn it! He is so messy. As the team leader, Beiki cursed in his heart that Gara's loss of control might ruin this plan. At the same time, some ninjas who are good at perception, from the split sand ball, faintly felt a very disturbing chakra. What happened inside? For a while, everyone stared at the sand ball unblinkingly, their faces full of tension. Wow! Wow! Until a moment later, the sand ball slowly collapsed, and Gara's figure was revealed from inside. Obviously, Gara was not in the middle of the sand ball, or he avoided it at the critical moment. So Ryuya's cut just now didn't cut him in half. But even so, he chopped Gara and covered the shoulder with his hand, and the blood still kept flowing out. Success. Seeing the injured Gara, Ryuya was relieved instantly, and he had already done everything he needed to do. Whether it can pull back the off-track plotline, then it can only be resigned to fate. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 22. A leaf suddenly fell on the field. Call. The next moment, a whirlwind was suddenly set off on the field, which was mixed with countless leaves. And when the wind cleared, two figures appeared. It was Kakashi and Suzuki. Sorry. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. We are late. Who is coming? Shiranui Genma smiled at the corner of Kyanben's mouth and asked cooperatively. Uchiha. Suzuki was expressionless and gave out his name coldly. Suzuki. Suzuki. It's Suzuki here. Seeing Suzuki finally appeared, the venue was thrilled. After all, before the start of the game, as the orphan of the Uchiha clan, he was the hottest and most anticipated character. What can I do? But then, everyone suddenly thought, what would happen if Suzuki came? Thinking back to Ryuya's battle just now, even the boy with Uchiha bloodline instantly became dull. Our way of appearance seems too gorgeous. Knowing that he still did this, it was obviously intentional. Kakashi smiled and said embarrassedly. But Suzuki, you should have been disqualified. Don't worry, Suzuki's game has been postponed. Haha. That's great. Kakashi laughed twice, but in fact, these were already in his expectation, otherwise they would not dare to be late anyway. But Suzuki's opponent. Just as Kakashi was proud, Shiranui Genma added another sentence. Snatched by someone else. Huh. Kakashi, who was still proud just now, froze in an instant, and only then did he see the situation clearly on the court. Takagi Ryuyu's. It turns out that Suzuki's opponent was taken away by Ryuya. Starting from the extent of the destruction of the venue, the two sides may have fought a big battle. This is. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi saw Gaara, who was injured out of control, and was shocked again. Could it be Ryuya who won? How is this possible? His opponent is Gaara. Even though Suzuki was given special training, he did not hesitate to be late for the game. In fact, Kakashi did not have full confidence that Suzuki could beat Gaara. But such a monster was defeated by Ryuya. About Ryuya, Kakashi has also heard about it. After all, he also brought this class of students, the tail of the crane, alongside Naruto. Is the tail of the crane so full of accidents? Think about Naruto, then look at Ryuya in front of him. Kakashi smiles helplessly and shook his head. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Looking at Suzuki's side, although he did not speak, his sullen face was obviously extremely unhappy. He practiced hard for a month, just to defeat Gaara. But now, someone told him that his opponent had been snatched away. Most importantly, it was the chrysanthemum that exploded him. Damn, it's crane tail that robbed his opponent. There were originally 2 crane tails in the class. He has recognized Naruto, but Ryuya, he will never forgive. Gone. At this moment, countless feathers suddenly appeared in the venue, scattered all over the auditorium. Among the fluttering feathers, the audience fell one by one, falling asleep. This is illusion. Konoha Jonin in the stands, Kakashi, Shiranui Genma, and others off the court suddenly changed their expressions. Solution. Then immediately cast ninjutsu and bounce off the illusion. It started. When Ryuya saw this scene, his face sank, and he said silently in his heart. Peng. At this moment, what was shocking was that a cloud of smoke burst out on the summit stage, which also changed. The 2 guards next to Fenying suddenly attacked. Whoosh whoosh. Umbu, who was in charge of guarding, had been paying close attention to the scene and immediately launched an action. There are two groups of Umbu, one group rushes to the wind and shadow guards, and the other group protects the leaders of other countries. Shit. Laugh. A brief contact in midair slashed Fenying's two guards in midair. But what people did not expect was that the two who were beheaded turned into four. It turned out to be hiding in a pair of clothes through disguise. After the four showed up, they fell to the roof of the summit platform and stood at a corner. But now, when the smoke burst, Fenying hijacked Hokage, and he was already standing in the middle of the roof. 4 Xian formations. As the four people sealed the seal at the same time, a layer of enchantment rose up, trapping Hokage inside. An Umbu member who rushed up unexpectedly touched the barrier, and his body was immediately burned by the flames. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, Otanin lurking in Konoha had all appeared and began to attack the inside of the venue. Konoha Shinobi, who was an audience at the scene, also immediately launched a counterattack. Tread! 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 At this time, Baki, Temari, Kankuro, and 3 Sand Shinobi fell off the court and first protected Gaara. The action is aborted. Take Gaara away temporarily. After checking, it was determined that Gaara was out of control and unable to fight for the time being. Baki's face was gloomy and gave an order. Temari and Kankuro nodded, and the two set up Gaara, jumped out of the meeting, and fled out of the village. But Baki stayed where he was, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, the exam is over. At this time, Shiranui Genma, the referee, said to Ryuya, and then rushed straight to Baki. Damn it! Suzuki, who just appeared on the stage, couldn't help being annoyed when he encountered this sudden situation before he took the shot. Whoosh! In the next moment, regardless of all this, he jumped up and chased Gaara. Gaara is his opponent, he will never allow others to take it away. Genma blocked Baki and immediately joined the battle Kakashi, withdrawing to deal with other Otanin. After saving little Sakura, confess her and wake up Naruto, together with his summoning ninja dog Parker, to chase Suzuki, the task is to bring Suzuki back. Bring this guy. At this moment, Ryuya suddenly appeared and dragged Shikamaru, who was still pretending to be asleep for fear of trouble. It is good. Kakashi glanced at Shikamaru and nodded. Great. Seeing Junior, Sakura, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Parker go after Suzuki, Ryuya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The plot has been pulled back. If there are no accidents, they should be surprised. Third Hokage. Immediately afterwards, Ryuya looked at Third Hokage trapped in the enchantment, frowning again. If everything is like the original, in this battle, Third Hokage will die heroically. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 23. 4 Xian formations, a kind of enchantment ninjutsu, require 4 people to activate. From the upper and lower sides, the space is completely enclosed. The enchantment is not only strong, but also has purple flames. If people touch it, they will be burned to death immediately. Facing this kind of enchantment, generally only from the inside, defeat the operator to crack. But at this time, it was the 4th of the 5 people of Yunnan who displayed the 4 purple flame formations, possessing a special physique. They cast a layer of enchantment from inside, making it difficult for the trapped Third Hokage to attack them. What's more, along with Third Hokage, there is Orochimaru disguised as Hokage. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, is also a disciple of Third Hokage. If it were more than 10 years ago, Third generation could defeat Orochimaru. But now, as his physical strength declines as he grows older, he may no longer be Orochimaru's opponent. Impure world reincarnation. Moreover, Orochimaru has used the forbidden technique and has summoned first generation and second Hokage to this world. In the next moment, under the control of Orochimaru, first generation and second generation began to pinch the third generation. We can only wait. Outside the barrier, looking at third Hokage in an extremely dangerous situation, the three Umbu members have nothing to do. They couldn't break through the barrier from the outside. All that can be expected now is that third Hokage opens the barrier inside, and they immediately give aid. 4 Xian formations. At this time, in the chaotic venue, with the enhanced body replacement technique, Ryuya, who was attacking by Otonin and Sand Shinobi, flashed past. Seeing Zhangqi's enchantment, he couldn't help thinking. Enhanced body replacement technique, even if it is strengthened 86,400 times, the essence is still body replacement technique. The so-called teleportation is just high-speed movement, not really shuttles through space. Therefore, if the body replacement technique is used, Ryuya cannot directly reach the inside of the barrier. Even if he is fast, he will still hit the barrier and be burned to death. However, he still has to slash and strengthen 86,400. With the potential to cut off the world, as long as the power time is enough, you can completely cut off this enchantment. So as to rescue third Hokage. No way. But in this way, the plot behind it is bound to change. And as Naruto, third generation's drama is far from comparable to that of Hyphen, and the plot is likely to change drastically. As a traverser, only in a familiar plot can you gain greater benefits. Ryuya played against Gaara and tried his best to hurt him in order to get back to the original plot line. Third Hokage has high prestige in the village, and as a fan of Naruto, Ryuya also likes this kind and tough old man. But now, he is in the dangerous world of Ninja World, and he must put his interests first in everything, and he can't use emotions. Save. But after some more thoughts, Ryuya suddenly made a decision to save third Hokage. Whoosh. The next moment, a few jumps, and directly outside the barrier, the three Umbus approached. I can cut this barrier. No nonsense, go directly to the topic, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But I need time. During the time I prepare, I can't be disturbed. You. The three Umbus couldn't help but startled, and then they couldn't help thinking of the knife Ryuya used to cut Gaara's sand ball. The spirit was shocked instantly. Without any hesitation, he said confidently. Leave your back rest assured to us, and ensure that a fly won't get in. Snapped. Without doubting Umbu, Ryuya took a slashing pose, holding the handle of the knife with his right hand, and then began to accumulate strength. Scatter. At the same time, the three Umbu exchanged their eyes and spread out immediately, forming a triangle, protecting Ryuya in the middle. What is he doing? In the venue, Kakashi, who was playing against many Otonin, saw this scene and couldn't help asking. That's... Maybe we don't have to worry about third generation. Guy glanced at him, his face instantly surprised. When Ryuya played against Gaara, Kakashi was not there, but Guy could see clearly the whole process. Based on his experience, he has guessed that Ryuya increased the power of drawing a knife through constant so that he finally split Gaara's sand ball. Although he still can't figure it out, what is the connection between the power of ninjutsu and But then again, before Ryuya exploded Konan Chrysanthemum, the principle of the 1,000 years of death trick, Guy hasn't figured it out yet. Anyway, Guy, who has already called Ryuya the miracle boy, he thought that Ryuya might be able to break the barrier. Ryuya is still accumulating energy, and at this time, in the venue, as well as in Konoha village, and Naruto outside the village, they are all acting in their own way. Compared to the original work, Konoha is actually more prepared because Ryuya rescued Hate and reported information in time. At the moment of the attack, someone was responsible and quickly moved the civilians and children to the shelter under Shadow Rock. At the same time, a large number of ninjas are responsible for various defenses. The Hyuga clan, Nara clan, Abarame clan, etc., numerous Konoha clan, a large number of elite ninjas, are responsible for counterattack. Facing the joint attack by Otonin and Sand Shinobi, although the scene was chaotic at this time, everything was still under control. Old man, you have to hold on. What's more, there is pervy sage Jiraiya who is also one of the 3 ninjas in the village at this time. In the venue, Ryuya is still accumulating energy. Bang bang bang. And the 3 Umbu, as mentioned before, guarded him and did not let an enemy pass. Although Ryuya was not disturbed, the situation of 3rd Hokage in the enchantment has become more and more dangerous. After all, 3rd generation is getting older and not as strong as before. Isn't it okay? Seeing Ryuya who was still accumulating energy, the 3 Umbu secretly worried. But he didn't dare to ask, for fear of disturbing Ryuya. It should be almost. Wait a little longer. As mentioned before, although charging can increase slashing power, Ryuya has no idea how much it can increase. In the unlikely event that he slashed out with this knife and failed to cut the enchantment, he might not have time to recharge. Instead of doing this, it's better to charge up for a while. If you don't make a move, you will be foolproof. Shadow Clone Technique. After a while, the battle in the enchantment had heated up, and 3rd Hokage suddenly separated 2 shadow clones. 3rd generation is already physically weak. If it is divided into 3 parts, it will naturally be even more vulnerable. Seeing this scene, even the 3 Umbus were puzzled and worried. It's time. But Ryuya knew that 3rd Hokage was going to use his own life to seal impure world reincarnation out of 1st generation, 2nd Hokage, and Orochimaru. Cut. At this time, he didn't take action, but when he waited, Ryuya yelled, and the long sword came out of its sheath. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 24. Rescue 3rd Hokage. It is very likely that the plot will be changed drastically, which will surpass Ryuya's control and lose the advantage of foresight. But just imagine, the arrival of Ryuya himself, and the gust of wind he saved, are not all changes to the plot. A butterfly in the tropical rainforest of the Amazon River Basin in South America, occasionally flapping its wings, may cause a tornado in Texas in the United States 2 weeks later. The butterfly effect, although small at the moment, will inevitably become more and more important as time goes by. In other words, the plot will sooner or later be out of control. That being the case, blindly obsessed with pulling back the plot, but in vain in the end. It is better to take advantage of the present to build more advantages and strengthen yourself. For example, save 3rd Hokage and hug this thick leg completely. Cut. Ryuya's eyes were firm, and with a loud shout, the long sword was unsheathed and slashed, all in one go. Laugh. In the next moment, a huge sword energy 200 to 300 meters long, wrapped in the momentum of the thunderbolt, slashed straight towards the 4 purple flame formations. As the sword energy is so powerful, just cutting the sound of the air caused pain in the eardrums of everyone in the venue. For a moment, everyone stopped subconsciously and followed the prestige. Boom. Immediately afterwards, I saw Jianqi first cut to the summit platform. The magnificent summit platform, like a piece of tofu, was instantly cut from the middle. This is. And the next moment, the sword energy remained inexhaustible, and it cut straight to the 4 purple flame formations. Shit. The 4 purple flame array, which was solid and with flames, said that it could not be destroyed from the outside. Under the huge sword aura, just like the unlucky summit platform, it was instantly cut in half. Ryuya's sword was actually aimed at Orochimaru in the formation. But seeing the sword chi attacking him, Orochimaru's face changed suddenly, and he quickly dodged. Boom! Boom! The sword energy that Orochimaru evaded, continued to fly forward, and with a series of deafening roars, all the buildings along the way were divided into 2. It wasn't until a moment later that the sword chi flew a few miles away, and it suddenly collapsed. Looking at it now, the entire Konohagakure, like a piece of cake, was cut neatly in the middle. In addition, the post-war statistical loss, the damage caused by Ryuya's knife is more than the combined force of Otonin and Sand Shinobi. The power of a knife is as horrible. No wonder he can steal Sasuke's opponent, no wonder he can defeat that monster. Seeing this scene, I copied the ninja Kakashi, muttered to myself, and instantly relieved. It's worthy of being the young man I like. This is youth. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Guy, Konoha's blue beast, rushed towards Ryuya and extended a thumb. It's careless. As a spy, Yakushi Kabuto was still hiding in the dark and couldn't help but blame himself for not discovering such a threatening target before. Master Naruto. On the other hand, at the moment when the 4 purple flame array was cut open, the 3 Umbus had already come to Third Hokage to protect him, and at the same time waited for the show. Damn it's kid. Only the last point is enough to kill Third Hokage. But because of Ryuya's cut, it fell short in the end. Orochimaru's cold pupils stared at Ryuya with resentment. Then took a deep breath and ordered his men. The action is over, let's go back. Yes. The 4 people protected Orochimaru and immediately fled out of the village. Don't want to run away. Umbu immediately pursued, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the opponent's bizarre ninjutsu. Boy, I will come back to find you. When Orochimaru left, he looked down at Ryuya and said with a sneer. Although his voice was small, Ryuya, who has radar ears, heard clearly, and then frowned. Being followed by this lion majesty, I am afraid it will be troublesome in the future. Orochimaru has retreated and signaled the end of the operation. Yakushi Kabuto, other Otonin, and Sand Shinobi also began to find ways to escape. Of course, most of them cannot safely evacuate from Konoha. At the same time, outside Konoha village, there was a loud noise, and then it returned to calm. It's not hard to guess that the battle between Naruto and the others is over. If nothing else, it should be the same as the original. Naruto eventually defeated One-Tails Gaara. Ended. Looking at the dilapidated meeting place and the corpses everywhere, Ryuya let out a long sigh of relief. The crisis has finally passed. After a few hours, the battle came to an end. Next is the aftermath work, such as repairing damaged buildings, treating the wounded, and collecting the dead. 2 days later, Konoha held a collective funeral to mourn the ninja who died in the battle. Although they were prepared, it was war after all, and many ninjas fell forever. The weather was gloomy, and it soon started to rain. In front of the comforting monument, everyone put on black mourning clothes and mourned for the dead. This scene has been seen in anime. At that time, Ryuya was quite sad because of the death of third generation. But now, although third generation is not dead, there are still many ninjas who died in battle. Although Ryuya didn't even know these people, when he came to this world, as a ninja, his mood at this time was much heavier than when he was in front of the computer screen. Only then did Ryuya truly realize the cruelty of this world. The real ninja world is not a hot-blooded anime mixed with funny, but a cruel world where death is accompanied by death at any time. Everyone is deep in their pain, and continues to bear weight. Become stronger. Must be stronger. Only stronger. Thinking of this, Ryuya forcibly cheered up. Although the plot has changed, many things are destined to happen again. Such as Pain's attack, such as the Fourth Ninja War. Faced with such a difficult and dangerous future, Ryuya has no other way. Only by constantly getting stronger until he becomes the strongest can he protect himself, his family, and his companions and friends. Strengthening his conviction again, Ryuya also worked harder. After the funeral, he changed into his mourning clothes and started practicing immediately. He has the system in hand, but because of this, he needs to learn more and stronger skills. In fact, other people grew up in pain just like Ryuya. After the funeral, he immediately invested in the reconstruction of the village and his own practice. In just a few days, Konoha village was rejuvenated again, and it didn't look like it had just gone through a big battle. At the same time, the names of the two heroes spread throughout Konoha, and then spread to the world. One is Uzumaki Naruto, who is unrelenting, working hard for his companions to defeat Gaara and avoid the raging beasts of the tail. One is to cut through the four purple flame formations and save third Hokage, the shocking Takagi Ryuya. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 25. Everything returned to normal. A few days later, after consultation with Konoha's senior management, the results of the Chunin exam were officially released. Although an accident occurred in the middle, the examination was basically completed, so the examination is still valid. According to the performance of all candidates in the exam, Konoha executives believe that there are two people who meet the requirements for promotion to Chunin. One is Nara Shikamaru. Whether it's against Oteninkan in the qualifiers or against Sand Shinobi Tamari in the official game, Shikamaru's calm analysis and layout, the coordinating and leadership skills shown in it show that he has the potential to become an excellent captain. Promoted to Chunin. In addition to Shikamaru, another advancer is Takagi Ryuya. With the use of the body replacement technique's magical skills, as well as that amazing knife, with his powerful combat ability, Ryuya is already a powerful ninja who can stand alone, and he deserves to be promoted to Chunin. Congratulations Ryuya! After being promoted, Ryuya put on Chunin's green vest, and the whole person looked much more energetic. After learning the news, Ban 9th specially found a barbecue restaurant to celebrate him together. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Chunin. Organs, ears. Skills, Clone Technique, E-Level Ninjutsu, Toad Oil Bomb, C-Level Ninjutsu. 1000 Years of Death Strengthen plus 86,400, E-Level Physical Surgery. Body Replacement Technique Strengthen plus 86,400, E-Level Ninjutsu. Draw a Sword and Strengthen plus 86,400, E-Level Physical Surgery. At the same time, looking at the personal panel again, the level inside has changed to Chunin. In addition, like the Great Fireball technique, the Toad Oil Bomb is a C-level ninjutsu. But the difference is that the Great Fireball technique is used to confront the enemy while the Toad Oil Bomb focuses on the conversion of chakra to oil. Therefore, although each time you perform a spell, you can only spray a little, but the Toad Oil Bomb is already mastered, so it appears in the skill list. By the way, Ryuya, what are your plans for the next practice? Do you have any focus? As an instructor and someone who came here, Hayate asked. As a ninja, after leveling up, in addition to receiving higher level tasks, you can also learn the corresponding ninjutsu. As Chunin, the village will provide some C-level ninjutsu learning. There is more greed than chewing, and there are more ninjutsu to choose from. At this time, ninjas tend to have some emphasis. Because of this, Chunin already has its own field of expertise compared to the cookie-cutter genin. Is there any emphasis? Pick the simple ones and practice first. Ryuya smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. The Great Fireball technique is also grade C. It has been half a year, and he hasn't learned it yet. Boom. 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 A few days later, Ryuya took a physical skill that Chunin could learn from the village and began to practice. Compared with ninjutsu, physique does not need to be printed, and chakra flow is simpler, so it is easier to learn. Although it is physique, but its reputation is not necessarily less ninjutsu. It is the common skill of Gai and Xiaoli, and it is also the signature action of Konoha fluid art, Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Hurricane, sea-level physique, a whirlwind-like leg attack, extremely fast, with powerful destructive power. Leaf Hurricane. Next, without a task, Ryuya began to practice continuously. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. After such a flash, it was another half a month. Time is up. It has been 60 days since the last time I strengthened the sword and sword. Ryuya has once again obtained the opportunity of unlimited enhancement. Strengthen Toad Oil Bomb. Without even thinking about it, I gave instructions directly. After all, there are only 2 skills left in his skill list at this time. And Toad Oil Bomb as a sea-level ninjutsu, of course, is the first choice. Start of unlimited enhancement, target, skill Toad Oil Bomb. Toad Oil Bomb strengthen +1. Toad Oil Bomb strengthen +2. Toad Oil Bomb strengthen +10, increase the viscosity. Toad Oil Bomb strengthen +11. Toad Oil Bomb enhancement +100, storage limit increased. Toad Oil Bomb strengthen +101. System prompts sounded one after another. Ryuya habitually blocked, and continued to practice Leaf Hurricane. Ryuya. Early that morning, Ryuya practiced at the village as usual, and with a shout, Naruto ran over. There was Jiraiya with Naruto, but he didn't come. Will you leave the village? Seeing Naruto carrying a backpack, Ryuya couldn't help asking. Okay. Naruto nodded and said with a grin. With pervy sage, go find a mother-in-law. So. Ryuya nodded, knowing in his heart. They went to find Tsunade, naturally. In the original book, after the death of third Hokage, Konoha urgently needs a new Hokage to preside over the overall situation. High-level discussions decided that Jiraiya will serve as the fifth Hokage. But Jiraiya has a loose nature and is unwilling to take over. In exchange, he is willing to find Tsunade, who is also one of the 3 ninjas, who has been away all year round, to serve as fifth Hokage. When Jiraiya left, he took Naruto away, accepted him as a disciple, and taught him Rasengan on the road. Later, Rasengan became Naruto's signature ninjutsu, defeating one after another powerful enemy. In this world, third Hokage has not sacrificed because of Ryuya. But in the same way, when playing against Orochimaru, the weakness of third Hokage's old age has become more obvious. Therefore, it was proposed by third Hokage and recognized by Konoha's senior management to elect the new Hokage as soon as possible. In fact, the position of Naruto has already passed to the 4th generation. Because the 4th generation was accidentally sacrificed, 3rd generation had to re-emerge, and it has been temporarily for more than 10 years. Since Hokage is still selected, those candidates are naturally still those. So just like the original book, Jiraiya takes Naruto and embarks on the road to find Tsunade. Be careful. If nothing happens, Naruto and the others will meet Orochimaru again, and there will be a battle between the 3 ninjas. Ryuya can't help but remind. Okay. Naruto nodded, waved goodbye to Ryuya, and ran back to Jiraiya. Rasengan. Seeing Naruto and Jiraiya leave, Ryuya was envious. But he knew in his heart that Rasengan was 4th Hokage's relic and Jiraiya could not be passed on to outsiders. Therefore, he was destined to miss this ride. Furthermore, Raise-non, as an A-level ninjutsu, depends on Ryuya's aptitude. I am afraid that he will not be able to learn it after 3 years or 5 years. Of course, what Ryuya admires most is that Naruto can worship Jiraiya as a teacher. The guidance of a mentor is really important and rare. Leave Hurricane. Instead of admiring others, it is better to work hard on your own. Ryuya stopped thinking about it and continued to practice Leaf Hurricane. The sun rose to the top of the head and then slowly set in the west. Unknowingly it was already dusk. Master Naruto is looking for me. After practicing for a day, Ryuya, who was about to go home, was summoned by Third Hokage. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom. Enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 26. What? Why, don't you want to? No, I'm just too surprised. Ryuya waved his hand quickly and looked at his face with a kind smile. Just like the ordinary and kind elder Third Hokage, Ryuya still couldn't believe that Third Hokage wanted to accept him as his disciple. Not only because Ryuya saved him, but more importantly, because of Ryuya's performance in the Chunin exam. The lowest level of body replacement technique could be used to such an extent, he couldn't help but love talent. Third Hokage has taught many students in his life, but his personal disciples are only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, which is now the famous Sunin. But Orochimaru has gone the wrong way, Jiraiya is so sloppy, and Tsunade is addicted to gambling. The three are dirty, gambling, and drugs. No one can completely inherit his mantle, making third generation very depressed. Moreover, with his understanding of Orochimaru, who is gloomy in his heart, is absolutely impossible to let Ryuya go. Taking Ryuya as an apprentice, teaching and training until it can fight Orochimaru, is also the responsibility of third generation. Therefore, third generation finally decided to accept Ryuya as an apprentice. The disciple sees master. Immediately after regaining consciousness, Ryuya hurriedly saluted, as if he was afraid that third generation would regret it. This is Lord Third Hokage. Even if he doesn't mention his identity, he has all attributes. Chakra, who claims to be a ninja professor who is proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu, and his strength is also at the top of the ninja world. Moreover, Third Hokage is extremely good at cultivating disciples, as you can tell from Sunin. Of course, the character aspect is not counted, only strength is mentioned here. It is a great thing to be able to worship Third Hokage as a teacher. How could Ryuya refuse? Speaking of it, before saving Third Hokage, it was also to hug this thigh, but now it is a complete hug. It surprised me that just now, Ryuya was still jealous of Naruto and was able to apprentice Jiraiya. Now, he actually worshipped Third Hokage as his teacher. Ryuya can't help being funny. Jiraiya is also the apprentice of third generation, so when you turn around, isn't Naruto asking him to be his uncle? It's even more interesting if it's from fourth Hokage. Naruto wants to call him Grandpa Master. Haha, okay. Here, Third Hokage, I didn't think so much. Looking at the well-behaved Ryuya, I like it more and more. At the current age of third generation, I am afraid that I will not accept other apprentices in this life. Ryuya is his closed apprentice. Grandchildren, that is especially distressed. It's getting late, and it's too late to teach Ryuya ninjutsu today, but you can check your body first. Regarding Ryuya's information, Third Hokage has already learned more about it. During the ninja school, the grade belongs to the tail of the crane. During Genin, although he performed well, all he used was low-level ninjutsu. This shows that Ryuya's qualifications are not good. Therefore, before the instruction, Third Hokage must first examine Ryuya's body to find out his crux. That's it? After using special ninjutsu, Third Hokage couldn't help sighing. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. The practice of ninja is actually the manufacture and use of chakra. The source of chakra is the body energy condensed from the 130 trillion cells of the human body one by one, the other is the mental energy that has been tempered and tempered. Ryuya's physical energy is average, but his mental energy is far beyond ordinary people. A 12 or 13-year-old boy with such a tough spirit is far beyond third generation's expectations. The amount of chakra in Ryuya's body, as a Chunin, has far exceeded the average level. So in the manufacture of chakra, Ryuya has no problem. His problem is the use of chakra. Using chakra as energy to perform ninjutsu requires a specific route, that is, the meridians all over the body. The gentle fist of Hyaga's acupuncture point was observed by Byakugan and intercepted the meridians with a special method to achieve the effect of preventing the flow of chakra. The meridians in Ryuya's body are not only narrow, but also deformed to varying degrees. This is a congenital defect, just like dysplasia of a limb. Meridians. After listening to Third Hokage, Ryuya frowned. It turned out that his problem was here. At the same time, I can't help but wonder whether meridians are considered organs. According to biology, should they belong to a system of multi-organ cooperation? If so, can it be strengthened through the system? But even if we take a step back, the system can strengthen the meridians. Ryuya's meridians are deformed. Once they are strengthened by the system, will they become worse? Don't be too disappointed. Seeing that Ryuya didn't speak, thinking that he had been hit, Third Hokage said. In fact, it is not completely impossible. Nozomi. Ryuya's eyes widened instantly, and his face was full of excitement at Third Hokage. If you want to cure it all at once, even Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja today, can't do it? Third generation looked serious, then took out a small pill from the drawer and said with a smile. But the secret medicine of our Sarutobi family is helpful to this disease. The secret medicine. Looking at the little pill in Third Hokage's hand, Lanja looked confused. The Sarutobi clan, as one of Konoha's famous sects, is able to gain a firm foothold mainly because of their all-attribute chakra. But in fact, the chakra, the full attribute of the Sarutobi clan, is not obtained from blood, but is nurtured through medicine. Coincidentally, this kind of drugs that stimulate chakra properties also has a certain expansion and correction effect on the meridians. Great teacher. After listening to Third Hokage, Ryuya was excited again. However, depending on the severity of your problem, it will take at least 10 years to completely correct it. To prevent Ryuya from expecting too much, Third Hokage explained in advance. It doesn't matter even 20 years. Ryuya nodded, not at all frustrated. As long as he takes the medicine, his meridians can be corrected little by little, and as long as the meridians are gradually corrected, his speed at practicing ninjutsu will gradually increase. As for how long it will take, Ryuya is confident. After speaking, Third Hokage first gave the pill to Ryuya. Nothing. Ryuya took it immediately and there was nothing unusual in his body. Then I couldn't help laughing, too. This is not the elixir in fantasy novels, how can I react? According to third generation, this secret medicine, Ryuya should be taken continuously, 1 capsule per month. Immediately afterwards, third generation told Ryuya to practice on his own. But as soon as he frees up time, he will be approached for guidance. Thank you, teacher. As Hokage, he is usually busy with business, that is to say, Third Hokage is using precious rest time to teach him. Ryuya is grateful again. Next, nothing else, Ryuya said goodbye and left. This enhancement is over. In the morning of the next day, the system prompt sounded, and the enhancement of the toad oil bomb was completed. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 27. Turn on the system to see the specific effect. First, stickiness. Toad oil is originally extremely viscous, but after the system is strengthened, this characteristic is improved to the extreme. Unless it is the use of special oily substances, it is impossible to get rid of it by physical means alone. Second, the combustion performance. Toad oil can be burned, and its energy content is far more than ordinary fat. After the system is strengthened, this feature is also improved to the extreme, and a drop of oil can burn for several years. Third, the storage limit. If according to the normal scale of the toad oil bomb, Ryuya's own body can be stored at most twice. After strengthening through the system, the upper limit disappears. As long as it is made by Ryuya, no matter how much it can be stored, even if it is a sea of toad oil. Fourth, release the upper limit. No matter how much toad oil, Ryuya can squirt out. In other words, even if Ryuya really stores a sea of oil, it can be released instantly. It deserves to be a sea-level skill. After reading the introduction, Ryuya couldn't help but get excited. In this way, as long as he stores a large amount of toad oil and releases it all at once, most enemies will not be able to avoid it. Coupled with the viscosity and burning performance of toad oil, it can cause restraint and powerful secondary fire attribute damage. At this point, I have to say, whether it is a sea-level ninjutsu, whether it is power or coverage, it is far from E-level comparable. Of course, this ninjutsu also has flaws, or more accurately, Ryuya's own flaws. That is because of Ryuya's qualifications. The speed of manufacturing toad oil is too slow, let alone a sea of oil, it is the size of a lake. If his aptitude has not been improved, I am afraid that he will not be able to make it in this life. Of course, under normal circumstances, there is no need for so much toad oil. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Chunin. Organs, ears. Skills, clone technique, E-level ninjutsu. 1000 years of death strengthen plus 86,400, E-level physical surgery. Body replacement technique strengthen plus 86,400, E-level ninjutsu. Draw a sword and strengthen plus 86,400, E-level physical surgery. Toad oil bomb strengthen plus 86,400, C-level ninjutsu. At the same time, looking at the personal panel again, the skill bar has changed immediately. In the following days, almost all time was spent in tasks and cultivation. After being promoted to Chunin, Ryuya still followed the 9th squad on missions. Due to the 9th class, there is already a special Jonin and a Chunin. The difficulty of the task that can be taken has been upgraded to level B. The B-level mission has involved battles between ninjas. Compared with the C level, the risk factor is greatly improved. Of course, matching with it, the reward has also been greatly increased, between 50,000 and 150,000 miles, read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. As for training, Ryuya currently focuses on Leaf Hurricane and occasionally practicing Great Fireball technique. I don't know whether it is the secret medicine of Sarutobi or the psychological effect. Ryuya feels that the practice seems to be easier. In addition, as Third Hokage said, as long as he has time, he will find Ryuya to teach. Third generation did not directly teach Ryuya a certain ninjutsu, but started from the basics and exercised his fighting skills, battlefield analysis, and various other adaptability abilities. As a result, unknowingly, Ryuya's foundation has been consolidated, and the overall strength has also been rapidly improved. Although busy every day, it is also extremely fulfilling. Time flies quickly, and it takes more than a month in a blink of an eye. Leave Hurricane. At noon that day, Ryuya, who did not have a mission, practiced as usual. Boom. With a muffled noise, the big tree kicked by Ryuya shuddered violently, and Shusha dropped many leaves. According to the current situation, this ninjutsu can be practiced in a dozen days. In this way, you can use it after the next skill enhancement. Leave Hurricane. Thinking of this for a while, Ryuya couldn't help practicing harder and harder. Okay. At this moment, Ryuya suddenly saw a figure and entered the village from the entrance of the village. The Land of Fire enjoys an advantageous geographical location and has many contacts with neighboring countries. And Konohagakure, as the ninja village in the Land of Fire, often has outsiders appearing. Konoha shinobi will not interfere as long as it is not an enemy and does not cause trouble. But the stranger who entered the village at this moment caught Ryuya's attention instantly. The other party is wearing a hat and can't see his face. But the dark windbreaker, with fire clouds floating on it, is clearly the costume of the Akatsuki organization. During this period, Akatsuki hadn't even started collecting tail beasts, and had not become enemies of the major nations, nor had he even officially surfaced. Therefore, everyone is still very unfamiliar with Huo Yunba. But as a traverser, Ryuya is very aware of the danger hidden in this suit. Could it be? Recalling the plot, after Konoha was attacked, Akatsuki did come. Konoha rebel Uchiha Itachi, and Mist Shinobi rebel Hoshigaki Kisame, their group came to Konoha to investigate the situation of Naruto, or Nine Tails. After all, Akatsuki's ultimate goal is to collect tail beasts, and then use tail beast weapons to conquer the world and bring so-called permanent peace to the world. But there is only one person at this time. Is it Itachi or Kisame? Ryuya is more inclined to Itachi. After all, Itachi's abilities are more suitable for investigation, and he is more familiar with Konoha. See what you are going to do. The opponent had entered the village, Ryuya thought a little, and followed directly. Faced with Mangekyo Sherinan, who is proficient in illusion, graduated from a ninja school at the age of 7 and became Chunin at the age of 10, Ryuya considers himself no match. But as long as he does not look at Itachi's eyes, with the enhanced body replacement technique, self-protection shouldn't be a problem. Besides, this is Konoha after all, and there are Konoha shinobi people everywhere, even Itachi does not dare to make much noise. Okay. Of course, even so, it was the legendary god of Itachi after all, and Ryuya didn't dare to be careless, relying on radar ears to avoid getting too close as much as possible. But to his surprise, Itachi did not seem to come to investigate, but rather like a sightseeing tour, wandering around the village, eating and drinking. This is homesickness, come to the old place and revisit. Ryuya blinked, then smiled, stopped thinking about other things, and concentrated on tracking. About an hour later, Itachi left the residential area and walked towards the wild with fewer people. When I reached a lake, I suddenly stopped by the lake. Ryuya hides in the distance, watching with radar ears. But after a long period of time, there was no movement in Itachi. Ryuya frowned slightly and approached quietly, wanting to see what Itachi was doing. Okay. After waiting for the approach, Ryuya couldn't help frowning again, and saw Itachi standing motionless, like wood plastic. Peng. Just as Ryuya was puzzled, there was a muffled noise, and the Itachi disappeared instantly. It was clone technique. Not good. At the same time, Ryuya's back was instantly crumbled, and someone attacked. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 28. Peng. With a muffled noise, Ryuya's body instantly turned into a stone after being penetrated through the back of the heart. Looking at it now, Ryuya has moved to the lake. When using the body replacement technique to avoid the fatal blow just now, Ryuya didn't dare to look up at Itake's eyes, just staring at his body, frowning and thinking. From the very beginning, he followed the clone. Still speaking, he was stolen and replaced while he was following. Whoosh! 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 Just as Ryuya was thinking about it, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and countless shurikens shot at him. This is. With Konao in his hand, these shurikens were easily dropped. At the same time, seeing the appearance of these shurikens, Ryuya was startled. Although the power is similar, it is not a real shuriken, but a stack of paper. Paper shuriken. Ryuya suddenly recovered and looked up at the attacker on the opposite side. Tatada. At this time, this attacker had already rushed towards him. With the rapid movement, the hat on the opponent's head fell. Where is Uchiha Itachi? It is clearly Konan. Sure enough, it's you. Seeing that it was Konan, Ryuya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As a member of Akatsuki, Konan's strength is not weak. But compared to Itachi, the threat is much smaller. At the same time, Ryuya couldn't help wondering, shouldn't it be Itachi? How did it become Konan? Clang. At this moment, Konan had already rushed up, the stack of paper in his hand. Konao stabs Ryuya fiercely. Ryuya didn't evade, and directly approached him with his hands, making a clear metal crash. Third generation has been teaching him for more than a month, and Konan is rarely used as a sparring partner today, just to test shuriken. Compared to Ryuya's calm attitude, Konan did not speak, but looking at Ryuya's gaze was clearly full of murderousness. As the members gradually recruited, Akatsuki's organization had begun to prepare for actions against the tail beast. Before that, we must first gather information. Nine Tails, the most powerful of the tail beasts, is naturally one of the key points. I originally wanted to send a group of Itachi. After all, Itachi is familiar with the environment. But when he heard that Konoha was about to come, Konan, who had rarely spoken, took the initiative. Although the hot pain had long since disappeared, the scars left in her heart could never be erased. How many late nights, she couldn't sleep because of shame. So in addition to investigating Nine Tails this time, she has to find the kid from Konoha and kill him. When he came to Konoha, Konan found that Nine Tails was not in the village. So, she turned to the second goal, first sending a clone to appear in front of Ryuya, and then lure him here. Clang! 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 Amid the collision of the shurikens, the two kept changing positions, and quickly hit the center of the lake from the shore. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. At this moment, Konan stopped suddenly, pulling away a little. Okay. Why stopped? Ryuya was stunned, then looked at the surrounding environment, and instantly understood. You are too careless. At this moment, Konan spoke with a hint of pride. Stand in Ryuya, but above the lake at this time, I see what kind of substitute you use. It's really careless. Ryuya frowned, pretending to be annoyed. To perform the body replacement technique, an object of 1 to 100 kilograms is required. But above the lake, there is nothing but water. Unformed water cannot be used as a substitute. Even if Ryuya is specially made, it is deliberately heavier and reaches the standard of 1 kilogram. However, after the shot falls, it immediately sinks to the bottom of the lake, unable to stay on the lake surface, and unable to move through its displacement and launch a surprise attack. Obviously, Konan specifically investigated Ryuya's intelligence and selected this venue in a targeted manner. How do you know my body replacement technique ability? At the same time, Ryuya couldn't help asking curiously. 3,000,002. At this point, the anger on Conan's face grew deeper. In order to get your information, it cost me 3 million taels. Tisk tisk, it's dark. Ryuya pouted for a while, but he didn't expect his intelligence to be so valuable. In fact, after the Chunin exam, as Third Hokage expected, the name stand in Ryuya quickly spread throughout the world. Experience tells everyone that countries can become enemies at any time. Therefore, regarding such a new star, it immediately attracted the attention of other large and small countries. As a result, the price of information about Ryuya's abilities is getting higher and higher. Unfortunately. As for how others learned about Ryuya's information, it was obviously inferred from his performance in the Chunin exam. Ryuya smiled secretly. This information is not accurate. At this time, Ryuya was only 300 meters away from the shore, and Conan showed his intentions. Obviously, the information she got, the maximum distance of Ryuya body replacement technique is within 200 to 300 meters. The reason for this result must be that Ryuya had moved more than 200 meters while avoiding Gaara's sand. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is very abnormal. But how do they know that Ryuya's true displacement distance is 1 mile, which is 500 meters? Therefore, Ryuya seems to be trapped on the surface of the lake at this time, but can actually move back to the shore at any time. Ryuya smiled secretly. Conan spent 3 million taels in vain. On the surface, he pretends to be calm, but he looks flustered. Whoosh! 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 At this time, Conan, who thought he had succeeded, began to output to Ryuya with paper. Clang! 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 Ryuya pretended to be unable to move, but kept trying to block. Paper rain. After all, this is Konoha. Conan must fight quickly. With a soft drink, the huge wings formed by the paper behind him shot countless pieces of paper at Ryuya. Whoosh! 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 Ryuya tried to resist and dodge, raising his hand and shooting Kunao everywhere. Don't think about it. Thinking that Ryuya wanted to escape through Kiwa's substitute, Conan gave a soft drink and directly changed the target. Before Kiwa could fly away, he intercepted and recovered him. Toad oil bomb. At this moment, Ryuya suddenly shouted, and a huge amount of toad oil was poured directly on Conan. Wow! More than twice the usual number of toad bombs, and when he was caught off guard, Conan was splashed. Mistakes and omissions are sometimes fatal. It's done. Ryuya smiled when he saw Conan, who had been recruited. How about it? You won't be able to play with origami after being soaked in oil. You. Stained with slimy toad oil, Conan was annoyed. In addition to attacks like fire style, the most feared thing about her style paper dance is oil. Whoosh. At this time, it was not waiting for Conan to think about why Ryuya knew the weakness of her technique. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and seeing the Kunao shot by Ryuya behind her, he couldn't help but think of the painful 1,000 years of death. Conan's face changed suddenly. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 29. Escaped. Looking at the empty lake, Ryuya couldn't help but curl his lips. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu Conan used, and suddenly disappeared in a cloud of smoke just now. But it's right to think about it. As a member of Akatsuki's organization, when implementing the infiltration plan, how could there be no preparation for evacuation? Thank you, Jiraiya. Looking at the grease remaining on the lake, Ryuya smiled again. As a paper, Conan's paper dance cannot be used after being dipped in oil, which happens to be restrained by this trick of toad oil bomb. When Konan exploded, she didn't expect her to be so vengeful that she would chase Konoha. And with the careful eyes of a woman, after this miss, I'm afraid it won't stop in the future. With this trick-toed bomb in hand, Ryuya can't help but feel more relieved. But speaking of it, just now, in order to ensure that he could hit, Ryuya sprayed out all the oil accumulated before. Next, I had to take some time to transform some toad oil. Although Konan is a member of Akatsuki, Ryuya, as a traverser, actually has a good impression of her. Now that Konan had retreated, he didn't want to pursue it anymore, and then turned and left. Huh, it's disgusting. What did this woman do? It's oily. Get away from her. As soon as Ryuya returned to the village, Radar suddenly heard the whispers of many passers-by. Under normal circumstances, the radar ear can cover 10 miles, and the directional screening can even reach thousands of miles. But with so many voices, if you listened to them all, Ryuya would have been crazy long ago. Therefore, out of physical instinct, it will filter information and automatically block content that has nothing to do with itself. She hasn't left the village yet. According to the words of passers-by, it can be determined that a woman covered with grease appeared on the street. Just imagine, besides Konan, who was sprayed all over him, who else could be? See where you are going. Ryuya chuckled at the corner of his mouth and hurried over immediately. The radar ear monitors continuously to determine Konan's position. After a while, Ryuya came to a corner on the street and hid quietly. Konan at this time is on the street next to him. If nothing else, he will pass here in a minute. Coming. The radar ears have locked Konan's footsteps, and he is about to come over. Ryuya smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his hands were already tied. Just now on the lake, Konan escaped, 1,000 years of death emptied, just to make up for her. Although it is an enemy, as a traverser, I don't really hate Konan. So Ryuya never really killed Konan, it was more playful. This is the time. Immediately afterwards, the sound of footsteps sounded, and the target had appeared. 1,000 years of death. When the conditions behind his back were met, Ryuya did not hesitate to launch a surprise attack. Puff! Ah! The next moment, with a muffled noise, a scream resounded across Konoha. How about it, comfortable? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. When it's done, Ryuya smiles at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time can't help but feel refreshed. It's been a long time since I stabbed someone. It's been a long time, what a damn touch. You. At this time, the man lying on the ground turned his head back, and glared at Ryuya with full of resentment. Huh. When he saw the other person's appearance, Ryuya was stunned for an instant. How could it not be Konan? In fact, not only the appearance, but also the figure and clothing are completely different. But unfortunately, Ryuya has been listening just now, not watching at all. Tsunade just wanted to talk. When the pain hit again, she couldn't help holding back, and then she was full of anger. She had just returned to the village when she met a weird woman who was hurriedly walking at the entrance of the village, as if she was running away, and was rubbed with disgusting oil. It seemed to be frog oil, but it was obviously more viscous. Instead of cleaning it up, she got all over her body. She came back to serve as fifth Hokage, but she entered the village in such an embarrassing posture, and was pointed along the way. Tsunade was already annoyed enough, but she never expected that for no reason, a kid suddenly appeared, and he came up directly and exploded her. I'm going to kill. Tsunade was so angry that he wanted to pinch the kid in front of him to death. But the pain was unbearable, and there was a moment of numbness and soreness. Tsunade even suspected that the fingers of this kid wouldn't be coated with chili noodles and poison. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel more resentful towards this vicious little devil. Master Tsunade. Mother Tsunade. At this moment, with two exclaims, two people chased up from behind. Naruto. Ryuya saw that one of them was Naruto. Didn't Naruto go to Tsunade? Why did he come back? Tunnel. Ryuya's eyes widened instantly. Isn't it just Tsunade that Naruto and the others shouted? Then he looked down, and the surging sister in front of him was not Tsunade Hime. F***ck. In an instant, the cold sweat on Ryuya's head fell off, and he actually exploded Tsunade's chrysanthemum. Whoosh. Next moment, body replacement technique. It's still not flashing at this time, waiting to be pinched to death by this strange girl Tsunade. Hey, I seemed to see Ryuya just now. Naruto, who ran over at this moment, couldn't help scratching his head. Whoosh. 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 After using body replacement technique one after another and escaping outside the village, Ryuya dared to stop. It's over. Although he ran away, the little heart was still beating fiercely, which caused a big trouble. After hiding outside for a day, seeing the sky is getting late, Ryuya quietly turned back. The teacher is looking for me. As soon as I entered the village, I got news, and third Hokage summoned him. The teacher always took out precious rest time to guide him in his cultivation. Ryuya did not dare to neglect, and hurried to the Hokage office. Teacher, you are looking for me. Ryuya, you come. Seeing Ryuya coming, third Hokage smiled and pointed to the person by the window and said, She is Senju Tsunade, your senior sister. Tsunade, this is what I told you, my new disciple, Takagi Ryuya. Hee, my lovely little teacher. Tsunade, who had changed into clean clothes, turned around with a smile, just in time to see Ryuya, who was about to turn around and sneak away. Boom. The next moment, Tsunade's feet suddenly exerted force, and the floor shattered in an instant. At the same time, his figure flickered to the door, stretched out his arms to block the way, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Little junior brother, where are you going? I have a urgency. Then hold it back first, senior sister will take care of it for you very gently. Okay. This scene made third Hokage a little surprised. Have you seen it already? Ms. Sarutobi, you don't know. As soon as I entered the village, the junior brother greeted me enthusiastically. Tsunade lowered his head slightly, staring at Ryuya's smile becoming more and more grim. So next, I will take care of the younger brother. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 30. With Tsunade's weird power, let alone peeing, even the shit was beaten out with a punch. At this moment, third Hokage on the side pretended not to see anything. Facing the violent Tsunade, the old man also stunned. Still whispering there, what exactly did Ryuya do to provoke Tsunade to the point of violent action? Ryuya, who was devastated, did not dare to fight back. After all, he was the first to make a mistake. Moreover, if Tsunade is not let out of this breath, does he still want to have a good life in the future? But in fact, Tsunade even said that, as a woman who loves to bear a grudge, Ryuya's later days in Konoha can only be described by the words deep and hot. However, suffering, Ryuya, a happy family. From now on, I will dominate this village. Fifth Hokage. Standing on the roof of the Hokage office, Tsunade made an energetic declaration. In fact, the arrival of Tsunade and the inauguration of the new Hokage really gave the village a boost. The teenagers practice harder in order to become stronger, and the whole village is full of vitality. Leaf Hurricane. Click. With a loud shout, the thin trunk of the basketball in front of him was kicked off by Ryuya. Finally practiced. After more than 2 months of hard training, the most important thing is that I have taken the Sarutobi secret medicine twice, which seems to have played a role. C-level physical skills leaf hurricane, Ryuya finally got it. Like drawing a knife and cutting, it is an attack skill. But in contrast, as a C-level melee physical skill, it is more powerful. From the tree that was kicked off, a Madara was also visible. As an attacking skill, Leaf Hurricane matches a powerful force at a whirlwind speed and possesses terrifying destructive power. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. Just learned a new skill, but Ryuya did not rest, and immediately started a new practice. Call. With a muffled sound, a fireball with a diameter of 70 or 80 centimeters spouted from the mouth. Although it is an intermittent practice, the Great Fireball technique is constantly improving as time accumulates. But to truly master this technique, the diameter of the fireball after it is fully released must be at least 8 meters. There is still a long way to go before success. However, Ryuya is not discouraged, and is patient with repeated practice. Another task. Soon after Konoha was attacked, many places needed to be rebuilt, which required a lot of money. On the other hand, Konoha must also show the outside world as soon as possible that their strength is still there to prevent some eager hearts. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Therefore, after Tsunade came to power, while establishing an alliance with Tsunagakure, who was also hit hard, Konoha began to receive a large number of high-level tasks. One is to obtain funds, and the other is to show strength. Although the 9th squad was established not long ago, it has a special Jonin and a Chunin, so the tasks cannot help but increase, and the task level has also improved a lot. Finally came back. That afternoon, after completing a B-level task again, Ryuya and the others returned to Konoha in exhaustion. At the same time, I can't help but discover that there are obviously fewer ninjas in the village, and they are obviously doing tasks outside. Go together? No. The first thing I did when I returned to the village was to report to Hokage about the mission. Hayate asked, but Ryuya resolutely refused. Tsunade still has a grudge against him. If he can't meet, it's better not to meet. Rather than being ravaged by Tsunade, he might as well go home and take a hot bath. What? But who knows that when he got home, the trousers hadn't been taken off, and the wind came and said that 5th Hokage was looking for him. This is a rhythm that can't be avoided. Ryuya has no choice but to bite the bullet and come to the Hokage office. What? But what I didn't expect was that Tsunade was not to ravage him, but to have an urgent task. Just last night, Uchiha Sasuke left the village privately. According to speculation, he was bewitched by Orochimaru and went to Otonin village. Because Jonin and Chunin in the village have tasks that cannot escape, they have no choice but to send Shikamaru, who has just been promoted to Chunin, to lead a team to pursue them. Shikamaru found Naruto, Neji, Inyazukaga, and Koji, a total of 5 people, and they have already gone after them. But so far, no news has been returned. Tsunade has also sent a message to Tsunagakure, hoping to get their support, but still feels uneasy. At exactly this time, Ryuya came back and let Ryuya act as a reinforcement force to go to the rescue. I understand. After listening, Ryuya nodded, then turned and left. Hey! Just when Ryuya was about to go out, Tsunade suddenly stopped him. Don't die, my lovely little brother. Don't worry, I haven't had enough of your abuse, master perverted sister. Ryuya smiled and waved, then walked out the door. This damn it kid, when he comes back, he must replace the teacher and give him guidance on what is polite. Tsunade smiled. For some reason, when Ryuya left, the original anxiety instantly relaxed a lot. It still happened. Ryuya here, after monitoring the equipment, despite being exhausted, he went to chase immediately without any pause. In the original work, Sasuke was severely injured by Itachi and almost had a nervous breakdown. Especially when I saw that Naruto's peers are constantly improving, they are deeply stimulated again and desperately want to become stronger. At this time, Orochimaru sent him an invitation. The reason why Orochimaru found Sasuke was to cultivate him into a perfect container, and then use the immortal reincarnation technique to seize Sasuke's body and obtain Sharingan. In this regard, Sasuke is not ignorant, but in order to become stronger, in order to revenge against Itachi, he decided to go and seek skin with the tiger. In this world, because of Ryuya's relationship, it is not Itachi but Konan who came. Ryuya originally thought that Sasuke might be able to avoid the wrong path in the original book. But unfortunately, the personality of the person has long been doomed, and Ryuya also underestimated Orochimaru's fascination ability. Sasuke still left Konoha. We must hurry. According to the plot of the original book, Shikamaru's group and the 5 members of Otonin each had a fierce confrontation. As a result, there are winners and losers, but even victory is a miserable victory. The final result was that Sand Shinobi's reinforcements arrived in time and Tsunade's powerful medical ninjutsu. Although the group did not recover Sasuke, they all saved their lives. But in this world, will it still be like this? If there is a slight mistake, Shikamaru and the others may be over. So Ryuya can't delay and must catch up immediately. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 31. With the radar ears and the marks left by Shikamaru along the way, Ryuya can clearly know the pursuit route. Use body replacement technique directly and continuously to catch up quickly in a flashing way. Koji. After a while, Ryuya found Akimichi Koji first. At this time, Koji had already defeated Jirobo, the 5-member Otonin, but because of taking Akimika's secret medicine chili pills, he fell into a coma with side effects, and his life was at stake. Ryuya frowned, and did not send Koji back to Konoha, but continued to pursue. In addition to Ryuya, Konoha's medical ninjas have also been dispatched. From the radar ears, they will be able to arrive soon. Ryuya doesn't know how to do medical ninjutsu, so instead of delaying time here, he should hurry up to chase other people. Niji. Some distance later, Ryuya found Niji again. His opponent is Onidamaru, who is the most difficult to deal with except Junmaro among the 5. Like the original, Niji has defeated Onidamaru, and he himself has fallen to the ground with serious injuries. As long as everything is the same as the original, there should be no need to worry. Ryuya did not delay and continued to catch up. Found it? Finally, after a while, Ryuya found Inyazukaga and Shikamaru. The 2 of them were fighting Seikanyukan and Teiwada respectively. But I didn't see Naruto, and Sasuke, who should have entered a state of suspended animation, hiding in a wooden barrel. What happened? Ryuya immediately used radar ears to search, frowning instantly, and the plot really changed. You 2 hold on for a while. Shikamaru and Inyazukaga are already in a hard fight, and the situation is very critical. But Ryuya did not step forward to help, but shouted, and then left. Hey! UBD. I'm afraid it will be troublesome now. Seeing Ryuya, who left without regard to their life and death, and Shikamaru were annoyed again and had a headache. Just imagine, how could Ryuya ignore the life and death of his companions? In fact, the radar ears just now discovered that Temari and Kankuro in Sand Shinobi's reinforcements are not far from here. With the 2 of them rescued, Shikamaru and Ya are safe. Moreover, this is another opportunity for Shikamaru and Temari to have a relationship. As a Naruto fan, how can Ryuya be troubled? Of course, the most important thing is that the other side needs his rescue. Bang bang bang. At this time, a few miles away, through the woods, above a clearing, Xiaoli and Gaara are fighting a pale white-haired boy. When the two of them joined forces, they fell into a bitter battle. Their opponent is the leader of the Otonin 5 people and the most satisfying container of Orochimaru, Kagaya Junmaro. After Tsunade's treatment, Xiaoli has regained his life, but after all he has not fully recovered, so he is not in the pursuit team. But when he heard the news, out of concern for his companions, he immediately caught up. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Gaara, as Sand Shinobi's reinforcements, rushed to Temari and Kankuro for a while. It just so happened that the two met Naruto, who was fighting with Junmaro, and rescued him at a critical juncture. Next, Sasuke awoke, jumped out of the barrel, and continued to flee forward. But Naruto desperately chased after him. Xiaoli and Gaara originally wanted to catch up, but they didn't expect that they were stopped by Junmaro alone. Damn it! After another confrontation, looking at the unscathed Kumaro, with severe physical exertion, Xiaoli and Gaara, who were already panting, couldn't help frowning. Whether it is Xiaoli's Gangquan, or Gaara's Sand, both possess extremely powerful destructive power. However, it will not hurt Junmaro at all. As the Kyoryuaki clan, Junmaro possesses the boundary of blood inheritance called bone vessel. The so-called bone veins are the horrible ability to freely manipulate their own bones. You can use bones to make the sharpest spear, or it can be turned into the strongest shield. If it weren't for the genetic disease of the Kyoryuaki clan, Junmaro would be the best container for Orochimaru to reincarnate, so he wouldn't use it for Sasuke's idea. Dance of Iron Thread Flowers. With a loud shout, Junmaro pulled his spine from his back, like a long whip, directly towards Gaara. Snapped. With a soft sound, the spinal whip instantly wrapped Gaara. Although there is sand blocking, the sharp bone spurs will not hurt Gaara, but at this time it is tightly entangled and cannot break free for a while. Flower. Junmaro gave another soft drink, his other arm, countless bones proliferated, and instantly formed a thick and sharp spear, and then sprinted towards Gaara. The strongest defense. Shield of the Crane. Entangled by the spinal whip, Gaara couldn't dodge for a while. Seeing that the situation is critical, she shouted, and used sand to form a wall in front of her. Boom. But the next moment, Gaara's Shield of Crane, known as the strongest defense, was directly pierced by Junmaro's bone spear. How can that be? Gaara was full of horror. He gathered the harder minerals underground and used chakra to fuse them with sand. At this level, he couldn't resist Junmaro's bone spear. Not good. At the same time, Junmaro's bone spear was inexhaustible, and he still pierced Gaara's straight. Gaara's eyes were wide open, and if he hit it this way, he would definitely die. But at this time, no one can save him. After all, even the Shield of the Crane can't resist. Who can stop this monster? Cut. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Laugh. The next moment, an invisible sword energy struck from not far away and went straight to Junmaro. This is... Gaara was startled again. This kind of sword aura was too familiar to him. Shit. The sword energy came in an instant, and it slashed directly on Junmaro's bone spear. Junmaro originally thought that with the strength of his bones, this sword aura couldn't help him at all. But obviously, he was wrong, and with a soft sound, the bones on his arm were cut open instantly. Junmaro was taken aback, and hurriedly pulled his hand and jumped. Shit. Sword Chi continued to move forward, and while smashing the bone spear, it took advantage of the situation to restrain Gaara's spine whip and also cut it off. Tread. 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 Junmaro leaped back several times in succession, temporarily distanced himself, and looked at the front warily. Whoosh. The next moment, a figure appeared. It was Ryuya. Stand in, Ryuya. Looking at Ryuya, Junmaro was still expressionless and his voice was low. Sure enough, it's you. Kaguya Junmaro. Ryuya looked at Junmaro, but frowned. At this time, Junmaro, although his face was sick, but there was no sign that his life was about to come to an end. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 32. In the original plot, Xiaoli arrived in time and rescued Naruto. After Naruto chased Sasuke, Xiaoli faced Junmaro. Then Gaara arrived in time and saved Xiaoli. And now, Xiaoli and Gaara arrived almost at the same time, but these are not important. The most important thing is Junmaro. Judging from Junmaro's condition, there is indeed a serious illness in the body, but for some unknown reason, it seems that the illness has been temporarily controlled. It's not that Junmaro, whose life is about to come to an end, has the strength of his heyday. This is why, in the original plot, the shield of the crane that blocked Junmaro's bone spear can't be stopped here. Therefore, Junmaro at this time is more than twice as strong as in the anime. After trying to understand this, Ryuya couldn't help frowning. This time it was really troublesome. Bring it on. At this time, Junmaro spoke. His bones proliferated rapidly, forming a layer of bony armor on his body, and provocatively hooked his fingers at Ryuya. Come and kill me. Draw a knife. Ryuya did not hesitate, and immediately drew his sword and slashed. A 3-meter-long sword aura whizzed towards Junmaro. Click. Click. The sword chi clenched the bones and made a harsh sound like grinding teeth. Peng. Sword chi cut in 1 centimeter, and finally collapsed suddenly with a muffled noise. It's really strong. Looking at the sword marks on the bones, Junmaro exclaimed. But a pity, your bones are harder. Ryuya's brow furrowed deeper, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Although the sword cuts iron like mud, the hardness of Junmaro's bones is far more than that of steel. Under the ordinary slash, Ryuya cuts Junmaro's bones at all. As for the blow to rescue Gaara, it was naturally accumulated. But to accumulate energy, you need to maintain the posture of drawing the sword and slashing. When facing the enemy, how could it be possible to give him a chance to accumulate energy, especially a master of physical skills like Junmaro? No. No. Still not. You can't cut with a knife, and even 1,000 years of death can't do it. The bones made by Junmaro can protect even the chrysanthemums. Ryuya couldn't get in even if he poke his finger. Body replacement technique can only carry out displacement, without actual attack ability, and naturally it can't. As for the newly strengthened toad oil bomb, with its super stickiness, although it can control the enemy, it can't control Junmaro. Because he can proliferate bones indefinitely, he can completely remove a layer of bones and get rid of the oil on it. Besides, before playing against Conan, all of the toad oil was sprayed out at once. How much time has passed now? The number of those newly manufactured by Ryuya is really too small. 10 fingers pierced. At this time, Junmaro had already launched an attack. With a soft drink, the phalanx at the end of the 10 fingers shot at Ryuya like a powerful bullet. Whoosh! Ryuya used the body replacement technique, and it flashed immediately. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Tang Song's dance. And then, after Ryuya appeared again, Junmaro had already rushed up. With sword-like bones stretched out all over, it is not only extremely dangerous when close to the body, but also has a strong defensive power. In the previous battle, Xiaoli opened the first gate in the 8 gate, but was unable to damage it at all. Obviously, Junmaro also has information about Ryuya. Otherwise, how could he directly call out the name stand-in Ryuya? Based on the information, Junmaro speculated that Ryuya's sword chi in cutting off his bone spear was increased by a. So, he stood still and let Ryuya kill him. I just want to try, whether Ryuya's normal slash can cut off his strengthened bones. In fact, Ryuya also wants to know this question, because it will directly determine the life and death of the two. Regrettably, the cut continued. In this way, Ryuya can't help Junmaro, who can attack so unscrupulously. Whoosh! He couldn't fight hard with Junmaro, who was all over his bones. Ryuya had no choice but to move and evade again. Fortunately, although he couldn't break the defense of Junmaro couldn't keep up with his speed. At best, no one could do anything. Do you plan to stay in hiding forever? Junmaro, who was thrown into the air again, was still expressionless, then turned around, and suddenly went straight to Xiaoli. Yes, he can't catch stand-alone Ryuya, but there are two little bugs here, and he can pinch them to death first. Seeing Junmaro rushing up, Xiaoli's eyes widened and he was ready to fight. He was not Junmaro's opponent, and at this time, his unhealed body broke again because of the force, and there were bursts of heart-piercing pain. If Xiaoli fights Junmaro recklessly, he will definitely die. Whoosh! Seeing that Junmaro was about to rush to Xiaoli, a figure dangled. It was Ryuya. Ryuya's expression was solemn, and he stood directly between Junmaro and Xiaoli. Aren't you going to flee? Junmaro is still expressionless, but his cold look shows the excitement in his heart. Attack Xiaoli in order to lure Ryuya to come. At the next moment, Junmaro will attack Ryuya. Leave Hurricane. But at this moment, Ryuya shouted and kicked directly at Junmaro. Boom! With a muffled noise, Junmaro was caught off guard and kicked out several meters with his feet plowing the ground. You still have this trick? Junmaro, who had regained his footing, had a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Although unexpected, this trick was useless to him. Just imagine, if this trick worked, Xiaoli would have defeated Junmaro long ago. Can I only retreat? Of course Ryuya knew it was useless. Just now he was only temporarily blocking Junmaro. At this time, he was already thinking that if he didn't work, he had to run away. He can retreat easily, but can Xiaoli and Gaara escape? Even if they escaped, what about Sasuke's Naruto who had already gone after him? There are Shikamaru and Ya who have just escaped danger, Temari and Kankuro who have come to rescue, Niji and Koji who are seriously injured, and Konoha medical team. Junmaro, who has no one to stop him, is bound to kill him. When that happens, these people may be in danger. But what else can be done if you don't escape? Congratulations host. Get an unlimited enhancement opportunity. When Ryuya was in a dilemma, the system prompt suddenly sounded. This is. Ryuya couldn't help but was taken aback, and suddenly remembered, yes, today is exactly 60 days, and he once again gets the opportunity of unlimited enhancement. In fact, in the morning, it can already be strengthened. But Ryuya, who had just completed the task, forgot for a while. Ryuya has not been strengthened. It was already evening, and the system took the initiative to issue a reminder. Strengthen Leaf Hurricane. Thinking of this, Ryuya immediately issued instructions. This unlimited enhancement, the goal, skill Leaf Hurricane. Host is sure. Determine. Without hesitation, Ryuya couldn't help but smile. He wants to see how hard Junmaro's bones are. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 33. Start of Unlimited Enhancement. Goal, Skill Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Hurricane Strengthen +1. Leaf Hurricane Strengthen +2. Leaf Hurricane Strengthen +10, Increase Strength. Leaf Hurricane Strengthen +11. After the order was given, the system prompts sounded one after another. Ryuya couldn't help feeling happy when he saw the word strength boost. See how you save him this time. At this moment, Junmaro shouted loudly and rushed towards Xiaoli again. Junmaro is coming fiercely. Ryuya hastily blocked the system prompts and responded with all his strength. Leaf Hurricane. Facing Junmaro who rushed up, Ryuya didn't move this time. Instead, he just kicked it up. Boom. There was a muffled noise, but this time, Junmaro, who had been prepared for a long time, didn't move a bit. Okay. Although he easily resisted Ryuya's foot, Junmaro vaguely felt that this foot was heavier than before. Die. But he didn't think much, and then he shouted loudly, stretched out a bone knife from the palm of his hand, and slashed at Ryuya. Tsubaki dance. Whoosh. Ryuya frowned, and could only leave again. Tread. After Ryuya's successive obstacles, Xiaoli also got a breath, took the opportunity to leap, and temporarily distanced himself from Junmaro. Prison Sand Burial. At the same time, Gaara shouted and took the opportunity to start ninjutsu. I saw Junmaro's feet, the ground instantly turned into quicksand, and then swallowed him. This ninjutsu is one of Gaara's killers. It can sink an enemy 200 meters underground, making it impossible to move with great pressure. Call. After this trick was used up, Gaara panted heavily and couldn't help sitting on the ground. Just now a series of fierce battles, his chakra consumption is huge, this move has exhausted his last chakra. 1. Seeing Junmaro sinking into the ground, Xiaoli was excited. It is 200 meters underground, and it is impossible for a normal person to break free. I'm afraid not. At this moment, Ryuya spoke, still his expression dignified. After all, in the original plot, Gaara used this trick to deal with Junmaro, but he still climbed up. What's more, Junmaro at this time is twice as strong as in the original plot. How can this? Boom. Before Xiaoli's words were finished, with a loud noise, the quicksand suddenly exploded, and Junmaro jumped out of the ground. The pressure of 200 meters underground was actually broken free. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Seeing this scene, Xiaoli was stunned for an instant. What kind of monster this is? It really is a monster. You know, in the original work, Junmaro has already turned into a state of curse, using the trick Sawara dance to escape. But at this time, the normal state of the curse seal was not activated, and he drilled directly from the ground. The most important thing is that Xiaoli's old injury recurs and Gaara chakra is exhausted. With Ryuya alone at this time, facing the powerful Junmaro, I am afraid that he cannot protect both of them at the same time. Die. At this moment, Junmaro shouted and rushed directly to Gaara. Anyone who is sunk 200 meters underground must have revenge, the first thing to climb out. Whoosh. Leaf Hurricane. Gaara, who had run out of chakra, couldn't resist at all. Ryuya could only move past, and then kicked again. Boom. This kick hits Junmaro, but unfortunately, he couldn't beat him back. Okay. Although he was not repulsed, Junmaro was startled. If it was not obvious just now, I thought it was an illusion, but this time he clearly felt that the strength of Ryuya's foot was obviously much heavier than the first time. Junmaro raised his head and looked at Ryuya suspiciously. This person seemed to hide a secret with terrifying power. Whoosh. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Ryuya took Gaara and leaped back quickly, leaving Junmaro away temporarily. Not enough. I took the opportunity to take a look at the system, strengthened once per second, and has been strengthening the strength, but obviously, it is not enough to deal with Junmaro. What Ryuya lacks most now is time. As long as he can delay for some time and wait for the system to strengthen Leaf Hurricane to a certain level, he can definitely defeat Junmaro. After all, Leaf Hurricane's power-type skills are exactly the nemesis of Junmaro, who focuses on defense. Go to hell. But unfortunately, Junmaro didn't seem to plan to give Ryuya this time, and with a roar, he rushed up again. Ryuya couldn't help frowning. He might not be able to stop it this time. Scythe attack it. Seeing that the situation was critical, a soft drink suddenly sounded. Call. With the whistling sound, I saw a storm hit, instantly engulfing Junmaro. Gaara. Then, with an anxious cry, Temari ran over. Great. When the reinforcements arrived, Ryuya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Another bug. After the storm passed, Junmaro still stood in place. His skeletal defense was really too strong, and the scythe weasel technique, which was wrapped in countless sharp-edged winds, didn't even hurt him at all. Then try this. At this moment, with the sound of Kaka gears, a puppet appeared, directly covering Junmaro. Now that Temari is here, how little Kankuro is. The prey swallowed by my black ants will be crushed. Peng. The proud Kankuro hadn't finished speaking yet. With a muffled noise, countless bone blades stretched out, and his puppet was torn to pieces. The boring bug. Junmaro, who was out of trouble again, had a cold expression and was about to attack again. At this time, he suddenly discovered that he could not move. The shadow imitation technique is successful. Looking at it now, Junmaro's shadow has been fixed, and a slightly loose voice sounded. It was Shikamaru. As reinforcements, Temari and Kankuro, although one step behind Gaara, successfully rescued Shikamaru and Yae. Yae has lost combat effectiveness, but Shikamaru is okay. The three of them were worried about the fighting here, so they rushed for reinforcements immediately. Just now Temari's scythe and Kankuro's black ants are actually bait, in order to create opportunities for Shikamaru to perform shadow imitation. I have to say that although this strategy is simple, it is very successful. You have to be faster. I can't control this monster for too long. At this time, Shikamaru's voice sounded. There is not much chakra left, not to mention the power of Junmaro. Understand? Ryuya smiled at the corner of his mouth, holding the handle of the knife with his right hand, and drew the knife at Junmaro. As long as he accumulates his power for a certain period of time, he can cut off Junmaro's bones and behead him. Ryuya was accumulating energy, and Junmaro suddenly let out a series of roars. And amidst the roar, from his chest, countless black straight stripes stretched across his body instantly. I can't catch it? At this time, Shikamaru yelled, and the whole person fell to the ground, and the shadow imitation technique was forcibly broken away. The curse of the earth. Seeing Junmaro in this state, Ryuya frowned, and this guy turned into a face. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 34. Orochimaru Ishine is immortal and constantly researches various taboo techniques. In order to collect materials, he recruited a large number of ninjas with various abilities. Among them is a sage body with a special bloodline limit called Libra Shigeo. Extracting bodily fluids from Libra Wade My Body, Orochimaru developed a curse seal. After being injected into the body of the ninja, it can trigger a powerful force. As one of the 5 Otanin people, Junmaro is also Orochimaru's most respected subordinate. He was awarded the seal of the Curse of the Earth, second only to Sasuke's seal of the Curse of the Sky. Fettered by shadow imitation, Ryuya drew his sword and began to accumulate energy. With life and death at stake, Junmaro finally used the power of the curse seal. Damn it, Bug, I'm going to pinch you all to death. After breaking free, Junmaro immediately dodged and avoided Ryuya's attack direction. Then he looked at everyone in front of him with murderous intent on his face. Having lost his goal, Ryuya could only stop accumulating energy, looked at Junmaro in the state of curse, and sighed secretly. There was no way but to fight hard. Scythe attack it. Obviously, other people also understand this truth, and Temari took the lead. Click. Immediately afterwards, Kankuro manipulated the other puppets and also pounced on Junmaro. Xiaoli was seriously injured and Gaara and Shikamaru Chakra were exhausted. The three of them can only go to the side to rest temporarily, hoping to regain some combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Whoosh! Toad Oil Bomb. After the two waves of Temari and Kankuro attacks, Ryuya moved and reached Junmaro's side, then opened his mouth to spit out all the toad oil in his body. Although the number is small, it can cover Junmaro's whole body. Little Fireball Technique. Junmaro has a skeletal vein, which can remove bones and break free of toad oil, so Ryuya didn't expect to be able to control him. Instead, he spouted a fireball with a diameter of 70 or 80 centimeters. Boom! With a loud noise, the fireball exploded, instantly igniting the toad oil, and the raging fire completely enveloped Junmaro. Did you make it? Looking at Junmaro, who was burned, everyone still looked vigilant. Click. Click. But obviously, just a few flames can't kill Junmaro at all. With the crisp sound, Junmaro dropped a layer of bones and got rid of the burning toad oil. Tang Song's dance. Tsubaki dance. The next moment, as Junmaro shouted loudly, sharp bones grew out of his body, and then two bone knives were stretched out of his hands, and he rushed forward in a murderous manner. The three Ryuya's faces were solemn, but they didn't hesitate to greet them. The next moment, Ryuya, Temari, and Kankuro were fighting together around Junmaro. In the case of 3-1, even though Junmaro's physical skills are strong, the three of them are comfortable. But the most important thing is that they can't break those bones, they can't hurt Junmaro at all. In this way, the three of them were actually at a disadvantage. Leaf Hurricane Strengthen plus 1000, increase strength. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Leaf Hurricane Strengthen plus 1001. Leaf Hurricane Strengthen plus 1002. While fighting with Junmaro, he glanced at the system prompt. It has been strengthened more than 1,000 times, and each strengthened item is strength. It should be almost. When it is strengthened to 1,000 times, the strength is once again transformed and greatly increased. Leaf Hurricane. Boom. It was already the fourth time to use Leaf Hurricane. Junmaro was already familiar with it, and he straightened his forearm to block it. Wow! But what Junmaro Manwan didn't expect was that compared to the previous 3 times, the strength this time was more than dozens of times stronger. Under the impact of the huge force, Junmaro moved more than 10 meters under his feet, plowing a deep mark on the ground. What have you done? Standing still again, Junmaro looked at Ryuya solemnly. In these short minutes, how could Ryuya's power have such a terrifying improvement? You know, even if his Earth's curse seal, it only doubles his body. You don't need to know this. Looking at Junmaro, who was beaten back, Ryuya smiled. With his current strength, although he still cannot hurt Junmaro, as long as he can retreat temporarily, that's enough. The skills are still being strengthened. As long as he can limit Junmaro and buy time, Ryuya will soon be able to kick his bones. Willow Dance. If you can't figure it out, then fight. Junmaro gave a soft drink and rushed up again. Come on. Ryuya chuckled lightly at the corner of his mouth and greeted him directly. Ryuya is not Junmaro's opponent at all. But he has an enhanced version of the body replacement technique, which can continuously shift and dodge. As for Junmaro's shot at Xiaoli, after Leaf Hurricane strengthened 1,000 times, Ryuya can already kick him back. In this way, the two of you come and go, and still no one can hurt anyone, and the battle is stuck in a stalemate. And this state is exactly what Ryuya wants to see, because he just wants to delay time. Seeing Ryuya entangle Junmaro alone, Tamari and Kankuro simply went to rest and fight Junmaro, which was too exhausting. Chakra. You're still getting stronger. After several fights, Junmaro stopped suddenly and looked at Ryuya with cold eyes. He can feel that Ryuya's Leaf Hurricane is still growing in strength. It is very possible that Ryuya's Leaf Hurricane will become stronger as the battle continues. Although it is impossible to explain the principle, Ryuya's techniques are not all unexplainable. In this way, the longer the time is delayed, the more disadvantaged it is for him. Thinking of this, Junmaro roared and his body changed again. The skin turned dark red, a thick tail grew behind him, and his body was covered with sharp bone spurs. The curse of the earth, the second form. I was seen through. Seeing Junmaro, who transformed again and finally used all his strength, Ryuya sighed secretly. Although he has tried his best to control the power, the system is too powerful, and the degree of his control can't keep up with the degree of reinforcement, and sometimes he tries his best. Otherwise, he may be able to delay for some time. However, it should be enough for now. Whoosh! The next moment, Ryuya moved again and appeared next to Junmaro instantly, without any hesitation. Leaf Hurricane. Boom! With a loud noise like thunder, he kicked Junmaro's arm hard. This trick of yours is completely useless to me. Junmaro sneered. He did not hesitate to overdraw his body and enter the second form of the curse of the earth. At this time, he is more than twice as strong as before. With the strengthened bones again, he is confident that no one can hurt him at all. Click! Click! At this moment, with a burst of cracking sound, the part where Junmaro's arm was kicked by Ryuya, the bones appeared to be cracked. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 35. Broken. Broken. Seeing this scene, Tamari and others next to each other opened their eyes wide and their faces were shocked. They all fought with Junmaro, and deeply realized how hard the bones really are. What's more, at this time, Junmaro's second Dan transformation has already increased his strength several times. Such a powerful Junmaro, such a hard bone, was kicked to pieces by Ryuya. The speed at which he becomes stronger is beyond my understanding. Looking at Ryuya, Gaara's expression is extremely serious. After Chunin's exam, Gaara was rescued back to Tsunagakure, but there were two figures lingering in his heart. One is Naruto. Naruto's strength and joy, like the sun, illuminating his darkness for more than 10 years, allowing him to pick up love again. And the other one is Ryuya. In the third round of the exam, Ryuya cut off his proud absolute defense. That was the first time he had been injured and bleed since he grew up. If we say that Naruto makes Gaara love again, and Ryuya is the one who makes him truly understand the fear. After recovering from the injury, Gaara worked desperately to cultivate and become stronger, so that one day, he could overcome that fear. How can that be? But today, when I saw Ryuya's foot, a deep sense of powerlessness surged from the bottom of my heart. Gaara smiled secretly. He was afraid that he would never be able to overcome this fear. At the same time, Ryuya once again let him know what despair is. Is that still Leaf Hurricane? Compared to Gaara, Xiaoli doesn't have so many thoughts, only shock in his heart. No one is more familiar with Leaf Hurricane than him. But at this time, Ryuya's Leaf Hurricane was beyond his cognition. Xiaoli couldn't help thinking, when he returned to Konoha, he must ask Mr. Guy carefully. But for some reason, he had doubts about Mr. Guy for the first time. Even Mr. Guy might not be able to explain the so-called Leaf Hurricane trick. Impossible, impossible, it's impossible. At this moment, Junmaro, who was stunned, came back to his senses and screamed hysterically. This bone is not only a defense, but also his pride. Ryuya's kick just now, along with his pride, was also broken. Dance of Early Fern. Junmaro, who was in madness, turned to Ryuya suddenly, his eyes were extremely cold, and then he shouted. Hey oh no my, Junmaro's strongest move. Laugh. Chi-chi. Laugh. In the next moment, a large number of bones multiplied from Junmaro's feet, extended quickly to the ground, and then pierced the ground and pierced the sky, like a spear, instantly turning into a white bone within a radius of 200 to 300 meters. Forest. This move not only covers a wide range, but also launches extremely quickly. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Fortunately, through the rest just now, Gaara recovered some chakra, condensed the sand, lifted him, Xiaoli, Shikamaru and others into the air, and escaped this indiscriminate attack in time. Tread. And Ryuya, who knows Junmaro's skills well, is already prepared. At the moment Junmaro's shoe was activated, he jumped into the air to escape. At this time, he fell and stood firmly on a bone spear. Dead. At the moment when Ryuya fell, Junmaro suddenly appeared with a bone spear next to him. A large number of bones in his arm condensed into a thick spiral, the bone spear known as the strongest spear, and slammed into Ryuya fiercely. As the best heir to the bones, Junmaro can even completely attach his body to the outstretched bones. Launching the dance of Sawara is not just to attack, but to create a favorable battlefield that appears at any time. Whoosh. But unfortunately, Ryuya was prepared long ago, and the body replacement technique moved to avoid it again. Dead. Die. 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 The next moment, I saw Junmaro following Ryuya's figure, appearing constantly, and roaring hysterically. Only by killing Ryuya can he regain his pride. But unfortunately, Ryuya's body replacement technique is too fast. Even in the bone forest of Junmaro's home stadium, he can't catch Ryuya at all. That's it? Seeing Junmaro, who was completely mad, Ryuya dodged and smiled secretly at the corner of his mouth. With the scope of his body replacement technique, it can actually be transferred out of the bone forest in an instant. Even if it was Junmaro, it would not be so easy to create such a bone forest. But Ryuya didn't do this, instead dodged between the bone forest. The reason why he did this is naturally procrastinating. Just give him some more time, it's more than just kicking and cracking. It has to be said that Junmaro, who has fallen into madness, has lost the ability to think and judge, and has not seen even such a simple intention. But having said that, all of Junmaro's whole cards have been opened. Even if he sees through, what can he do to escape? The pride of Junmaro, as Orochimaru's first container, did not allow him to escape. In this way, in the pursuit of Bone Forest, time passed by. Leaf Hurricane. Time was almost up, Ryuya shouted and finally shot again. Boom. With a muffled noise, this foot hit Junmaro. Click. And then, there was another harsh sound. Junmaro, clinging to the bone forest, as a connected ossified waste, snapped. With the mighty power of thunder, Ryuya kicked Junmaro directly with this kick. Whoosh. The next moment, before Junmaro landed, Ryuya flashed to his side again. Leaf Hurricane. Boom. Puff. With a muffled sound, the bones covering his body shattered instantly. At the same time, Junmaro spouted out a big mouthful of blood. Whoosh! 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 Leave hurricane! Leave hurricane! Leave hurricane! Next, Ryuya kept shifting and flashing, and kept kicking at Junmaro. At this time, Junmaro, like a sandbag, was kicked by Ryuya again and again in mid-air. In the heavy blows, not to mention the bones on the surface of the body, even the bones of the whole body have been kicked into pieces by Ryuya. Who is the monster? Seeing Ryuya who kept hitting Junmaro in midair, Shikamaru couldn't help but lose consciousness. This guy is more terrifying than a monster. Boom! In a blink of an eye, Ryuya was afraid of kicking hundreds of feet, and finally with a loud noise, Junmaro was smashed to the ground by him. Boom! Then there was another loud noise, and under the huge wind pressure, the bone forest below was also collapsed. Ended. Looking at it now, Junmaro, who was lying in a pit of tens of meters in diameter, had completely lost his breath. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 36. Ryuya's attack was indeed fierce, but Junmaro didn't die under Leaf Hurricane, but died because of the Curse Seal 2 state exceeding the physical load and suffering from backlash. I have to say that Orochimaru deserves to be the poison of pornography, gambling, and his stuff is really harmful. At the same time that Junmaro died, Naruto and Sasuke's first battle of End Valley also came to an end. The result was the same as in the original book. Naruto was defeated and fainted. Sasuke, who was willing to do everything in order to become stronger, could not bear the heart to kill Naruto and completely cut off the bond. After that, with the arrival of Kakashi who completed the mission, and the ninja of the medical class, the mission of retaking Sasuke also officially ended. Although the 5 Otonin people were killed, Sasuke could not be retaken in the end, and the mission was a failure. But fortunately, all the members who participated in the pursuit and reinforcements were injured to varying degrees, but no one died. Next time, I will complete the task successfully. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Shikamaru finally couldn't help crying after learning that his friends had survived, determined to become a truly outstanding ninja. The matter came to an end, and the biggest hero of the battle, Ryuya, who almost defeated Junmaro by one person, quietly left. After returning home, I took a hot bath, plunged into the bed, and fell asleep. He had just finished a B-level task, and immediately followed this task. He was really tired. This enhancement is over. It wasn't until the next afternoon, when the system prompt sounded, that Ryuya woke up. Finished. Ryuya yawned, sat up from the bed, and checked the system in detail. In the process of strengthening yesterday, Leaf Hurricane's power was enough to kick Junmaro's bones. Now after a whole day, 86,400 times of strengthening, I don't know how strong it will be again. This is. When seeing the effect of the enhanced Leaf Hurricane clearly, Ryuya's eyes widened and his face was filled with confusion. Other ninjutsu, even the lowest level 1000 Years of Death, after being strengthened, also derives various abilities. Such as raids, such as hits, such as various negative effects. But as a C-level ninjutsu Leaf Hurricane, there is only one enhanced effect, and that is power. Chapter 37. 10,000 tons. And what I got in the end was an extremely terrifying result. Leaf Hurricane strengthened plus 86,400, power 10,000 tons. This. Ryuya, who had recovered, still had some confusion in his thinking. What is the concept of 10,000 tons, that is, 10 million kilograms? What is the effect of using Leaf Hurricane to carry 10 million kilograms of weight? Ryuya didn't know, and didn't dare to try it easily. He was afraid that if he didn't pay attention, his house would be gone. Inexplicably, Ryuya couldn't help but think, compared with Guy Emperor's 8-gate fully open, the strongest physical technique, Night Guy, which one is stronger than the 10,000 tornado? Unfortunately, there is no comparison, it is destined to be a pending case. However, one thing is certain, this move will be Ryuya's current strongest attack without considering drawing the sword and accumulating power. The use of power. If you just simply increase your strength, it can only be regarded as inferior. The most important thing is to control your strength. While possessing 10,000 tons of power, Ryuya can fully control this power, such as focusing the power to release it to achieve the blasting effect. It can also kick people into the air with one kick without hurting them. It has to be said that it is indeed a system product, and it is a skill that has been strengthened 86,400 times. Monomer. Of course, there is no omnipotent ninjutsu, because it only strengthens the strength and does not strengthen the damage range, so the attack radius has not changed, and it is still only a single damage skill. Basic level. At the same time, Ryuya couldn't help being inspired. As a C-level ninjutsu, compared to those E-level ninjutsu, although it is also 86,400 times strengthening, because the starting point is much higher, the final result, in addition to being more powerful, does not have so many limitations. Advanced skills. Ryuya couldn't help thinking about whether his future training should be placed on advanced skills. But with his aptitude, 2 months is not enough to learn an advanced skill. In this way, it will cause a kind of embarrassment, that is, the strengthening time is up, but Ryuya has no skills to strengthen. But in order to ensure that there are skills enhancement, and blindly practice low-level skills, I am afraid that you will never learn high-level skills. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Choose. Ryuya lay down on the bed again, hesitating for a while as to how to choose. Forget it. Thinking of the brain pain, Ryuya turned over and simply continued to sleep. Sasuke's departure is undoubtedly a great blow to some people, such as small Sakura, such as Naruto, and Kakashi. But at the same time, it is also an incentive to motivate them to become stronger. And Konoha's other genin also deeply felt the sense of powerlessness in this incident, and began to practice harder. Fire style. Great fireball technique. I have been busy for a long time, there are not so many tasks, and Ryuya's time has been looser. When he is not on a mission, he spends almost all of his time practicing. And his current cultivation focus is the great fireball technique. The 10,000 ton cyclone made Ryuya understand that even with the same 86,400 enhancements, advanced ninjutsu is more valuable. Ryuya. Early this morning, Ryuya practiced as hard as ever, and with a shout, Naruto ran over. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Bid farewell. Okay. Naruto nodded and said seriously. I'm going to practice with Pervy Sage. Such. Looking at Jiraiya on the side of the road not far away, Ryuya understood. In the original plot, after Sasuke defected, Naruto blamed himself for failing to bring his friends back, but felt deeply that he was not strong enough. So immediately after he recovered from his injury, he left the village with Jiraiya and embarked on a journey of cultivation. And this trip is 2 years. 2 years later, Naruto returned to Konoha again, already a strong and mature ninja. Await your return. Thinking of this, Ryuya smiled and stretched out his palm. Snapped. There was a crisp high five, and Naruto was in high spirits. When I come back, I will definitely surpass you. That's not necessarily. Most definitely. Naruto yelled, smiled, and waved goodbye to Ryuya, then followed Jiraiya and left Konoha. It's time. Seeing Naruto on the journey, Ryuya took a deep breath and walked towards Third Hokage's residence. No amount of low-level ninjutsu practice can defeat Uchiha Madara or Otsutsuki Kagaya. Ryuya has made a decision and took time to practice a high-level ninjutsu with all his strength. Just like Naruto's Rasengan, became his real powerful weapon. As for which ninjutsu practice, Ryuya has already thought about it. When Naruto stole the Book of Seal, Ryuya wrote 2 ninjutsu from above, one of which was just right. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 38. 2 years later. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Chunin. Organs, ears, brain, heart. Skills. 1000 years of death strengthen plus 86,400, E-level physical surgery. Body replacement technique strengthen plus 86,400, E-level ninjutsu. Draw a sword and strengthen plus 86,400, E-level physical surgery. Toad oil bomb strengthen plus 86,400, C-level ninjutsu. Leaf hurricane strengthen plus 86,400, C-level ninjutsu. Clone technique strengthen plus 86,400, E-level ninjutsu. Seal of the Four Elephants enhancement plus 86,400, S-level ninjutsu. 2 years ago, Ryuya approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and put forward the idea of practicing a high-level ninjutsu with all his strength, which was endorsed by Hiruzen. After Tsunade came to power, Hiruzen has retreated to the second line. As a teacher, he said that he would do his best to help Ryuya in his practice. The ninjutsu that Ryuya wants to practice is called the Seal of the Four Elephants. As a branch of ninjutsu, seal art is extremely complex and difficult to practice while forming its own system. What's more, the Seal of the Four Elephants is still S-level. Surprised by Ryuya's determination, Hiruzen couldn't help wondering, Ryuya is a Chunin, where did he get the S-level ninjutsu? There is no need to hide it, Ryuya admitted that he had memorized 2 ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Hiruzen really smiled so much and didn't pursue it. Relying on the relationship between the elder brother and sister, Tsunade temporarily cancelled all tasks of Ryuya. Then, under Hiruzen's guidance, Ryuya began to practice the four-elephant seal with all his strength. After 60 days, get another chance to strengthen. Every 6 times it contains a golden boost, and only one Ryuya with clone technique skills is left. He chooses the golden boost to strengthen his brain. The brain is responsible for processing information and storing memories. Although it is only an organ, it is extremely complex. After 86,400 times of strengthening, all aspects of the brain's functions have been increased terribly. But how strong it is, Ryuya doesn't know. Because of the function of the brain, it is impossible to use some clear numerical values to show it. It can only be exemplified. For example, if 178,209 is multiplied by 837, Ryuya can get in an instant. In fact, let alone simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, Ryuya has no problem even with all kinds of complicated and huge calculations, it just takes a little time. For another example, a few rice balls were placed on the table one morning a few months ago, and Ryuya can remember them clearly, just like information stored on a computer hard drive. As for the ability of thinking analysis, it has also improved, but it is not so intuitive. In addition, in the process of strengthening the brain, in addition to the enhancement of its basic functions, it also derives an ability, which Ryuya calls the illusory ego. That is to say, in any illusion, Ryuya can turn the object away, dominate the illusion, and even kill the caster, Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Great. After acquiring this ability, Ryuya couldn't help but feel excited. With his current skill configuration, the most feared is illusion. This is why, when Konan entered the village and mistakenly thought it was Itake, he was so nervous. But now, with this ability, illusion will no longer be his culprit. On the contrary, all those who dare to use illusions in front of him will suffer their own consequences. According to the enhanced ability of the brain, Ryuya named it Super Brain. After strengthening the brain, another 60 days passed, and Ryuya once again got an unlimited enhancement opportunity. The golden enhancement has been used, and he has no choice but to strengthen the clone technique. As an E-level clone technique, it is not a shadow clone. Even after 86,400 times of strengthening, it still cannot become an entity. But its realism has reached its extreme. Even Byakugan of Hyaga's family can see the flow of chakra, but can't break Ryuya's clone. Secondly, the number of clones has increased geometrically, which surpasses multiple shadow clone techniques. The most important thing is that all the experiences of the clone will be fed back to the ontology after the clone disappears. At this point, it is almost the same as shadow clone. And in this way, Ryuya can imitate Naruto and split up a large number of clones to help him practice the seal of the four elephants together. At the same time, the cultivation speed was greatly increased, and Ryuya couldn't help but feel annoyed. Knowing this long ago, he strengthened the clone technique from the beginning. Of course, a large number of clones practice together, in addition to experience feedback, there is also fatigue, and hundreds of times of fatigue come together. If it weren't for the strong support of a thought, Ryuya would never continue to practice with clone technique. Success. With tenacious willpower, as well as the correction of the meridians by the secret medicine of Sarutobi, the S-level seal of the four signs, even some geniuses, it takes several years to train, Ryuya only took less than 2 years. In addition, since all the time is spent on cultivating the seal of the four elephants, Ryuya has no other skills. Whenever it is time to strengthen, you can only give up. After giving up 4 times in this manner, Ryuya finally got another chance to strengthen gold. And this time, he chose the heart. First of all, as the foundation of vitality, after 86,400 times of strengthening, the vitality of the heart is almost infinitely improved. Even if it is pierced, even if it is burned clean, as long as there is one cell in the blood, it can be remodeled and regenerated. In this way, for Ryuya, the heart is no longer a fatal door. Secondly, the blood supply capacity is greatly improved. For example, if it used to be a small motor, it is now a large nuclear power plant. With the increase in blood supply, Ryuya's overall physical functions have been greatly improved accordingly. The most important thing is that the manufacture of chakra comes from body cells and soul spirit. Now that the blood supply capacity of the heart has increased, the amount of chakra derived from cells has directly increased. According to third generation, the amount of chakra in Ryuya's body has reached an extremely terrifying level, comparable to a tail beast. Chakra is large, that is to say, Ryuya will release ninjutsu in the future, and there is no need to worry about mana consumption anymore. Based on this characteristic, Ryuya named it the tailed beast heart. After the gold enhancement was used up this time, 3 consecutive times, Ryuya had to give up the enhancement opportunity because he had no skills. Until the 4th time, Ryuya had practiced the seal of the four elephants. The seal of the four elephants uses the theory of the four elephants cycle to seal the forbidden techniques of powerful enemies and even demons. At the same time, the seal of the four elephants is also the basis of many sealing techniques, such as the 8-sign seal, the seal of the four elephants, the seal of the ghouls and so on. Seal everything. After the system was strengthened 86,400 times, the seal of the four elephants became stronger. Whether it is a tangible person or thing, or an invisible flame, chakra, or even air, it can be sealed. Moreover, the seal has an absolute attribute, which cannot be destroyed by any external force. In addition, the methods of surgery are also more varied. The first is to perform the operation by hand. Ryuya's hands represent yin and yang derive the four signs. The second is to use the scroll to seal, write the seal technique on the scroll in advance, shake the scroll directly when using it, and the things that are wrapped in the scroll can be sealed. Finally, there is the technique seal, which does not stick to the scroll, and seals the technique anywhere. This kind of advantage is that there is no limit to the size of the space, as long as the surgical style is large enough to cover the entire world, then the entire world can be sealed. But the disadvantage is that the larger the seal, the more chakra and the more time it takes to activate. If you really want to seal the world, in addition to covering the world such a large technique, it will probably take Ryuya's life to activate this seal. But in any case, as an S-level ninjutsu, strengthening the seal of the four elephants 86,400 times is simply terrifying. At Satsuki. With this technique, Ryuya is confident that even if the fourth ninja war breaks out, even if he faces the ancestor of chakra, at Satsuki Kagaya, he can still fight one. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 39. Senior sister and mother-in-law, how long has it been, you still hold grudges? Don't call me mother-in-law. Alright. In Naruto's office, Ryuya touched his forehead, and his tears almost fell. It's so comfortable. In contrast, it's been a long time since I ravaged Ryuya so happily. Tsunade is soothing and more comfortable than a hot spring. Move your shoulders, and then said with a smile. To call you today is something else. What? Listen to teacher Sarutobi, your training has been completed. Okay. Then don't hurry up to contribute to the village. Tsunade slapped the desk, and the roar almost shattered the glass of the office. Do you know how long it has been since you had a mission? Are you my dear senior sister or Huang Shiren? What Huang Shiren? An exploiter hated by civilians. Ah, my dear little brother, how can you say that to your dear sister? Tsunade narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. After all, you haven't had a task for almost 2 years, so this time, a very simple task has been arranged for you. Okay. Ryuya nodded. He also wanted to check the results of his training, and then he asked. What level? There is no level. Tsunade smiled insidiously, and then told Ryuya about the details of the mission. It has been 2 years since the last Chunin exam. In these 2 years, the village has been recuperated. So Tsunade decided to reconvene the Chunin exam this year. It was originally a joint examination of the 5 major countries, but unfortunately, Iwagakure, Laiyan village, and Kirigakure refused to take the exam for various reasons. So in the end, only Konoha, Sand Shinobi, and other small villages participated. The test is divided into 2 sessions. The first test will be held in Konoha. The second trial of survival was held in Sand Shinobi because of the strong request of the new Fengying Gara. The task given to Ryuya this time is to lead the Konoha candidates in Sand Shinobi with the other 2 Chunin. Really an easy task. After listening, Ryuya couldn't help sighing. Yeah, I can go to Tsunagakure to stroll around. What kind of mission is this? It's obviously a public travel. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Tsunade nodded vigorously and looked at Ryuya with a smile on his face. Ryuya kept her lips secretly. This old woman is very bad, I believe you a ghost. Gaara had just taken over as Fenying, his position was already unstable, and because of his identity as Jinchuriki, many opposition forces lurked below. Tsunagaku at this time can be described as turbulent undercurrents. Moreover, Gaara insists on using Tsunagaku as the main arena, in fact, by taking advantage of this opportunity to make his first public appearance as Fenying, he wants to pick out the opponents below. Therefore, Sand Shinobi during the Chunin exam is likely to break out of a major rebellion. It is simply dangerous. In addition to Ryuya, there are only 2 other Chunin leading the team. In this case, a group of genin must be protected. The difficulty of this task is no less than that of grade A. Can you not go? No. Tsunade stared, then added. And you must leave immediately, because the others have already set off. Ryuya's face was speechless, without any breathless urges. Who makes Hokage a man? A man can bend and stretch. Immediately after leaving the Hokage office, Ryuya packed up and left immediately. In this Chunin exam, the first written exam was at Konoha. The chief examiner is Shikamaru, who has been promoted to Chunin, and now the examination is over. But before the candidates were happy, a new test came again. Driven by Niji, there were too many passers in the first game, so before the start of the second game, another batch of people had to be eliminated. First of all, because it is a team test, there is no guarantee of a complete team of 3 people, so they are eliminated on the spot. Then, from Konoha to Sand Shinobi, in the order of arrival, the last 30 people were eliminated, and private fights were not allowed on the way. How did you get there? When Ryuya arrived at the exam venue, those genins had already set off. Only Shikamaru and Tamari, who are the examiners, looked at Ryuya, who was late. Shikamaru said with a smile. However, with your foot strength, you should be able to reach Sand Shinobi in front of them. Is it their exam, or me? Ryuya sighed helplessly, then asked. Who are the other 2 leading Chunin? Gangzisha, Shinayu Izumo. They. Ryuya nodded. Although it was just Chunin, they were indeed very reliable, 2 of them who were in charge of guarding Konoha portal. As for why, it is not the 3 Jonins of Gai, Asuma, and Red in the original book, but the 3 of them, Chunin, leading the team. Ryuya is also too lazy to think. After all, after so long, many things have already deviated from the original plot. The little ghosts had already set off, and Ryuya couldn't delay any longer, and immediately caught up. But speaking of it, a lot of genin who took this exam were from the same period as Ryuya, and there was even the 3rd class 1 year higher than him. It seems inappropriate to call them a little ghost. This guy is so handsome. Seeing Ryuya running away from the back, Shikamaru smiled and said. After 2 years, the little devil who just graduated from the ninja school is now a vigorous teenager of 15 or 16 years old. What did he carry on his back? In contrast, Tamari cares more about the huge scroll behind Ryuya. Unlike the summoning contract scroll, in the past 2 years, he has practiced space ninjutsu similar to Tenten, summoning ninjutsu to fight. What kind of surprises will you bring us? Thinking of this, Tamari couldn't help but smile, and couldn't help but look forward to Ryuya's next performance. What surprise? Shikamaru asked next to him, and then said with a smile without waiting for Tamari to answer. Before I go back to Sand Shinobi, do you want to try Konoha's tea? Okay, I'll treat you. How can you make a woman spend money, and you are a guest after all? Do you look down on women? Have you forgotten that you chased Otaninu, but this woman saved your life? Alright. Catch up. When Shikamaru and Tamari were enjoying the couple's package, Ryuya had caught up with the candidates, but did not directly pass, but slowed down, focused, and covered everyone with radar ears. The candidates this time mainly came from the 2 large villages of Sand Shinobi and Konoha, but many other small ninja villages were invited or actively asked to participate. Ryuya is especially concerned about several of these villages, such as Takanan Village and Rain Shinobi Village. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 40. 3 days later, after a rush all the way, the candidates arrived at Sand Shinobi. The last 30 people were eliminated directly according to the rules of the examination. In the evening, the restaurant has already prepared dinner, which is considered to have been washed away. Ninjas from different villages gathered together, and as candidates, they were already opponents, and the atmosphere was tense. Damn it! At this moment, the restaurant's door was suddenly opened, and Ryuya of Sand Shinobi walked in. I'm starving to death. Unexpectedly, for 3 days on the road, the dry food that I brought with me was gone, and I haven't eaten anything for the day today. Looking at the hearty meal, Ryuya smiled and took a meal and found a place to sit down. Who is he? Konoha Shinobi. Seeing Ryuya's forehead protector, everyone couldn't help but wonder for a while. Where did this Konoha Shinobi come from? Why didn't I see him in the previous exam? Could Chunin also jump in the line? Ryuya. At this time, Niji and the Konoha Shinobi, seeing that it was Ryuya, couldn't help being surprised, and then came over. Why you? Why can't it be me? Ryuya smiled and greeted everyone. In addition to Niji from the 3rd class, Hinata from the 8th class, Ino, Koji from the 10th class and Sakura from the 7th class also came as a temporary team. It's a pity that I didn't see Chihisa and Coriander. I don't know if it was because Ryuya was missing and I couldn't form a team, or I was eliminated in the first round of exams. You and Shikamaru are already Chunin, why are you still here? It seemed that it had been a long time since I saw Ryuya. After a while of joy, Ino asked. Chunin. The ninjas in other villages were startled. This kid who looked about the same age as them was already Chunin. Don't you guys know? Ryuya grabbed a mouthful of the meal, then said with a smile after swallowing it. I'm one of the leaders sent by the village. By the way, how about Zisha and Izumo, haven't they come to eat? Leader. The other village ninjas were surprised again. This kid was not only Chunin, but also Konoha's leader. Hey, the team leader actually arrived later than us. It seems that Konoha is really not as good as before. This kind of strength can also be a Chunin. If he is taking this exam, then he has been eliminated. Immediately afterwards, other ninjas talked, and their tone was full of disdain. What are you saying? Hearing this, Ino was furious and yelled at the others. You frogs at the bottom of the well, haven't you even heard of the name stand-in Ryuya? Substitute Ryuya, it turns out that I found a substitute. No wonder he passed the exam and became Chunin. Haha. Read more at hotantillenovel.xyz. I don't know who made a joke, and then it caused a roar of laughter. Damn it. Unforgivable. They openly laughed at Konoha's hero, not only Ino, but even Niji, who was calm, couldn't suppress his anger. Let you taste the power of Konoha Shinobi. At this time, with a loud shout, Yae had already rushed up, punching the man who had just teased him into the air. Who is afraid of whom? Konoha fired the first shot. The others couldn't wait long ago and rushed up immediately. Upon seeing this, Niji and the others, who were just a step behind the tooth, should he hesitate? Immediately afterwards, the originally good dinner party instantly became a scuffle. Seeing this scene, Ryuya blinked. In the original book, they did fight at the dinner party. After all, putting them together was like two male lions in a cage. It would be strange not to fight. but Ryuya never expected that this fight was because of him. Forget it. Let's fight. He doesn't bother to control, continue eating. On the way, he was tired enough to get information. Boom. Seeing that the fighting is getting more and more fierce, and it is about to be upgraded to the stage of ninjutsu, suddenly a loud noise comes, and everyone can't help but be stunned. It is like a wall has been broken. Boom. Immediately afterwards, there was another muffled sound. A young girl with green hair broke through the glass from the outside and jumped in directly, shouting cheerfully after the appearance. The party has started. Everyone, can you make 100 friends? Who are you? I'm Fu from Takanan village. I took the Chunin exam this time to make 100 friends. Everyone, what do you do after dinner? Play poker? Play double six? Snatch a chair game? Or take a bath together? What do you want to do? Looking at the naturally nervous Fu, the people who were still angry just now, it was like taking a cold bath, feeling dull for a moment, and then left the restaurant one after another. Hey, wait a minute, wait a minute. Only Fu stood there with a blank face. Ryuya ate the meal quickly, followed the crowd to leave, glanced at Wang Fu in the cold spot, and couldn't help but smile. As Seven Tails Jinchuriki, I really have a personality. According to tracking and listening along the way, the intelligence is basically the same as the original plot. In this test, apart from Tsunagakuer who practiced the 7-day breathing method, Zi Luo who did not lose his physical skills to Xiaoli, and the 3 genin named as the test in Rain Shinobi village, who were actually listening to the information, only 7 Tails Jinchuriki Fu from Takanan village, needs extra attention. The information has been almost collected. Ryuya is also a little tired, and simply goes back to rest. Boom. Boom. Ryuya was about to lie down when he heard a loud noise outside. It should be Koji and the others. They went outside to find food, but they encountered a desert specialty, a huge sasori like a truck. However, according to the original plot, Fu should be able to rescue them without having to worry about Ryuya, and then lie down and prepare to sleep. Boom. Boom. Let's go and see. But it lasted for a while, and the voice didn't stop. Ryuya was still a little worried and turned over and got up from the bed. Who is she? Such a monster was easily subdued by her. But there seems to be something wrong with my brain. When Ryuya arrived, as expected, as in the original, Fu had already fruited Sasori and saved Koji and the others. But looking at the fuss dancing around the giant Sasori's corpse, everyone around the audience was speechless. He came. The Chunin of Konoha. It's the leader, it's so slow. You don't understand this, it's right to come slowly. It makes sense. If he comes too in time, it would be too embarrassing for him with his ability. It's no wonder that being a Chunin is smarter than us. At this time, when I saw Ryuya, who was overdue, and the ninjas from other villages, there was another cynicism. For Ryuya, who is the same age but is already Chunin and even the leader, many people are full of jealousy. In order to balance my poor self-esteem, this subjectively believes that Ryuya, Chunin, is actually a name. Ryuya didn't say anything about this. Now that the problem has been solved, he went back to sleep. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 41. The content of this Chunin exam is basically the same as the last time. Because of Gaara's strong request, and also because of Konoha's death forest, candidates are already familiar with it, so the place for the second survival trial was changed to Tsunagakuer's Demon Desert. Demon Desert, a dangerous area outside Tsunagakure, quicksand, ruins, monsters, and people in it may die at any time. What's more, there are multiple teams from different ninja villages robbing each other of the scrolls. Generally speaking, the content of this exam is similar to the last one, but it is more dangerous. Because the desert environment is far more cruel than the jungle. The exam begins. The next morning, the time is up. Whoosh. 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 Following the examiner's order, each team jumped off the city wall from different directions and entered the Demon Desert, officially starting the second round of examinations. Oh, it's finally relaxed. For the second exam, the time limit is 3 days. As soon as the students leave, Ryuya, who is the team leader, will be fine. Ryuya took out a playing card from his pocket and greeted Gangzatetsu and Shinayu Izumo. Come on, fight the landlord. Is it still 102? Yes, the bomb doubled. Today, I must win back all the losses I lost last night. I am full of energy. Then, on the wall of Tsunagakure, Ryuya, the leader of the team, and the 3 Konoha shinobi, fought the landlord grandiosely. Seeing this scene, the Sand Shinobi ninja couldn't help but shook his head secretly. These Konoha shinobi were so relaxed. Especially that Takagi Ryuya, it is really unimaginable that the Chunin exam 2 years ago would be able to defeat their current Fenying Gaara. Trick. It must have used some kind of shameless tactics, otherwise how could it be possible to defeat Lord Fenying with him? Playing cards with 2 avatars, I don't know if those 2 guys will admit it if they win. Ryuya, who drew a good hand, couldn't help thinking. Just this morning, the 3 of them suddenly got a call from Hokage, asking them to secretly protect Fukage Gaara. According to intelligence, Sand Shinobi has rebellious power within Sand Shinobi, which intends to disadvantage Gaara. The Chunin exam was also intentional by Gaara and wanted to dig out these people. As an ally, if Fenying is killed, it will have a great impact on Konoha. So Tsunade sent the 3 of them to protect them secretly. This is the real task, right? Ryuya chuckled at the corner of his mouth, saying that he was leading the exam, but actually helping Gaara. But what puzzles him is, since it is such an important task, why not send Jonin, but the 3 of them Chunin? Is it because Ryuya, Tsunade believes in his abilities so much? It's useless to think too much, just to perform the task. Since it is secretly protected, it must be hidden first. Therefore, Ryuya let Zitetsu and Izumo make a clone, and fight with him here to confuse the rebels in Sand Shinobi. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. As for Ryuya herself, although it seems that he is fighting the landlord here, in fact, the radar ears have covered the entire Tsunagakure, watching for any disturbances. Damn. Due to the need to concentrate, 4 2 belts and 2 sharp ones were thrown out. Looking at the remaining bad cards, Ryuya wondered, since he is playing cards with the clone, he can go wrong if he loses. On the first day, everything was normal and calm. The next day, Ryuya took 2 avatars and continued to play cards. Sand Shinobi shook his head for a while, playing with things, which really didn't fit their forbearance. And Zitai and Izumo have hidden the dark place again, paying close attention to Gaara. If there are rebels, Gaara's guarding power will definitely be calculated. And Zitai and Izumo, who were not in their expectations, could play a decisive role. Tweet Chu. Seeing that the sun was already westward, a piercing siren suddenly sounded and spread throughout Tsunagakure in an instant. What's the situation, sandstorm? Ryuya was startled slightly, and then learned through monitoring that a sandstorm was about to strike. In the original work, Fui, the rebel of Sand Shinobi, interfered with the weather forecast through the enchantment, so that the village did not receive timely news of the sandstorm. Because the sandstorm was too dangerous and time was too short, Gaara personally went to the Demon Desert to rescue Genin, who took the exam. And this is exactly the purpose of Fuyi. He has secretly contacted Fei, who can seize the power of the tail beast, and asked him to ambush Gaara in the demon desert. It's not right. But at this time, the detection was not disturbed, and Sand Shinobi's news was not delayed. That being the case, the rescue is organized immediately. Why should we be so nervous? Iron Sand? Devil Wind. Continue to monitor. Ryuya was startled first, then his face changed suddenly. This sandstorm is not ordinary sand, but a devilish wind that contains a lot of iron. Strong winds of up to 20 levels, wrapped in fists or even watermelon-sized iron stones, whizzed along the ground. Not to mention people, even the strong walls will be destroyed instantly. Tsunagakura is located in the desert and the geographical environment is harsh. But this kind of devilish wind, especially of this scale and intensity, is not seen in 10 years. Therefore, when the devil wind was detected, Sand Shinobi immediately sounded the alarm, and the whole village entered an emergency state. Quick! 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 Under the guidance of the ninja, all civilians were immediately transferred to the underground to take refuge. Here! Get in place quickly! In addition, a large number of ninjas came to the edge of the village and stood in a row with firm expressions facing the coming direction of the devil wind. People can take refuge underground, but as for housing construction, if the devil wind is allowed to rage, Tsunagakura will be razed to the ground. Therefore, recruit a large number of ninjas, and when the devil wind arrives, join forces to display the barrier to protect the village. What about the genins outside? This time the level of the devil wind is too high. With our manpower, it is already very difficult to protect the village. What do you mean? Give up genin in the exam. This is definitely not good. But we have no other way. Master Fenying, please focus on the overall situation. At this time, in Fenying's office, Gaara and Sand Shinobi had a fierce quarrel. Even if you are a shadow, you can't go it alone. So in the end, Gaara was asked to sit in the village. As for the candidates outside, they can only leave themselves to fend for themselves. What? In the Devil's Desert, candidates from various villages are doing their best to take the exam. Niji, who owns Byakugan, suddenly saw something strange in the distance. What is this? When he focused his eyesight and saw the devilish wind that was coming quickly, Niji's face changed suddenly. What happened? What's going on? The other teams also had a lot of perception-type ninjas, and they noticed the abnormalities more or less for a while. It's the devilish wind. And when Tsunagakura's alarm sounded, those Sand Shinobi's complexions changed instantly, and one by one collapsed on the ground. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 42. With the power of the devil wind, even Jonin could not resist. The only way was to hide underground. But wherever the devil wind passes, its powerful force will also blow the ground more than 10 meters away. This is a desert. How can a rugged cave with a depth of more than 10 meters be created? It is precisely because of this clearly that Sand Shinobi is so heartbroken. What is that? Oh my god! The speed of the devil wind was so fast that it was approaching in an instant, and Genin had noticed it during the exam. Seeing such a huge and terrifying momentum, each of them paled. In addition to horror, their hearts were filled with despair. Mom, sorry, I may not be able to go back alive. A certain team sat on the ground feebly, and could not help thinking of parents, teachers, and friends out of fear. My heart is full of regret. Why didn't I stay with them much before regretting? Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, standing in front of them. The three of them stopped crying, raised their heads, and saw a not very tall, but unusually determined figure, and their faces were instantly surprised. Master Fennying. Don't worry, you can definitely see Mom again. Garo looked firm in the direction of the Devil's Wind. Can I only save them? At the same time, Garo frowned secretly. The speed of the Devil Wind was too fast, and he had no time to gather the candidates together for protection. In this way, you can only help the three people in front of you first. At this time, the Devil Wind is very close, and Garo can't even think about it, and is ready to deal with it with all his strength. Such a powerful devilish wind, even for him, is very difficult. Master Fennying. At the same time, in Sunagakur, the guard discovered that the so-called Fennying was actually a sand clone. The real Gara has long been missing. Bad. At the same time, Zitai and Izumo, who were in charge of secret protection, frowned. Gara has escaped their protection, and if there is any danger next, it will be in trouble. Thinking of this, the two left quickly, and they had to inform Ryuya. At this moment, on the wall, there are only two clones holding the cards in a daze, and Ryuya has long disappeared. It's over. Unexpectedly, I would die in this way. I'm really unwilling. The Devil's Wind is very close, and the black is pressed against it. As countless iron body rolls, it is surrounded by countless thunderous noises. Seeing this scene like the end of the world, all the candidates in the demon desert were filled with despair. Natural disasters of this magnitude are simply beyond their ability to contend. When they signed up for the Chunin exam, they were already mentally prepared for death, but dying in this way is really unacceptable. But what can they do? Whoosh, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. The Devil's Wind is already in sight, just when everyone is ready to die. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared in the air, appearing at the forefront of the Devil Wind. That is. Someone suddenly recognized the harness that was hunting and dancing in the wind, and the huge scroll that was already on his back. It's the Konoha shinobi. The leader of Konoha's Chunin. Ryuya. For a while, surprised, everyone wondered, isn't he in the village? At this time, if I didn't take refuge in the village, why did I show up here? Leave Hurricane. At this moment, I only heard Ryuya shout. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of kunai were kicked in all directions instantly. Whoosh. 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 And the next moment, I saw Ryuya's figure, constantly flashing in mid-air. At this time, Ryuya drew a huge brush from the center of the scroll, using chakra as the ink. In the mid-air, traces were drawn wherever the figure passed. This is. Each time Ryuya flashes, it is 300 to 400 meters, and immediately after that, a mark has been drawn between his two figures. Ryuya's body replacement technique, although it is a teleportation, is not a space ninjutsu. He has passed the actual distance. As a result, Ryuya is extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, a huge pattern covering hundreds of miles in a radius has appeared in the air. Seal. Seal of the Four Elephants. I haven't eaten pork and seen pigs running. At this time, someone has recognized that this is the world-famous seal of the Four Elephants. What is he going to do? At the same time, everyone was full of doubts, and drew the four-image seal technique in mid-air. What exactly is this Konoha shinobi going to do? Swish. And at this time, Ryuya was already making seals quickly. Could he? Everyone was stunned, and then was shocked again. Is he going to cast the seal of the Four Elephants? In the eyes of other village ninjas, the name Konoha Chunin is not even as good as their genin. How is it possible that even Jonin can't master this kind of super difficult S-level forbidden technique? Moreover, in this case, in the face of this kind of natural disaster that destroys everything, what uses the sealing technique? Does he want to seal the devil wind? It's ridiculous. It's like a joke, but suddenly recovered. What Ryuya did at this time, isn't it about to seal the devilish wind, but how is this possible? You know, even if it is matched with a scroll or a technique that has already been written down, the range of the seal technique is at most 110 meters. And this devilish wind has a range of 200 to 300 miles, how can this be contained by the seal? Seal the devil wind. Compared with other ordinary genin, Gaara, as a wind shadow, has a deeper understanding of ninjutsu. But because of this, he knew how difficult it was. Even he can only use sand to make walls, resist the devil's wind, and protect a few people. He could not even think of sealing the entire devil wind directly. It's obviously impossible, but Gaara suddenly had a ridiculous idea. If it were Ryuya, it might be possible to perform miracles. What is that? The 4 elephants are sealed. At the same time, Tsunagaku, who was still behind the devil's desert, was already ready to open the enchantment and resist the devil's wind. Sand Shinobi suddenly saw the huge art styles appearing in the sky, all of them were shocked. A technique of this scale, at this time, does anyone want to seal the devilish wind? But how is this possible? Who is he? At the same time, they couldn't help wondering who the figure before the operation was. Noon Si? At this time, the devil wind was already in front of him, and Ryuya had already finished the seal. Snapped. With a soft sound, Ryuya clasped his hands together, and yelled in the face of the devilish wind that was close at hand. Seal. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 43. When the devil wind was close at hand, everyone closed their eyes subconsciously and waited for death to come. Seal. At this moment, a loud shout resounded across the sky. Immediately afterwards, everything returned to peace. Am I already dead? The people in the devil's desert thought that the devil's wind passed by, and they had turned into dust and ascended to another world. But it feels like the body is still there? This is. It was not until a moment later that everyone opened their eyes tentatively. At this moment, look again, where is there any devilish wind, and there is a blue sky in front of him, not even a trace of wind. What happened? For a while, everyone was in a trance again. Could it be all hallucinations? There was no devilish wind at all. Wrong. But then he shook his head. How could the experience of life and death just now be an illusion? That is. At this time, everyone suddenly saw the figure slowly falling from mid-air. Konoha Shinobi. That Chunin. For a while, everyone remembered that it was the Konoha Chunin that they despised, who suddenly stood in front of all of them and sealed the devilish wind with the shocking 4-image seal. The devil wind that swallowed hundreds of miles was completely sealed. What kind of strength is this? Thinking of this, the ninjas in other villages couldn't help but shook their heads with a wry smile. This man really shouldn't be Chunin. This terrifying strength, I am afraid it has surpassed Jonin, reaching the shadow level. Before thinking of them, Genin, they even laughed unscrupulously. Ryuya was really ignorant and full of shame for a while, wishing to bury his head in the sand. As expected of my Ryuya. At this time, the recovered Ino shouted with excitement, and hugged Sakura tightly with excitement. Your Ryuya, haha. For this nymphomaniac's best friend, little Sakura can barely smile. But thinking about it again, Ino's transferring love is a good thing for her. It's still not as good as him. Looking at Ryuya who had fallen back to the ground, Gaara smiled bitterly and shook his head. After becoming Fenying, I thought I could get closer to Ryuya. It now appears that instead of zooming in, he was thrown farther away. Such a gap, I am afraid that he will be unable to catch up with his life. It was sealed. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. On Tsunagakuru's side, the Sand Shinobi who were ready to hold up the ban, saw the sealed devil wind, and their heart was full of horror. At the same time, I can't help but become more curious, who is the figure performing the sealing technique in the air? If it is a companion, it is undoubtedly the blessing for the entire Sand Shinobi. But if it is an enemy, it will also become the entire Sand Shinobi, a huge disaster 100 times more terrifying than the devil wind. It's earned. At this time, putting away the small scroll with the devilish wind in his hand, a chuckle appeared at the corner of Ryuya's mouth. If you can seal it, you can unblock it, and once it is unblocked, the terrifying devilish wind will instantly reappear. With the power of the devil's wind, if this scroll is used well, it will have unexpected effects. Although it was so hard to practice the trick, I missed it so easily, but it was not a loss to get this scroll. Ryuya, who is complacent because of this scroll, doesn't know yet. After today's incident, the name Seal Ninja Takagi Ryuya will surpass Standby Ryuya, and it will resound through the 5 nations and the entire ninja world. However, the 3 villages of Mist Shinobi, Laiyan, and Rock Shinobi, who did not take the exam, were not able to get accurate information about Ryuya's sealing technique because they failed to see the scene with their own eyes. Of course, these are things to follow. The threat of the devilish wind disappeared, and then Chinon's examination continued. Gaara. In Ryuya somewhere in the Demon Desert, Radar is always watching Gaara and other important figures. Although he stopped the devil wind, Gaara also left the village and went to the Devil's Desert and fell into the trap of the rebels. At this time, Ryuya also understood that it is no wonder that the rebels did not interfere with the forecast of the sandstorm, because in the face of such a terrifying devil wind, the entire Sand Shinobi has to do its best, and there is no need to further shorten the time. Coming. And then, the devilish wind is like an episode, and what should happen still happened. Gaara, who was careless, was calculated by the law, and the tail beast in his body was being drawn out. With the task of protecting Hokage, Ryuya did not move when Gaara was in danger. What a funny girl. Because he has heard, Seven Tails Jinchuriki Fu is rushing towards Gaara. After she arrived, as in the original work, she took the initiative to hit the technique of Method 1 to help Gaara share the pain. Seeing this scene, Ryuya couldn't help but smile. I was a little nervous about this young girl who was full of sunshine, loudly laughing and always shouting to make friends, and couldn't help becoming more interested. Because of the addition of a tail beast, Fei's burden has also greatly increased, and the speed of extracting the tail beast has also been much slower. In this way, precious time was gained. The third squad arrived as a rescue, and under the leadership of Niji, finally defeated Fei and saved Gaara and Fu. Just like watching a play, Ryuya didn't take any action or intervene during the whole process, and then got up and left. Ryuya. At this time, Zitai and Izumo arrived. Finally found Ryuya and said anxiously. Fenying is gone, we are worried that he is already in danger, we must hurry up. All right. Ryuya smiled, stopped the shoulders of the two of them, and walked in the direction of Sand Shinobi. It's okay. Never mind. Rather than worry about him, let's settle the accounts. Settlement? What account? Listen to me slowly. Yesterday, you and I fought a total of 103 landlords. Among them, I won 97 of them. Of these 97, 21 bombs doubled, and 2 of them 3 times. The bomb was quadrupled, and once again it was terrible, 3 bombs in total. We don't know anything. Hearing Ryuya's algorithm, The recovered Zisha and Izumo looked at each other, then broke free, turned and ran. As Chunin, how much money they earn by working hard to do tasks, Ryuya is trying to clean up their wives. How can you do this? Don't run, everyone is in the same village, and I will give you a discount. Why do you run away more and more shouting? Seeing the two quickly running away, Ryuya yelled and chased him with a chuckle at the corner of his mouth, finally confused. I am ashamed to say that in the past 2 days of fighting the landlords, Ryuya actually loses more and loses less. Anyhow, the strengthened super brain couldn't beat the two clones unexpectedly. Another day later, the Chunin exam came to a perfect conclusion. On Sand Shinobi's side, Gaara also took the opportunity to find the rebels and eliminate the hidden dangers. When everything was over, Ryuya and the three of them led the team and led Konoha back. When they return to the village, based on their performance in the exam, Hokage will announce who will be promoted. You go first, I will catch up soon. After leaving the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, Ryuya suddenly said, and then ran straight in a certain direction. Remember to save the unique domain name, enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 44. 30 minutes have passed, isn't it? What are you urging? Don't hinder me from performing the ceremony. Every time you engage in such a low-level and interesting prayer, can't you omit it? I also know the trouble, but this is the commandment, what can be done? Moreover, what is omission? This is blasphemous. In the depths of a forest, a man wearing a fire cloud robe drew a black spear inserted from his chest, and then he got up from a formation painted by blood. Next to him, there is a man who also wears a Huoyun robe. He can't make an expression while wearing a mask, but he is obviously impatient. They are not others, but Akatsuki's Haiden, codenamed 3, and Kakuzu, codenamed North, known as the Undead Duo. On the ground not far away, there were 3 people lying on the ground, but it was the 3 genin from Takanan village who took the Chunin exam this time. 2 of the men were dead, and the only woman, who was also seriously injured, was lying motionless on the ground. Let's go, the next stop is the Land of Thunder. Kakuzu said, and then he was about to pick up Fu. Shit. At this moment, a crisp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a sword aura suddenly flew out from the depths of the woods and went straight to Kakuzu. Although accidental, as a character in the first Hokage period, Kakuzu has a wealth of combat experience and reacts very quickly. A back jump can be avoided in time. At the same time, after a few more times, he leaped away and back to Haiden, looking at the front warily. Whoosh! The next moment, a figure flashed, it was Ryuya. Konoha's stand-in Ryuya. After seeing Ryuya, Kakuzu's gaze waved slightly, and then he said something. The head is offering a reward of 10 million taels on the black market. Kill, 10 million? So many. Ryuya just wanted to say hello, when she heard this, her mouth opened wide in surprise. He knows the existence of the black market, many of which have been assassinated by the 5 major countries. But he didn't expect that the head of a Konoha Chunin in him was so valuable. Kill him. As the financial manager of Akatsuki, Kakuzu is interested in money. Looking at Ryuya with cold eyes, he said to Haiden next to him. But what Kakuzu didn't know was that even if he killed Ryuya, the person who offered the reward would not even pay him 1 or 2. Because Konan, who also belongs to Xiao, doesn't need to pay Xiao's members. However, Ryuya obviously did not just pass by, but came to save the 7 taels Jinchuriki. So even if it's not for money, Kakuzu will kill Ryuya. Then kill it. Hearing Kakuzu's instructions, Haydn shouted in excitement, waved the huge sickle in his hand, and rushed to Ryuya excitedly. As a believer of Thulhu, what Haydn likes most is killing. Compared to Kakuzu killing people for money, he kills people purely for the sake of killing. Whoosh! Haydn had just rushed halfway, Ryuya suddenly disappeared from where he was, and when I looked at the next moment, he had reached Haydn's side. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Hee. Seeing Ryuya rushing up hastily, Haydn's mouth sneered. He has an immortal body, and the most feared thing is close hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, with Thulhu's curse, the death division is based on blood. As long as you get the opponent's blood, you can share the damage through rituals, and then defeat or kill the opponent through self-mutilation. In fact, he was able to defeat Seven Tails Jinchuriki's Fu because of this ability. At this time, Ryuya rushed forward, just in time for him to take the blood. Leaf Hurricane. But the next moment, before Haydn had time to react, Ryuya gave a soft drink and kicked it up. After strengthening 86,400 times, Leaf Hurricane is also known as the 10,000 Tornado, and facing the immortal Haydn, Ryuya has no strength at all. This is your own search. Haydn, who was proud, never expected that Ryuya's foot would be so heavy. The next moment, it was almost like being hit by an asteroid, and then he flew out. Haydn. Next to him, Kakuzu looked surprised and couldn't help but yelled, but at this time, there was a figure of Haydn. Kakuzu's face was gloomy for a moment, and he turned to Ryuya again. Where did you get him? I do not know either. Ryuya said helplessly, then said with a smile. But at least, it has to be hundreds of kilometers away. Hearing this, Kakuzu frowned again. Although he didn't believe it, Ryuya could kick people hundreds of kilometers with one kick. But one thing is certain, with the power of the kick just now, Haydn must have fallen to pieces. Although Haydn has an immortal body, after his limbs are separated, he cannot reorganize himself and cannot move. In other words, it is impossible for Haydn to help. Damn its intelligence dealer. Kakuzu gritted his teeth and said, obviously, his information is incomplete, and this incomplete information cost him hundreds of thousands of taels. Puff. 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 Kakuzu seemed to be annoyed, but in fact he had launched an attack. The next moment, countless black lines shot out from the ground, piercing Ryuya instantly. Peng. But then, with a muffled noise, Ryuya's bloody corpse turned directly into a stone. Whoosh. Then there was a sound of breaking through the air, and Ryuya appeared behind Kakuzu and was about to attack. Boom. But at this moment, Kakuzu's clothes split instantly, and several masks appeared from behind. With a loud noise, a flame was spit out from the mouth of a mask. It was fire-style ninjutsu head hard. Whoosh. Ryuya seemed to be prepared long ago, and moved away again before being hit by the flames. In a flash, Ryuya and Kakuzu confronted one after another, and the tricks were dangerous and fatal, but in the end no one hurt anyone. Kakuzu looked at Ryuya, his face becoming more solemn. From giving Haydn no chance, kicking him directly, to avoiding his own two surprise attacks one after another. Kakuzu can't help but speculate that maybe Ryuya knows their abilities. I can see it. Upon seeing this, Ryuya smiled and said directly. To resent, manipulate the black thread in the body, seize the heart of others, obtain its chakra and ninjutsu, and the secret technique of one more life. How did you know? As expected, Ryuya knew his abilities. Kakuzu's face grew gloomy, and his eyes grew colder as he watched Ryuya. Once the ability is known to others, it is easy to develop targeted tactics, which is extremely dangerous in this ninja world. Guess what? Ryuya chuckled lightly at the corner of his mouth, and now his right hand was already holding the handle of the knife. Draw a knife. Laugh. With a soft sound, A sword gas slashed towards Kakuzu in an instant. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 45. Similar to the body replacement technique of teleportation, the sharp slash, and the horrible body technique of power, these combined Ryuya are really too tricky. The leakage of his own capabilities, coupled with the lack of Heiden's cooperation, the objective situation is also very unfavorable for Kakuzu. Mission abandoned. As an experienced ninja, the first thing to learn is to analyze the situation. After thinking for a while, Kakuzu glanced at Fu on the ground, then turned and jumped into the depths of the woods, disappearing. Ran. Seeing the angle of escape, Ryuya chuckled, but did not chase. Although he knows Kakuzu's abilities, but again, he doesn't have a few whole cards. Moreover, facing Kakuzu who has 5 lives, it is not easy to kill him. What's more, Ryuya's goal this time is not Akatsuki, but Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Akatsuki captured Jinchuriki in order to extract the tail beasts, so before that, he would not kill them. Fu lay motionless on the ground, but was not dead, only seriously injured. Go. To prevent Akatsuki from returning, Ryuya picked up Fu and left. After a while, on the edge of a stream, Ryuya put Fu down and let her sit against a rock. I have to say that Jinchuriki, who is a sealed tail beast, has extremely strong vitality. Ryuya doesn't know how to heal ninjutsu and cannot help Fu heal, but she is much better with her strong resilience alone. Thank you. Fu looked at Ryuya and said with a smile as hard as he could. Can you make friends with me? Do you know why they want to arrest you? Ryuya ignored it and asked directly. Fu shook her head. All she knew was that the angle was Takanan village's betrayal. But as a character in the first generation period, if it is for revenge, it is obviously unreasonable. They belong to the Akatsuki organization. Their purpose is to catch the tail beasts, gather all the tail beasts, and create a super weapon. Then, with this weapon, everyone is afraid of them, through intimidation and threats, to achieve so-called world peace. Ryuya said briefly and introduced Akatsuki's original purpose under Nagato's leadership. Of course, behind Akatsuki are Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu, all of whom have deeper and more dangerous purposes. It turned out to be so. After listening, Fu nodded. Since it is a catch-tail beast, and she is Seven Tails Jinchuriki, it makes sense. In fact, she also knew that besides the tail beast, she had nothing else to be coveted by others. Prior to this, the Akatsuki organization had been collecting intelligence and accumulating money. It was also recently that they started their formal operations. Ryuya continued the introduction, then asked again. But do you know why you were selected first? Fu shook his head slightly, saying that he didn't know. Because you are the easiest. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Ryuya looked serious and said mercilessly. Except for Three Tails, which is in a wild state and whose whereabouts are uncertain, you are not the weakest among the 8 Jinchuriki. But Takanan village where you are located is the only small village with Jinchuriki, but outside the 5 hidden villages. Hearing Ryuya's words, Fu opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. Even though he was seriously injured, the smile that never disappeared on his face finally disappeared completely, replaced by a struggling pain in the depths of his pupils. As Ryuya said, the reason why she became Akatsuki's first goal was because Taki Shinobu was weak and she did not have a strong enough backer. But she does not resent Takanan village for this. She loves her village and her companions. But precisely because of this, she had to leave Takanan village. Today, due to the appearance of Ryuya, Akatsuki retreats temporarily, but she will definitely come again. At that time, if Fu continued to stay in Takanan village, he would definitely hurt the village. In fact, the two companions killed today are proof. For the safety of the village, she must stay away. What are your plans in the future? Just when Fu thought of this and felt pain in his heart, Ryuya suddenly asked. Wandering around. Fu raised his head, the corners of his mouth curled up to reveal a brilliant smile, but tears couldn't help streaming down. Instead of. Ryuya looked at Fu and suddenly said seriously. Follow me. What did you say? Fu couldn't help but stared at Ryuya in a daze. After I said, you can follow me. Ryuya said solemnly again, and then reached out to Fu. Then we. Fu regained consciousness, and asked for a long while tentatively. Can we be friends? Can. Great. Fu, who was still seriously injured, shouted happily and jumped up directly. Instead of holding Ryuya's outstretched hand, he threw directly on Ryuya and hugged him like a baby. Ryuya was speechless for a moment. This was really an emotional guy. Fortunately, the goal is achieved. Because of the appearance of the butterfly Ryuya, many things in this world have changed. But the only thing that remains unchanged is the heart. Therefore, some people are destined to do something. From the undead duo attacking Fu, it can be seen that Akatsuki has completed the preliminary preparations and started to hunt the tail beast. In terms of time, this is also in line with the original plot. Once the chi-tailed beasts are collected by Zyuji, the next fourth ninja war will be the resurrection of 10 tails, the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, and the resurrection of Otsutsuki Kagaya. There are finished eggs under the covering nest. At that time, Ryuya, as a member of this world, will not be able to take care of herself at all. That being the case, it's better to stop Akatsuki's plan from now on. Therefore, Ryuya rescued Fu and received his command to keep 7 tails firmly in his own hands. Of course, so Akatsuki keeps coming to her door, but facing Akatsuki now is easier than facing Ben and Kagaya in the not-too-distant future. Furthermore, Ryuya is not a Fu, behind him is the entire powerful Konohagakure. As for the trouble or even disaster caused to Konoha, Ryuya didn't realize that there was anything wrong with it. After all, everything he did, although the starting point was for himself, it also helped all mankind at the same time. Moreover, even if Ryuya does not take in Fu, Konoha, who owns 9 tails, will still be found by Akatsuki. Can you go? Everything is in order, Ryuya asked Fu. It doesn't seem to be possible. Fu smiled awkwardly. He was too excited just now, and now the wound hurts badly. In this case, there was no way, Ryuya had to carry Fu. After delaying this while, Zisha and Izumo led Konoha Genin away. Ryuya was too lazy to catch up, and at this time, it was inconvenient to have direct contact with Konoha with Fu. But anyway, back to Konoha first. Ryuya carried Fu and ran straight in the direction of Konohagakure. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 46. One day later, Ryuya returned to Konoha. As Jinchuriki, Fu's existence is extremely sensitive, and Ryuya doesn't want Konoha to know that Fu has been under his command. So before entering the village, Fu was temporarily placed outside the village, somewhere safe. Coincidentally, after all this was done, Zisha and Izumo had just arrived with a group of Konoha genin. Everyone happened to join together, went into the village together, and handed over tasks to Hokage together. According to everyone's performance in this exam, I officially announce as Naruto. In the Naruto office, Tsunade made an announcement directly after seeing Sand Shinobi's detailed introduction to each examinee. Rock Lee, Tenten, Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Tooth, Abarame Shino, Harano Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji, promoted to Chunin. Great. Promoted. Hearing this result, everyone couldn't help but get excited. And many more. But then, everyone suddenly found out. Why is there no Niji's name? In the information submitted by Sand Shinobi, Fen Ying specifically pointed out that Hyuga Niji performed exceptionally well. Tsunade smiled and said directly. So I announced that Hyuga Niji was promoted directly to Jonin. Jonin. Hearing this, everyone was startled first, and then couldn't help nodding their heads. Yes, with Niji's strength, Jonin is indeed qualified. Besides, Niji has always been used as Chunin when he was Genin. And when he heard that he was directly promoted to Jonin, Niji, who had always been calm, couldn't help but feel happy. In addition, at this time, Tsunade spoke again and said with a smile. In addition to Niji, there is one more person who is also promoted to Jonin. One more person. Who else? Everyone couldn't help being stunned. The names of those who passed the second test had already been read. How could there be one more person, and they would still be promoted to Jonin? He is the one. After deliberately selling it, Tsunade announced aloud after a pause. Takagi Ryuya. Ryuya. For a while, not only other people, but Ryuya herself was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't take the exam, how could he get promoted? Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Actually, this time is both a Chunin exam and a Jonin exam. At this time, Tsunade solved the puzzle and looked at Ryuya, Zeit, and Izumo. Remember, the task I gave you. Could it be that? Yes, that task is the content of the Jonin exam. It turned out to be so. For a moment, Ryuya understood everything. It's no wonder that Jonin was supposed to be dispatched, but they were given 3 Chunin. It turned out that Tsunade deliberately arranged the Jonin exam. Being in another country, under the complicated circumstances of rebellion in the country, the task of protecting the shadow is indeed qualified as the content of the Jonin exam. In contrast, the seemingly complicated and cruel Chunin exam seemed a bit childish. It turned out to be so. Zitai and Izumo, who also wanted to understand, looked depressed. Compared to Ryuya, who directly sealed Devil Wind and saved Fenying and all the candidates, the two of them who missed the target directly, the performance was too bad, of course they could not be promoted. Congratulations. It's been a hard journey, go back and rest. After congratulating him formally, Tsunade said with a smile. And when everyone was about to leave, I added another sentence. Ryuya stayed. Dear senior sister. Everyone left, only himself. Ryuya couldn't help looking at Tsunade with some worry. You are already Jonin anyway. Tsunade flipped Byakugan, then waved his hand and said. Don't worry, I won't ravage you today. I have something to ask you. That's good. Ryuya patted his chest, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then said with a smile. Senior sister wants to ask anything, the younger brother knows everything is endless. After leaving Tsunagakure, you left the team for a while. Tsunade looked at Ryuya, his expression suddenly serious. Where have you been, what have you done? I went to save someone. I didn't expect Tsunade's news to be so well informed. In fact, even if Tsunade didn't ask, Ryuya was ready to speak out. Immediately afterwards, I told him about saving him. As a valuable piece of information and to avoid the sacrifice of Asuma, Ryuya emphasized the ability of the undead duo. Of course, Ryuya did not say about taking Fu into his command and bringing it back. Only after he beat Kakuzu back, Fu left on his own. such. After listening to Ryuya's report, Tsunade couldn't help thinking. In fact, as Naruto, Tsunade already knew a little about Akatsuki. After all, Jiraiya had been tracking Orochimaru until then, so he came into contact with Akatsuki. As an organization composed entirely of S-level rebels, Jiraiya is also full of worries. In addition to Jiraiya, there are other sources of intelligence, also gathered here in Tsunade. Based on this information, it can be seen that the Akatsuki organization is brewing a big conspiracy, but it is impossible to judge for a while. Tailed Beast. Until then, after hearing Ryuya's report, Tsunade came to a conclusion, and then frowned. The Tailed Beast, as a powerful weapon, is also a way to balance the strength of each village. The actions of Akatsuki will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the 5 major villages, and even affect the entire ninja world. The other movies must be notified immediately. Thinking of this, Tsunade immediately ordered people to come and call other villages to alert them to Akatsuki's attack on Jinchuriki. At the same time, Tsunade frowned again, reminding other villages that Jinchuriki in their village was not in the village at this time. Should be back soon. But counting the time, 2 years have passed. Naruto, who followed Jiraiya out to practice, should be coming back soon. Moreover, with Jiraiya by his side, even if he is not in the village, even if it is Akatsuki, he should not be able to treat Naruto. Because of Akatsuki, Tsunade suddenly became busy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ryuya quickly slipped away. The woman repeats, who knows if this old woman will suddenly rise up for a while and will ravage him again. What are you studying? Walking on the streets of Konoha, enjoying the sun and air, Ryuya couldn't help thinking. After being promoted to Jonin, he has obtained the qualification to learn B-level ninjutsu, and right now, he is also lacking skills. Go ask the teacher. Without a good idea for a while, Ryuya simply walked to Sarutobi Hiruzan's residence. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 47. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. Boom. As Ryuya yelled, a ball of flame spurted out of his mouth, and then turned into a giant great fireball nearly 10 meters in diameter. Finally practiced. Seeing the fireball collapsing on the surface of the water after flying tens of meters, Ryuya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the past 2 years, although he has been cultivating the seal of the 4 elephants as painstakingly, he has occasionally done other cultivation practices. Most importantly, after taking Sarutobi's secret medicine for 2 years, Ryuya's meridians have been corrected and his cultivation talent has been improved. In this way, Ryuya finally practiced the Great Fireball technique. Takagi Ryuya. Level, Jonin. Organs, ears, brain, heart. Skills, Great Fireball technique, C-level ninjutsu. 1000 years of death strengthen plus 86,400, E-level physical surgery. Body replacement technique strengthen plus 86,400, E-level ninjutsu. Draw a sword and strengthen plus 86,400, E-level physical surgery. Toad oil bomb strengthen plus 86,400, C-level ninjutsu. Leaf hurricane strengthen plus 86,400, C-level ninjutsu. Clone technique strengthen plus 86,400, E-level ninjutsu. Seal of the 4 elephants enhancement plus 86,400, S-level ninjutsu. Looking at the personal page at this time, Great Fireball technique has appeared in the skill list. After the Great Fireball practice, Ryuya did not rest, and immediately began a new practice. Si Haisu. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. After Jayan was finished, Ryuya shouted and patted the ground with both hands. But unfortunately, nothing happened. I have to say that even if Ryuya's meridians get some corrections, his talent is still very low. The secret medicine of Sarutobi, in addition to repairing and correcting meridians, the main function is actually to give birth to chakra with other attributes. After 2 years of taking medicine, in addition to the original fire attribute, Ryuya has unearthed more attribute chakra. With the earth attribute chakra, you can practice earth-style ninjutsu. But ninjutsu, as the foundation of a village, is strictly controlled. Unless it is the secret of each family, they must be promoted to the corresponding level in order to learn, and cannot be taught privately. Therefore, even Sarutobi Hiruzen of 3rd Hokage cannot teach the ninjutsu of Ryuya village at will. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Of course, the seal of the 4 elephants is an exception. It was acquired by Ryuya accidentally, and with the acquiescence of 3rd generation, others turned a blind eye. After being promoted to Jonin, he was granted permission to learn B-level ninjutsu in the village. What to learn specifically? After consulting Hiruzen, Ryuya decided to learn earth-style ninjutsu Doryabai. After this ninjutsu is cast, a wall of soil can be quickly raised to defend against enemy ninjutsu attacks. And as a B-level holding back, he has a decent defense. Ryuya's current skills include displacement, attack, and control, but he lacks defense. Although body replacement technique is fast, it has scope and other limitations after all. And most importantly, body replacement technique can only protect itself, not teammates and buildings. And Doryabai just made up for this. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. Ryuya has long been accustomed to his qualifications, so although he has not made progress and is not discouraged, he still practices meticulously. After being promoted to Jonin, the task level becomes higher and the reward increases. Correspondingly, the number of tasks has decreased. After all, there are so many advanced tasks. As for more low-level missions, sending Jonin would be overkill, and as Jonin, I was embarrassed to grab that reward from Chunin and Genin. In this way, Ryuya has more time to practice. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. After a few days, as Ryuya shouted, although there was still no earth wall rising, the ground in front of him shook slightly. Ryuya couldn't help but be overjoyed, and finally made progress. Naruto summoned. When I just wanted to continue practicing, I was told that Ryuya moved his shoulders. It seemed that he had a task. Everyone is. Immediately after coming to the Hokage office, when seeing Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Hong, and other Jonin, Ryuya couldn't help but was stunned. There were so many elite Jonin gathered. It seemed that the task this time was not easy. Everyone is here. Seeing that Ryuya has arrived, Tsunade, who is Hokage, has a serious face and directly announced. This time is not an ordinary task, but a war. War. Hearing this, not only Ryuya but Kakashi and the others, their expressions changed suddenly. Since the beginning of the establishment of the ninja realm, which is supreme by force, it has never been less than war. Not counting the wars of the Sengoku era, even in the so-called peace era after the establishment of the 5 major villages, there have been 3 ninja wars. After the 3rd ninja war, Konoha has enjoyed 20 years of peace. Of course, even so, there are some battles such as Ninetales Runaway and Orochimaru Invasion. At this time, Tsunade announced so solemnly that a war is coming, how could everyone not be surprised? In this battle, Konohagaku and Tsunagaku formed an allied force, and the goal is Tanakan Shinobu. Ignoring everyone's horror, Tsunade spoke again and introduced the details directly. 2 years ago, Orochimaru teamed up with Sand Shinobi to launch Konoha's destruction opportunity, causing serious damage to Konoha. On the other hand, Orochimaru also assassinated Tsunagaku's leader at the time, 4th Kazekage. Therefore, it has also become Tsunagakuru's most wanted object. After the war, Konoha and Sand Shinobi, who were hit hard at the same time, had to establish an alliance again in order to deal with the threats of other powers. After these 2 years, the two villages have been recuperated and both have recovered their strength. In addition to the previous Chunin exam, Gaara uncovered the rebels and Sand Shinobi cleared the hidden dangers. Therefore, it is now time to impose sanctions on Orochimaru, who launched the crime in the past, and Otanin village under his command. Because it involves fighting between country and country, and between village and village, this is undoubtedly a war. So it's like this. After listening, everyone understood, and at the same time secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only a local war against a small country, not a major country that affected the entire ninja world. Moreover, this combination of Konoha and Sand Shinobi should not be a problem to deal with a weak Otanin village. Of course, war is war after all, and all the elite jonin present are not taken lightly. As a ninja, the most important character is to be vigilant. Go get ready. After speaking, Tsunade waved his hand and officially ordered. Yes. The crowd took their orders and dashed away from the Hokage office. As for the pre-war preparations, in addition to various ninjas, there are subordinates. As jonin, in this war, each will lead 3 subordinates to act as a team. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 48. The original 3rd class, now a Guy team, Captain Might Guy, players Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten. The original 8th class, the Red team, the captain is Sunset Red, and the team members Hyuga Hinata, Abarame Shino, Inyazukiya. The original 10th class, now the Asuma team, Captain Sarutobi Asuma, team members Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji. The original 7th class, the current Kakashi team, Captain Heitake Kakashi, team members Harano Sakura, Ise Udon, Kaze Festival Menghuang. The original 9th class, the current Ryuya team, the Captain Takaji Ryuya, the team members Miyamoto Tomohisa, Ishihara Coriander, Sarutobi Kanoamaru. Among them, the 3rd, 8th, and 10th shifts have no changes in personnel. In the 7th class, because Naruto and Sakura were not there, they temporarily replaced 2 genin who had just graduated from the ninja school this year. In the 9th squad, Moonlight Hate had other tasks, and the team leader was replaced by Ryuya, who also replaced a new genin. In this way, among the 5 teams, in terms of staffing, the A-Guy team with 2 jonin and 2 chunin is the strongest. 1 jonin and 3 genin Ryuya teams are the weakest. Ryuya. After 2 years, finally teaming up with Ryuya again, Chihisa and Coriander were full of excitement and joy in their hearts. I don't want to be with him. I want to wait for brother Naruto to come back. On the other side, Kanoamaru, pointing at Ryuya and shouting, was getting angry with the young master. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Ryuya has no expression on his face, but in his heart is thinking, are you sure this is not a joke? You know, even if the 2 big villages join forces to deal with Otanin, it is war after all. Moreover, the opponent is Orochimaru, who knows what tricks he will have. In this case, Ryuya, who was just promoted jonin, was allowed to be the captain, and he was assigned 3 genin names. Is this a human job? Ryuya couldn't help but doubt that Tsunade must still bear his hatred. Compared to Ryuya, watching the Udon with the runny nose and the cute yellow with 2 broom braids, Kakashi also has a look of love. Speaking of, The three of Konohamaru who graduated this year were originally a small team, and Ebisu was in charge of Jonin. I just graduated, and I haven't even done the D-level task. How can I get it into this war? Ryuya, the future of my Sarutobi family is left to you. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, looking at the direction of the square, and said silently in his heart. Konohamaru, who just graduated, were arranged for this operation because of Hiruzen's instruction. His purpose is simple: let Konohamaru grow rapidly in this war. Because Konohamaru's parents died early, Hiruzen was so pity for this grandson that he spoiled him too much, making Konohamaru a childish temper. Such Konohamaru, how can he afford the Sarutobi clan in the future? Therefore, Hiruzen arranged Konohamaru into this mission. It is to let him see the cruelty of war and grow rapidly in blood and death. I have to say that Hiruzen's approach is cruel, but the world of ninjas is like this. Of course, Hiruzen wanted to train Konohamaru, not to send him to death. So, he gave Konohamaru to Ryuya, his most trusted disciple. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Even the two companions of Konohamaru, Hiruzen, have been assigned to reliable Kakashi. Go get ready and set off tomorrow. On the square, the team has been allocated. As the captain, Ryuya gave an order. This operation is top secret. At the beginning of the mission, the team members will not get any news, they only need to follow the command of the captain. Yes. Shiju didn't disagree with the coriander at all, and immediately went back to prepare. Humph. Konohamaru, who was forced to be under Ryuya's hand, gave a soft snort, still unconvinced. In Konohamaru's heart, apart from Grandpa Third Hokage, the person whom he admires most is Naruto. This time such an important action, Naruto is not there, he is already very unhappy. What made him even more unhappy and even angry was that he was assigned to Naruto's number one enemy, Ryuya. When Orochimaru invaded, Ryuya and Naruto became Konoha's heroes together. But Ryuya was successfully promoted to Chunin, but Naruto did not. Later, when Sasuke was rescued, Naruto was seriously injured, but Ryuya defeated Junmuro and rescued everyone. The prestige overshadows Naruto. Until recently, the new Chunin exam, Ryuya shined again, and was already Jonin. Recently, people in the village always praise Ryuya, but they seem to have completely forgotten Naruto. As Naruto's hardcore little brother, how can Konohamaru not be angry? And Ryuya, of course, is classified as Naruto's number one enemy. Seduction. The more he thought about it, the more angry he got. Konohamaru clenched his fists and suddenly attacked Ryuya. And his first move was to learn from Naruto's seduction technique. Huh. The next moment, Konohamaru turned into a falling beauty. Hee. Konohamaru smiled secretly in his heart. His elder brother invented this ninjutsu, but if he defeated his grandfather and teacher, Ryuya would definitely get caught. Ryuya looked at Konohamaru's seduction technique, looked up and down, suddenly sighed, and then turned and left. How can that be? His seduction technique actually failed, and Konohamaru was stunned for an instant. It's a kid after all. Ryuya, who left, secretly regretted that she was indeed beautiful, but her figure had no content. The understanding of beauty by children and adults is indeed not at the same level. Strengthen the Great Fireball technique. At the same time, 60 days have passed since the last enhancement, and Ryuya once again got the opportunity of unlimited enhancement. There is only one skill left, and there is no choice. Start of unlimited enhancement, goal, skill Great Fireball technique. Great Fireball technique strengthen +1. Great Fireball technique strengthening +2. Great Fireball technique strengthen +10, power increase. Great Fireball technique strengthening +11. Great Fireball technique strengthen +100, increase the attack distance. Great Fireball technique strengthening +101. Great Fireball Technique Strengthen plus 1000, increase the attack range. Great Fireball Technique Strengthen plus 1001. The system prompts started to sound one after another. Ryuya looked at it for a while, and then chose to block again. The next night was speechless, and early the next morning, the teams were ready and assembled again. Set off. Following an order, under the leadership of the captain, they left Konoha one after another and proceeded along different routes. From the moment of leaving the village, it shows that the war has already begun. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 49. This time the crusade against Otanin village was a joint operation. In order to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, the two hidden villages must act together. Tunokuni, where Otanin village is located, borders the Land of Fire where Konoha is located, and is located to the north of the Land of Fire. The Wind Country, where Sand Shinobi is located to the west of Konoha, with two small countries in between. Therefore, the two parties agreed that Sand Shinobi first passed through the country of Sichuan, entered the country of Fire, and then went to the northern border of the country of Fire. Konoha will leave later, but will meet Sand Shinobi at the northern border on the same date. Once the two sides have completed the alliance, they immediately enter the country of Tan, and launch a surprise attack on Otanin. Follow me. In order to avoid being noticed, Konoha's teams follow different routes after leaving the village. Only the captain knew the route and date of travel. Understand. Facing Ryuya's instructions, Chihisa and Coriander responded immediately. Humph. Konohamaru snorted slightly, but his face was unconvinced. This mission is very dangerous. Ryuya glanced at Konohamaru, and said that it was necessary to explain some things first. If not, how dangerous is it? Before Ryuya could finish speaking, Konohamaru interrupted directly and asked in disapproval. Will die. Ryuya's face sank, no further explanation, and he said two words in a deep voice. Meeting. Hearing this, Konohamaru, who was still smug just now, turned pale and his expression was a little flustered. After all, he was only 12 or 13 years old and had just graduated from ninja school. In contrast, Zhiju, even the cowardly Coriander, had no reaction on his face. Although it was only genin, he had graduated for 2 years, had done many tasks, and faced death more than once. And most importantly, they absolutely trust Ryuya and believe that as long as Ryuya is there, they will not be killed. Next, in accordance with the established time and route, the Ryuya team continued to advance. It was a long time in a flash, and everything went well. This enhancement is over. In the evening, the system reminded me that the Great Fireball technique had been strengthened. Rest. Read. More at hotantalnovel.xyz. In order to take care of the 3 genin in Ryuya team, their route is the shortest and the time is the most abundant. When it was time for dinner, Ryuya gave the order, then stopped and turned on the system while taking out the dry food to eat. 1,000 meters in diameter. As soon as he saw one point, Ryuya was taken aback for an instant, and a mouthful of dry food that had not been swallowed was directly stuck in his throat. Choking, Ryuya turned Byakugan straight and drank a few sips of water before finally rushing down. Is this still Great Fireball? At the same time, looking at the skill introduction, Ryuya is still full of shock. After 86,400 times of strengthening, the power of the Great Fireball technique has greatly increased. The main performance is volume. The original fireball with a diameter of 10 meters has now become a behemoth with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Not only that, After the great fireball is impacted, it will explode. The raging flames and the gust of wind will cover a radius of 10,000 meters, which is a range of 10 kilometers. Of course, with such a huge power, the release distance of the great fireball has also been greatly improved, and the limit can reach 100 kilometers. Just imagine, if there is no such release distance and a giant great fireball is sprayed on the feet, it will not deal with the enemy but commit suicide. This is simply a nuclear fireball. It wasn't until a long time before Ryuya came back to his senses, the power was too terrifying. F***ck. Immediately afterwards, Ryuya smiled bitterly again. The system was so stubborn that he rubbed such a great fireball, but there was no downsized version. In other words, as long as you use the great fireball technique, you can only release this big guy. Just imagine, this kind of powerful nuclear fireball, does Ryuya dare to throw it casually, even if it does not accidentally injure the friendly army, it is not good to hit the flowers and plants. In this way, the power is indeed great, but it seems a bit too great. Under normal circumstances, Ryuya didn't dare to use it at all. This is not equivalent to the great fireball technique that he took 2 or 3 years to develop, and it just clicked. Ugh. Thinking of this, Ryuya wanted to cry without tears, which was the most speechless reinforcement. Whispering sound. Seeing Ryuya sitting there, I was happy for a while and sighed, especially just now, when I was choked by dry food and turned Byakugan straight. Konohamaru snorted. If it weren't for those 2 sips of water, Ryuya would probably be the first jonin to choke to death with dry food in history, and he couldn't help but become more disdainful. What is going to die? What kind of high-level tasks might be performed by a captain who is so awkward? I just said I would die, so I must have deliberately frightened him. Thinking that he was really frightened, and didn't dare to say anything for a long time, Konohamaru became more annoyed. I'm Konohamaru, I won't be scared by you. Annoyed, Konohamaru screamed, and rushed directly to Ryuya. Only with a fist can his shame be washed away. Konohamaru took the initiative to attack Ryuya. Chihisa and Cilantro, who were quietly eating dry food next to him, snorted, only 2 terms lower. Did you forget the name of the great demon king back then? As for Konohamaru, who rushed up, Ryuya didn't raise his head either, and was still studying the system there. Huh. At this moment, with a soft sound, 2 figures suddenly sprang out from the grass beside them, holding sharp kunao in their hands, rushing towards Konohamaru, one left and the other right. This is. The 2 men wear forehead protector, obviously Otonin's forehead protector. Seeing this scene, Shiju and Coriander instantly changed their faces. However, Konohamaru is too far away, and their ability is too late to rescue. How come? At this time, Konohamaru was completely frightened in the face of 2 Otonin who was full of murderous intent. He couldn't understand why there was Otonin here, and suddenly jumped out to kill him. In fact, even if Konohamaru was not frightened, with his strength, he couldn't deal with the sneak attacks and pincer attacks of these 2 Otoninos. The 2 Otoninosaurs were very fast, and the next moment was already near. They were about to pierce Konohamaru into Konohamaru's body. Whoosh! At this critical moment, with a soft sound, a figure flashed. It was Ryuya. Immediately afterwards, Ryuya's forearm slammed heavily at the 2 Otonin. In the past 2 years, under the guidance of Hiruzen, Ryuya has not only practiced the 4 elephant seals with all his strength, but also has basic ninja skills such as physique, shuriken, and various applications of chukka. While practicing the seal of the 4 elephants, Ryuya's foundation is already very solid. If not, how could he be promoted to Jonin? Bang bang. With 2 muffled noises, the 2 Toninos who were hit in the abdomen by Ryuya spouted blood from their mouths and noses, and then passed out. Come out. Regardless of the frightened Konohamaru, throwing the 2 Otonin aside, Ryuya turned to the bush and said lightly. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 50. Someone. Having recovered, Tomohisa and Coriander who ran to Ryuya's side, and Konohamaru who hid behind Ryuya, the three of them couldn't help but look in the direction that Ryuya indicated. Oh. The bush shook slightly, but no one came out, but a strange flute sound came. Flute. Shiju and the others were startled again, and just when they were wondering, the surrounding trees suddenly began to twist, and then turned into giant pythons, crawling towards them with scarlet letters. The three of them were startled and wanted to escape, but suddenly they found that their bodies did not obey their orders and could not move at all. In the next moment, the giant python has wrapped around their bodies. And under the entanglement of immense power, the three people who were suffocated instantly saw in horror that their bodies were decayed and their flesh and blood were collapsing. Illusion. At this time, facing the same situation, Ryuya didn't panic at all, but a sneer was raised at the corner of his mouth. Wow! At the next moment, the python that was originally twisting Ryuya loosened instantly. What happened? Immediately afterwards, the figure that was originally observed in stealth suddenly appeared. Just as this figure was puzzled, the giant pythons had already crawled towards her. Only then did she realize that she couldn't move anymore. The next moment, being entangled by a giant python, his body quickly decayed and collapsed under the tremendous strength. What happened? Suddenly, Chihisa, Coriander, and Konohamaru recovered. His back was soaked in cold sweat, and looking at the same woods around him, he couldn't help feeling lingering. The illusion has failed. Teiwata was hit by his own illusion, so he was not simply cracked, but rebounded. The intelligence is wrong. Illusion is not only his weakness, but his strength. He is stronger again. At this time, the voice of speech sounded, and Shiju and the others only saw it. Not far in front of them, there were 5 people standing. Yes, just now Ryuya said, "Come out," and someone is in ambush. 4 men and 1 woman, all wearing forehead protector. There was a flute beside the woman's lips, and it was obvious that the woman played the weird flute just now. But a closer look reveals that the woman is like a clay sculpture, standing motionless. And her dark gray eyes didn't have the slightest expression, and it was obvious that she had lost consciousness. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Ryuya. Just now they were hit by the illusion. Chihisa and the others, who had completely understood, turned to look at Ryuya next to them, and then couldn't help but startled. Ryuya looked at the 5 otanin in front of him with a very serious expression. "It turned out to be you." After a while, Ryuya spoke, with a hint of coldness in his voice. The sound of the flute did contain illusion. If it were 2 years ago, Ryuya might have explained it. But now he, after strengthening his brain, acquires the ability of illusory solely. No matter who displays the illusion, it will be controlled by him. With this ability, Ryuya directly countered the opponent. At the same time, seeing the performer in the illusion, Ryuya was an accident. At this time the illusion was unlocked, and seeing the 5 people in front of him, he couldn't help verifying his guess. The enemy who struck was the 5 otanin people led by Junmuro. Impure World Reincarnation. In the battle for Suzuki, all 5 of otanin had been killed, and Ryuya was a participant. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. At this time, he appeared in front of him again. Besides the technique of impure world reincarnation, what explanation was there? The appearance of the 5 people like clay sculptures and the gray-black whites of the eyes also illustrate this point. It's really an honor to be Master First Hokage. It seems that the plan has been leaked. At the same time, Konoha's other teams also encountered interception attacks. In addition to ordinary Otanin, it also includes Masters of Impure World Reincarnation. What is different from the 5 people of Otanin Ho is that these Masters, including first generation and second Hokage, have no will of their own. They just retain the walking corpses who are almost alive when they are alive. All the teams were attacked at the same time. Obviously, Otanin village had already known this battle plan. In fact, Orochimaru, who is good at bewitching people's hearts, has spies in various villages and various positions. Although Otanin village is small in scale, the espionage system headed by Do is no weaker than the 5 hidden villages. Fighting head-on. Facing the joint raid of the 2 hidden villages, after receiving information, Orochimaru did not evade and hide, and instead sent someone to intercept it. This shows that Orochimaru is going to compete head-on with Sand Shinobi and Konoha. A small village in a mere daring to challenge the coalition forces of the 2 hidden villages. I have to say that Orochimaru is indeed crazy. Trouble now. Although Orochimaru is crazy, he is not stupid. The reason why he has this confidence is because of impure world reincarnation. Looking at the 5 Otanin people in front of him, Ryuya sighed secretly. Speaking of it, he actually helped Orochimaru. 2 years ago, Orochimaru invaded Konoha and reincarnated first generation, second Hokage and third Hokage in the 4 purple flame formations. But at that time, Orochimaru was still needed to control it, and it was impossible to join the siege of third Hokage. But now, Orochimaru is nowhere to be seen, that is to say, Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation has become more mature. You only need to give instructions, and the reincarnated can execute them, without having to manipulate them. This level is almost the same as in the original book, during the 4th Ninja World War. Obviously, during these 2 years, Ryuya and Naruto have been practicing hard, while Orochimaru's strength has also improved. In the original plot, Orochimaru, whose hands were sealed by 3rd generation, could no longer use ninjutsu, and his strength remained almost unchanged after 2 years. In this world, Ryuya slashed the 4 purple flame formations and saved 3rd Hokage, but at the same time, Orochimaru's hands were also saved. So, if Orochimaru can achieve what it is today, Ryuya actually helped him. Have no idea. It's really uncomfortable to create a strong opponent with his own hands. But if Ryuya is given another chance to choose, he will do it again. Because after he saved 3rd generation, he also got a lot of benefits. Retired from Hokage's personal guidance, Sarutobi's secret medicine corrects meridians. Without these, Ryuya could not have the current strength. In the past, Ryuya's cut, 3rd generation, Orochimaru, and Ryuya all benefited from it. It is a win-win for 3. However, while Ryuya and the others won 3 wins, one person was miserably miserable, and that was Sasuke. After all, Sasuke, 2 years later, may not be able to kill Orochimaru with sound hands. If he can't get rid of it, he might become a container for Orochimaru. I'm sorry, Urju. Thinking of this, Ryuya smiled and could only apologize. Kill him. At this moment, with a soft drink from Junmuro, the 4 people on the opposite side rushed up directly. Remember to save the unique domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Warm reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh to find the settings menu at the bottom, enter the settings menu and click to exit the free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The smooth reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the smooth reading mode, and the reading experience will be better.